Welcome to Internet History, Technology, and Security. My name is Charles Severance, and I'm a faculty member at the University of Michigan School of Information. I have been working on this course one way or another for nearly 20 years. For me, it actually goes back to when the Internet first started. That was in the mid-90s. And in the mid-90s, I had the good fortune to have some friends that decided to help me go on television. John Liskey, Amy Leahy, and Richard Wiggins. And we had a television show. First it was called Internet TCI, and then later it was called Nothing But Net, and then we called it North Coast Digital. But it gave me an excuse in the mid-90s to make a bunch of videos and film folks and just ultimately create an interesting oral history of the Internet. This is in the 90s, and we didn't even know how it was all going to turn out. So we were walking around, Rich Wiggins and I were walking around and filming all kinds of things. Another thing that I did in the late 90s was to build technology for teaching and learning on the Internet. I hold the distinction of being one of the first people to stream an entire semester online. I streamed it so early that I couldn't even stream video. I could stream audio using real audio, and I had a set of slides that would flip every few minutes, and you see a terrifying picture of me staring at you because there was no video in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. I went from the Michigan State University to University of Michigan in 1999, and I rebuilt a new lecture capture system that captured cameras and document cameras and screen capture and allowed for annotation, and I called that Clipboard 2000. Everything back then was called something 2000. In 2010, I was part of a group that was going to convert IEEE Computer Magazine from a paper magazine to a digital magazine, and one of the ideas was we should have some videos. So what I would do for about 5 years is add a few days to a business trip and take my camera and go somewhere. I had 2 cameras and a little backpack and some lighting kit back in 2010, 11, 12, 13, and interview various people, and that let me complete my set of interesting people in the Internet. So this all culminated in 2013 when Coursera was founded, and I was invited to be one of the first 6 people at the University of Michigan to be on Coursera and create a course. And so I created this course, Internet History, Technology, and Security. And then back then we didn't know where this was all going to go, but for me, I just looked at it as a fun opportunity to share nearly 20 years of my oral history materials and also try to teach people something about the Internet. The idea is that the course is supposed to hook you with a little bit of history, but then teach you TCP/IP and other things. And one of the things that I did, I always sort of have a media bent to everything I do, is I would go around the country. You can go to find these at drchuck.com/office, and you can see 70 videos from all over the world of me meeting my students since 2013 when I first started teaching. And so that leads us to this version of the class, which is an updated version. But again, this is part of the beginning of a technology-oriented curriculum with very liberal arts kind of focus. And you may have seen some of my other courses, Python for Everybody, Django for Everybody, Web Applications for Everybody, Postgres for Everybody, and who knows? I've got a whole bunch of things in the hopper that I'm working on, so by the time you're watching this might be more. And keep an eye on Programming for Everybody, www.pr4e.com for this and upcoming materials. So let's talk a little bit about the course at ihts.pr4e.com. That's Internet History, Technology, and Security, Programming for Everybody. So ihts.pr4e.com. As I said, the idea is that we can't look at technology without understanding history. And I want those with a liberal arts background to have a way into understanding technology, because technology does not exist in a vacuum. Technology has continued to change and is going to continue to change. And if we don't take a look back, we will have no good idea about how to deal with the future. And so we need to understand the past as we look toward the future. So this material came from a course I taught from 2009 to 2017. Most of the course was a Python course, but about halfway through, right after the midterm exam, I gave everybody a break from Python and taught a couple of weeks of Internet history, technology, and security. And so that's what this course is. This course is the break from Python. Now in my Programming for Everybody curriculum, I kind of think of this as the first course, the place that you start. So the outline is starting with World War II, going through 1999 as our history. Then we look at the technology from the ARPANET to the Internet, TCP/IP, and all those protocols. And then we take a look at the layer of security that makes all the kinds of commerce, etc., that we do on the Internet possible. So we start back in the beginning. I think of the beginning of computation, communication. That is the Internet, and the technology we use on the Internet is going back to Bletchley Park. And so I love Bletchley Park. I've often met my students at Bletchley Park. And I look forward to the next time I get to go to Bletchley Park. In the second part of the course, we actually, and believe me, you'll be able to get it. Don't worry, we're not going to teach you any math. We're going to teach you things like what the layered network model is, TCP/IP, and what's Ethernet, and what's Wi-Fi, and how do those things work, and how do IP addresses work, and how do various applications work. And so that's the middle part. And then what we do is we figure out, take a look at what it takes to protect the information that's moving back and forth across the shared Internet. The key to the Internet is that it's shared by all of us, but we got to keep our data separate, and then we got to keep our data secure from prying eyes. So we talk about the technologies and math. Again, now no big math, but just like the basic concepts. There's a companion website, ihts.pr4e.com. And it gives you this same course material in a nice modular form with a bunch of links to all the references and quizzes to test your knowledge. And if you want, there's some threaded discussions if you log in that you can participate in. So it's not practical for me to interact with a scalable class with hundreds, if not millions of students, and some of my classes do have millions of students. I mean, I watch things, but Twitter is probably the best way to get me. And I do want to know if something's broken. I want to fix things as fast as possible. So just a little bit about me, if you're still listening. I do have 2 tattoos. These are real tattoos. On my left shoulder is my research, and on my right shoulder is my education. And I've got 3 degrees from Michigan State University in engineering, and my faculty position is at the University of Michigan in the School of Library Science that's currently called the School of Information. On my right shoulder is my research, and my research since 1997 has been in building and using educational technology to teach. And all the logos are what I call the Learning Tools Interoperability Ring of Compliance. And LTI is how we plug in all of my auto graders, etc., into these teaching systems. And so my research has been how to best teach with technology, literally from 1995 until the present time. I have a race car, which is one of my hobbies, and my other hobby is hockey. And so that's a little bit about me. I have a number of folks to thank. A lot of the material here was the work I did for IEEE Computer Magazine while I was a writer for IEEE Computer Magazine. They've given me some permission to reuse some bits of it. Richard Wiggins, my lifelong friend who passed away sadly, he has allowed me to use all of his video material, and the copyright clearance is an important part of any free online course. And Open Michigan helped me with all of that. So with that, let's go ahead and get started at ihts.pr4e.com. Hello, and welcome to our first real lecture of Internet History, Technology, and Security. We're going to start a course with Internet History, and I'm Charles Severance, and I'm your instructor. We're going to start at the dawn of electronic computing. I mean, computing started, early with abacuses and humans, but we're going to start with the moment that electronic computing, in particular because it was the moment where computing and communication were co-born at the same time. Then communication before the internet became normal, then early internet research, and then the internet itself that was academia, and then of course went out into the real world, and then the web. which really took all this connectivity and made it easy to use for everybody. It's really what our view now of this network is, very much through the web. And then from that point forward, we look at sort of the commercialization of it and the ubiquity of it and the widespread use of it. So the first picture, the first video that I want to show you, it's a little longer than most of the other videos. It is about Bletchley Park, and there are many heroes at Bletchley Park. Of course, this was a top secret code-breaking effort by the British government during World War II. World War II, I mean, if you think about it in history, perhaps there's no time in history quite like World War II. If you go back to what kind of technologies we were using in 1910 and 1920 to the technologies we were using in 1940, it's an amazing difference. You know, jet airplanes, radio, radar, so many things were invented and made usable and made production quality during that period of time. War, of course, is terrible, but it does cause governments to fear for their lives and invest heavily, very heavily in research. And so we, in some sense, even though the war is a terrible thing, we sort of benefit from the extensive research. They were trying to solve wartime problems, but they ultimately solved problems that have changed our peacetime world in wonderful ways. So Bletchley Park is north of London, between Oxford and Cambridge in England, and it was a code-breaking effort. And at one point, there were over 10,000 people working on top secret efforts to decode encrypted messages, initially from Germans as they were using radio. So they call World War II a world war, mostly because it touched geographically more than any other war had ever touched before or since, really. Alaska, United States, Italy, Africa, Russia, Japan, Philippines. You know, it truly was geographically distributed, and it was necessary to do unprecedented communications just to effectively pursue the war. And this meant that communications had to be wireless. And the problem with wireless is anyone can put up an antenna and listen to the wireless signal. There's no way to hide the wireless signal, unlike a wire that you could hide it, and if no one had access to the wire, you can't see what's in it. But if you're using wireless in fast-moving armies and long distances, then someone can intercept the wireless signal, and they can. So the trick, of course, was to create an encrypted wireless signal, so they could see everything you sent, but it didn't make any sense to them. It all sounded like gibberish, unless you, of course, know the code. And so this was a key technology, was building codes and code-making machines. A good example of this was the Enigma, made by Germany, which is, we'll talk about these in this very last part of the class, in the security part of the class, how these codes and ciphers work. But they scramble material in a way that's generally unintelligible. And of course, the really bright folks at Bletchley Park, Alan Turing, one of many really bright people at Bletchley Park, used mathematics to say, these codes may be more crackable than we think. There was folks from Poland who also informed them to say, look, let's show what we did to crack it right before Poland was involved. They were working heavily on the mathematics of cracking. And so then they built these machines. And so in this video that I'm about to show you, it's really what I try to do is I try to contrast the two machines. And one is an extremely fast mechanical computer with relays and switches and things that spin and gears that move back and forth. It's a very physical computer that's looking for patterns, and as it's spinning, it's checking for possible encoding combinations to try to just do a brute force checking of lots of different possibilities. And so it was a mechanical computer. The Bomba was a mechanical computer. And then as the German encryption improved and they used different techniques with more sophisticated encryption, they just couldn't decrypt it with a mechanical computer anymore. And so they just were forced to build something faster, and that faster thing was the first truly powerful general-purpose electronic computer in the world. Of course, it was kept secret certainly kept secret until the 60s and the 70s, and much of it was still kept secret until even the 90s. And so its place in history is kind of a recent recent understanding. You can look at early history texts that talk about the first computer, and they don't mention this one. Well, that's because it was a secret until a long time. So the Bomba was a powerful mechanical computer. The Colossus was a powerful electronic computer. But I have this picture that was drawn by an artist for me, and in addition to showcasing sort of the moment where a mechanical computer, no matter how hard you tried, wouldn't work fast enough, and the electronic computer was sort of forcefully created out of a tremendous need. What's also really interesting is the fact that Bletchley Park during this time, with 10,000 people, had all kinds of people, language experts, mathematicians, engineers, welders, and it's a really cross-disciplinary activity. And they were solving a problem of decrypting German transmissions, but they ultimately solved a problem in the pursuit of that, of electronic communications and computation. And so this picture is really trying to show how, Alan Turing was really very critical, but there were other people like Gordon Welshman and Doc Keane and the folks from Poland that informed all of this, university colleagues, and this whole thing was very much a connected, collective group of really bright people, highly motivated, well-funded, and they created this. So let me go ahead and pause now and let you take a look at this film. Today, we're at Bletchley Park in honor of Alan Turing's 100th birthday. Bletchley Park, just north of London and between Cambridge and Oxford, was considered by many as the birthplace of modern computer science.
In 1938, again in anticipation of war, the government code and cipher school, and in the main, their operational director, a gentleman called Alistair Dennison, had drawn up a list. He had sent two people out to troll through the people at Oxford and primarily Cambridge and to some extent Oxford, and drew up a list of people who they approached who agreed in the event of war would report immediately to Bletchley Park. Britain declared war on September 3rd, 1939. The following day, September 4th, Turing and several others reported to Bletchley Park. As the requirement for more people was needed, some, predominantly a gentleman called Gordon Welshman, he had been on the initial list. He'd arrived the same day as Turing. He went back to Cambridge and he started recruiting all his best students, and in effect what they created here was the world's first Skunk Works, a secret innovative organization where there were no rules. Eventually their main benefactor became the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, and they persuaded Churchill that this place needed more resources. Churchill agreed, and he wrote a famous a letter was written by Welshman, Turing, and the two deputies to Churchill, and one other number, a gentleman called Stuart Milner Barry, actually delivered it in person to Downing Street. Churchill amazingly read the letter the same day it was delivered. He put a famous "Action this day" stamp on it with a handwritten note to his chief of staff, a chap called General Lismay, which said, "Expedite with extreme priority and report to me when it is done." And really from that point, September 1941, Bletchley Park got all the resources they needed. They threw, in effect, the smartest people together in Britain and said, here's the budget, this is the end game, and that's why they invented some of these technologies, which probably wouldn't have been invented for years.
In many ways, Bletchley Park was an early version of a multidisciplinary science center, much like CERN or NCSA is today. Many brilliant people with different skills and backgrounds were brought together to solve difficult problems. The combination of the skills and collaborative environment resulted not in just solving the problems of cryptography that they were facing, but in addition solved broader problems for all of computing and all of society.
When the people arrived here, they knew when they arrived that the Germans had taken a machine, a machine which we tend to call Enigma. Enigma was a particular variant of an encryption machine, That machine was modified from the commercial version, and it allowed them to encrypt messages. This was going to become a machine to be used for operational communications, very short 200, 250 character messages. Hitler had conceived, and his generals, a type of warfare never seen before, which became known as Blitzkrieg. Very fast movement, 50 miles a day, particularly when they invaded France and the latter stages of their invasion of Poland. You couldn't use fixed line communications. You needed to use wireless communications. Here was a device which was portable, weighed 25 pounds, ran off a battery. You could encrypt messages, and then as a separate process, they could be sent using the fairly new technology of wireless radio. It was the Poles who were the first to recognize that the age of machine cryptography had arrived, and the sort of people who would be good at dealing with it were mathematicians. In fact, they even went so far as to put on a course in cryptography at the University of Poznan, invited 20 or 30 young German-speaking mathematicians to enroll. It was a very difficult course, and by the time the course was finished, there were really only 3 graduates who they recruited. Their names were Marian Rejewski, Henryk Zagalski, and Jerzy Orozicki. And these 3 were the core of this team, and they are the ones who really made the early breakthroughs. They convened a conference at their secret headquarters. This was actually July 39, and at that conference, they gave the British everything. They revealed what they had done. They gave them a replica Enigma machine and all of their work. That information came back to Bletchley Park, and once they were established in Bletchley Park, they then used the Polish method to break the Enigma machine. The Poles had actually built some machines themselves, one of which was called a bomba. That machine, the name apparently comes from a Polish ice cream dessert of the same name. It's in effect vanilla ice cream with chocolate sauce around it.
This machine was called bomb in honor of what the Poles did. But the Poles' technique was based on the particular way that at that time the Germans enciphered their message headers. They, at that point, were repeating the message header, and that was the attack which the Poles developed on it. They believed correctly that when the war would start, that the Germans would change the way they were doing that, and they called for help. They told Turing and the people here everything they'd done, which we are and should be very grateful, but they also proved that it was possible. And that, I think, was the spur that kicked the Brits into actually doing something about it. Now, Turing understood the weaknesses of the way they'd done it and developed a crib-based mechanism based on the fact that every military organization in the world cannot stop itself sending stereotyped messages. He then talked to a brilliant team of engineers led by Doc Keane, who told him roughly the speed that it would be possible to examine potential stops for. So between them, they then designed the machine called bomb, which would look for that and do so in a sensible time. Here is an example where we have intercepted this message SNMKG. We're pretty sure that that is, because this particular operator always did this, this is his morning weather forecast. So here we have the guessed German plain text, Wetter Vorhersage, weather forecast. And the two are lined up. At that point, the Enigma's ability or inability to encode letters itself is useful because you can make sure you've got no clashes here. And from these guessed letters, the crib makers would derive a picture like this called a menu, where you'll notice that at position ZZE here, G is encoded as E, so we have G going to E. At ZZP at the end here, E goes to V. This is reversible, of course. We can describe this either way up. So here's E to V. At ZZG here, S is going to A. Sorry, S is going to V, excuse me. So here's another link. And eventually we can go all the way around and we can close this loop like that. It was the closed loops that they were looking for. The operation of the bomb was simply that if there is a letter which you can feed in at this point, and which comes round through a string of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 enigmas, and comes back as that same letter, then it's possible that the position of these wheels match the position of the wheels when Gunther started encoding his message on his enigma. It turned out to be a bit more picky about loops and menus than perhaps they had hoped, although it worked. And at that point, Welchman added a completely left-field masterstroke called the diagonal board, which I think it is fair to say made the difference between success and failure to Turing's original idea. And here are my 3 diagonal boards. That's one, that's the other, this is the third one, cunningly placed where you can't see it. But can you see Z down to A? Okay. There's nothing connecting that to the machine. It's just bolted there for convenience. The only connections to the machine are when you connect X into one of the enigmas, as it were. What will happen is when we turn the machine on, you'll see it will run up to speed. Okay. The motor will be running and the clutch will drop in. Then you'll see the various carry mechanisms happening. Then when we stop the machine, you'll see it slow down and then the clutch drops out. So Tony, if you'd run it up for us, please. Okay. Okay. Would you turn on carry home, please? Okay. Continue. So what you saw there was the middle carry. Then we switched on carry home to make the slow carry work all the time. So these bars are just pushing round all the drums. And you can see that all the 36 enigmas are just in step. They're all just turning and they are a resource. These are the very fast relays, the 3 banks, actually 4, for the chains that do the detection here. This is the control logic. Okay, and then this is the 26-bit register that notes a stop and then allows the machine to slow down before it stops reveal. Our favourite statistic is the sheer amount of wire in the thing. We've lost count, but it's somewhere between 10 and 12 miles of wire in each one of these.
Germans really, there was 2 main systems they were using. Enigma was their operational system. That was being used for specific operational communications. Again, very short, maximum of 250 characters. Instructions, orders for a panzer division to move from one location to another, orders for a submarine to attack a convoy, for aircraft during the Battle of Britain to attack specific targets. The Germans started to introduce, through probably 1941, a different system. The intercept service, which Britain had put into place to intercept these messages, started hearing traffic, which was clearly not Enigma traffic. Enigma traffic was Morse code, easily identifiable. People can be trained fairly simply to transcribe, to listen to Morse code and transcribe the letters. This was a totally different signal. It was not discernible, it was not transcribable. This was Adolf Hitler's communication channel to his army generals. So very long-winded communications, top secret, and so this was an even more daunting task, arguably, than Enigma, because this encryption machine that was used with this system, there were various ones of them. Hitler referred to these as his Geheimschreibers, his secret writers. Several companies, Siemens, that exists today, were making a machine, Hagelin, but there was also the Lorenz company, and that was the primary machine, particularly Lorenz at SZ42. That machine, and unlike Enigma that had 3 encryption wheels, had 12 encryption wheels. They approached the post office research lab at Dollis Hill in London. A young engineer called Tommy Flowers got into the project. He was in effect told, well, go ahead if you can get approval. Flowers went back to the post office, got approval, put a small core team together, and in less than a year had a working prototype. Quite a remarkable achievement. The first Colossus, as this machine became known, the Mark I, had 1,500 valves or vacuum tubes in it. They brought it to Bletchley Park. It worked almost straight away. The people here were convinced. They asked for a more powerful computer. Flowers already had anticipated this. He already had it in production. 2,500 valves in an era when no machine had more than, that used valves had more than about 15. Here was a machine with 2,500. Flowers was told that they needed the Mark II by June 1st, 1944, because there was a certain date in the diary. June 5th, 1944 was a scheduled day for Operation Overlord, D-Day. It actually ended up being June 6th because of bad weather. Flowers delivered the first Mark II to Bletchley Park on June 1st. They switched it on. It worked straight away. they immediately started decrypting messages between the German High Command, and much to their delight, they discovered that all of the subterfuge about the D-Day landings had worked. Hitler had believed that the main invasion was going to be at the Pas de Calais, not at Normandy. That intelligence was fed back to General Eisenhower at Allied Supreme Command headquarters, and there is reasonable evidence to conclude that D-Day might well not have gone ahead on June 6, 1944 without the intelligence from Bletchley Park.
This is the Colossus computer at Bletchley Park. Now we're in Hut 4 at Bletchley Park, which was one of the first purpose-built computer centres, and some 10 of these machines were installed here starting in January 1944. Now, in the years previously, a new way of encrypting messages was discovered that was being used in Germany, and it was those high-level messages between Hitler and his generals, and they were encrypted on a machine called a Lorentz machine, and it used teleprinter codes to actually transmit those messages. Now, by 43, it was taking some 6 weeks to actually decode those messages, and decode those messages laboriously by hand. The problem with that is, within 6 weeks, the usefulness of the intelligence that you gain from those messages is obviously gone. So that process needed to be speeded up. Now, some techniques have been tried. Some semi-electronic techniques have been tried here at Bletchley Park. But this machine, when it was put into use in early 44, reduced that 6-week period to decode the message down to 6 hours. And that's really just a phenomenal jump. The messages themselves were received at various intercept stations around the country and were punched onto paper tape. Now, there are 2 paper tapes on the machine here at the moment, one that we're running and one which is ready for the next run. Now, this tape, there are 2 here, if I take one, each row across the tape are punched 5 holes, and each of those is an alphanumeric character. And that's the encrypted message that was received and has been punched onto tape. Now, although Colossus has really all the elements of a modern electronic computer, it doesn't have the memory that we expect in a stored program computer. So what happens is that tape of that message, some 5,000 characters of that message, is actually formed in a loop and is read over here with a series of photoelectric sensors and lights, and each character is read, and the 5,000 characters a second are read. Now, each clunk of the machine we can hear there is another 5,000 characters being read into the machine. So we're reading that same 5,000 characters each time. This is the control panel of the Colossus computer. So it's this side of the machine that we would actually be, the Wrens in the wartime would actually be using. Now I can set up the particular algorithm I want to test and routines I want to test using these control panels. And each clunk of the machine at the moment is another state where we're actually trying a new algorithm and repeating that algorithm on that repeating 5,000 characters. The results that the machine detects are presented here. Now we're doing a statistical analysis of that encrypted tape. Now the machine would run for some 6 hours. There are 2,500 valves in this machine. You can't see that many from the front, but once we go between the racks of the machines, you get an idea of the scale. 2,500 valves. Each valve has a heater, a hot wire heater in the center of the valve, and operates at about 200-300 volts DC. Now 2,500 valves plus the power supplies generates over 8 kilowatts uses over 8 kilowatts of electricity. And by this point, when we're standing in between the racks, you can feel the heat coming off of these racks. Colossus is a combination of electronics, and we can see the electronics here in these valve chassis members, and also electromechanical switchgear. So there are backs of relay panels here. These big single motion detectors are a sort of motorized switch that will actually spin around. There's banks of those in the machine. The technology is equipment that was well known for the British Post Office. This machine was designed by a chap called Tommy Flowers, and Tommy Flowers was an engineer at the research centre in London for the British Post Office. Tommy was asked to look at the problem of how to automate this task, this manual task. And Tommy came up with the idea of using electronics to do this. At the time, the idea of using more than half a dozen valves in any circuit was just simply poo-pooed. Valves had a bad reputation. People had valves in their radios at home. They failed when they switched the radios on. So the idea of using 2,500 was just simply phenomenal. But Tommy understood that it's almost certainly the thermal shock that kills valves in the first place. So if you leave the machine on and don't subject it to that shock, you won't have a problem. Now, all the 10 Colossus machines here at Bletchley Park were left on permanently. The machines were operated by Wrens in 3 shifts throughout the day. We have to be equally careful. This is a replica of the machine itself, but the same problems apply. We need to be careful in bringing the supply voltages up gradually so we don't suffer from thermal shock, and in the same way shutting the machine down. Tommy had the idea of generating the key, because it's a key that we're comparing with that encrypted tape, generating that key electronically. And these counters here, they're called the thyrotron rings, they're thyrotron valves, actually hold that, that count. Now, we describe Colossus as not having a memory. We say not having a memory in the sense that modern computers have a memory that's common for data and for programs. Well, the program here is set on those control panels at the front, and that's switch and plug programmed, much like, say, its contemporary ENIAC machine. But these machines, these valves at the back, do act as a store in the sense of counters, and they're actually counting the score that we're actually getting each pass through the algorithm. We can see at the back here, well, certainly some of the modern technology. I suspect the wartime guys that were building and debugging these machines would have given anything for a reliable oscilloscope, and let alone a logic analyzer. But if I look into the machine down here at the back, you can see the projected image that's coming off the tape, and that's shining onto 5 photosensitive valves. And it's those valves that are actually reading the 5,000 characters every second. And paper tape was used well into the 1960s and 70s. At this speed was simply phenomenal and hadn't really been thought of before. And our original museum director, Tony Sale, wanted to rebuild the Colossus and build a replica of the Colossus machine. And this was some 20 years ago. There's very little information out there. There are a few pictures that were kept, possibly illegally, a few scraps of circuit diagrams, and just the memories of some of the original pioneers who worked on the machine. And when Tony started the plan, Tommy Flowers was still alive and remembered and was able to draw circuits. Of course, finding the parts as well. But the important thing is the machine was designed by a post office engineer at the time, an engineer that was used to designing systems for telephone switching. So a lot of the components here, everything from the relay banks to the switches to the power supplies, were common to British post offices in the pre-war period. So when Tony then wants to find the components to rebuild the replica, he's lucky in the sense that the last of those exchanges are being decommissioned from post offices around the country. Tony was therefore able to really sort of back up a pickup truck at the back of the exchange and take away all of those components and dismantle all of those components. And they were absolutely perfect, and it was just that timing really couldn't have been better.
So Alan Turing actually left Bletchley Park after about 3.5 years. His involvement really Finnish. He went to the United States. Turing was not actually involved in the development of Colossus. Some of the statistical work that he did was used by the people, predominantly Bill Tutt, who's the guy that actually reconstructed the Lorentz machine, quite remarkably, a remarkable feat indeed. Turing got involved in things like speech scrambling systems and went to the United States and was involved in other projects, so he wasn't really involved in Colossus. At the end of the war, Turing went to work for the National Physics Laboratory, again pursuing these sort of ideas, and then of course he ended up at the University of Manchester, where Max Newman, who had run the department where the Colossus computers had been located at Bletchley Park, also ended up as the head of mathematics, and obviously then at that point Turing became involved in the very early computer developments in Britain. Gordon Welchman immigrated to the United States at the end of the war. In 1948 he immigrated to the United States and became involved in many of the early American computing developments. Project Whirlwind. Welchman worked at MIT, taught the first course in computing science at MIT. So Turing then was involved in things like the Manchester Baby and the Ferranti Mark I and the early computing developments. I guess this is well known, of course, Turing tragically committed suicide in 1954.
So I hope you enjoyed that. Again, I tried to showcase the juxtaposition of the mechanical computers moving to the electronic computers and how it was a collective effort by many different people. And so one of the things that happened sort of after this is after the war, they didn't need Bletchley Park anymore. So they shut the Bletchley Park down. And all these people who had worked on all these things and built all these things went to various academic places like MIT, Manchester, Harvard. And what happened was what they had done was a secret and they could say nothing about it. But they had realized, and they couldn't forget, that electronics could do computation. And electronics could do computation far more rapidly than anything we've ever imagined before. And so a series of computers came up really fast after the war. They kind of, relaxed, the war's over, we feel good, but let's start thinking about what we would build if we were going to do computations like weather or other kinds of cool computations instead of just wartime computations. And so these next generation of computers that are often thought of as the first computers in the world, which are really kind of like the follow-on computers to the computers built at Bletchley Park. And so the immediate post-war period in the 1940s took the US and UK code breaking. There were similar things in the United States as well, and I'm sure elsewhere where that pushed the envelope of computation. But the folks that had built all these things for wartime purposes switched and moved into academic and peacetime purposes. And so they built, if you think about it, they had less pressure, but they already know it's feasible, and they could kind of sit back and relax and go like, okay, that would be a little better. We kind of compromised there. So they built some really elegant computers, and they can all sort of fight over who's the first, but ultimately they all pretty much came out very quickly one after another because the idea had escaped. And so this is the beginning of sort of electronic computation, right? The fact that electricity can be used to represent data, and that can be used to change data very rapidly as compared to other things that used physical storage for computer information. So this was a great time. Electronic computation from the specialized to the general purpose, and these people really built some exciting computers, many of the architectures of which are kind of still sort of with us. A lot of the architectures were innovative. The innovative architectures that we still use today were conceived and imagined there.
But students get a better understanding of something if they know the history of it, and know where it's come from. That's my view. So when I go to class, when I go to the interface design class, for instance, I can take them down to the museum and show them what an early interface was. You know, we talk about interface design, and they think of their handheld computer, their laptop, their desktop, and they look at the screen and they think that's an interface. And sure it is, but how did we get there? What was the early interface with computers? And I take them down to the Ferranti Sirius and they say, well, what's the interface here with the computer? So it's giving them the idea of what an interface is by taking them back to something that looks very primitive, and then we look at the evolution of interfaces over time. We look at the different applications. We go back and look at VisiCalc and WordStar and things like that, and sort of progress through the different versions of these different products. And
you actually have like running VisiCalc?
No, we don't.
Okay.
No, I've sourced it from the web. But I think it just broadens their outlook on IT, and I think it's a danger with computing students that they can become very focused on the latest and quickly discard the technology they're using when the next one comes along and forget about it. And
even before we had the museum, we were lucky. We had here CIRAC. I've mentioned CIRAC to you, the world's #4 digital stored program computer. It's left over, used till about 65, so about 72 or so it arrived on campus just for storage purposes. But we put it in a display area. When I first arrived with my teaching here in about 88, I arrived to teach, I would always take my introduction to computer architecture. Students passed it. It had so much to tell students about the origin of operating systems, the primary function of operating systems, to allocate resources and the efficiency of use of resources.
with the programming students, I can show them things like punch cards and things like this. How did we get information into the computers, and show them things like that. So it might be part of one class in a semester that I use the museum in particular for my classes, and others use it too in similar ways. But we do have school children coming on visits, and then we have about an hour tour and we take them through the museum, starting with the calculating machines, and we talk about what did people do before computers, and I've got things like this. What is a computer? Where did we get the name of computing from? And I've got this picture of women using slide rules in 1948, I think it was, this is in America, doing their calculations, and the idea that the first computers were people, okay, and often they were women, so that's kind of an interesting bit of social history there. So trying to connect the computers and the state of the technology to what was happening in society at the time.
The physical artefacts are very important to that. That idea of the physical we still carry forward even today as we're looking to see what we can do with the full museum that we've created now. We've toyed with ideas of a web-based series of exhibitions, photographing all of the artefacts and making sure that people can sort of browse through and move through halls. We feel that even with that web-based teaching methods, we would still like to have physical artefacts. We've toyed with a box of artefacts that we would send out to schools that are working on our program, that do an educational program. So the physical hands-on is a very important thing. Museum curators understand it. People who aren't museum curators tend not to.
We had a staff member in our school. When we started the museum, I was talking to her and said, oh, we will have slide rules in there. Now, she had done an honours degree in maths, and she had not heard, not that she hadn't seen a slide rule, she didn't even know what one was. And that to me was amazing, because when I went to uni, everyone carried a slide rule. We all had, this is my slide rule from my university days, we all had these as science students, engineering students. We all had these tools, and she was probably 10 years younger than me, and suddenly had no idea what I was even talking about, hadn't heard the word. So I think that really made me realise that histories are so quickly forgotten, and there's a danger that we just we forget about these things, and if we don't have them around for people to see, they forget about the history of the technology that they're using, and I think that's a real danger.
Also in the post-war period in the 1950s, this is a bit of an aside, there was a realization by certainly the federal government in the United States that academics were kind of useful, right? I mean, the people that really had won the war for them were academics. Not just computer people, but also people that designed airplanes and radar and things like that. And so there's a sense that the safest country was the country that had the smartest people. And in many ways, the entire U.S. educational system was built to find really bright scientists and educate them very effectively. And so there was a real boom in building science departments. National Science Foundation was created right after the war. And so the United States and other governments really greatly invested in research. And there's this movie, Beautiful Mind, and I've got the URL there at the bottom. It's not required, but I love the movie. And it gives you a sense, in particular the scene that I'm pointing to, gives you a sense of how mathematicians were in many ways treated like celebrities. So I'll pause just for a minute in case you want to pause this video and then go take a look at the John Nash video. So, of course, John Nash was a real person. He received his PhD in mathematics at Princeton at 22 years old. He was a prodigy. He was on the mathematics faculty at MIT in 1951 through 1958. And then he had adult onset schizophrenia right before he was 30 years old. And it was quite a severe case. And he spent a number of years in sort of mental institutions, homeless, etc. But in his work in Princeton, in an area of economics called game theory, he did something that was quite innovative, and it really revolutionized in many ways our understanding of economics. And he he got his schizophrenia under control in the mid-90s, and he was awarded the Nobel Prize for Economics in 1994. And so this is just kind of this moment where all this stuff was blossoming in the 40s and the 50s. Now, in the 1960s, we started seeing a different way of computing. This was moving from the research into the mathematics of building computers to the applications of the computers. And we needed to have connectivity, because you would build a computer and, in 1955, there might be one computer available to a university researcher in the entire state. And so you had to connect them together. And so we would often end up with these things we called terminals in our office, and they would use these dial-up modems, and they would connect perhaps for a local call to a local computer, or even a long-distance call, a very expensive long-distance call to a remote computer. But these computers were so central and so precious that we didn't care about the cost of phones, and we couldn't share them. I mean, everybody didn't have a computer the way they do today. And so there was a couple of different models. One is that you had people doing their work connecting to computers over these modems. And then more rarely, you had computer-to-computer connections using what are called leased lines. These leased lines were very expensive. They were kind of like making a long-distance phone call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They were rarely used in academic situations because they were so expensive. It was more common for a bank to use them to, say, move all their data from their branch locations to the central locations once a day. They were generally slow and very expensive, and they were justifiable in certain situations. And so that's kind of how our world was. We had something on our desk, and then we used that to connect through the phone lines to a central computer that was shared with many different people. We called it time sharing. And so, So this next video that I want to show you, just the first part of it, you don't have to watch the whole thing, is kind of in the 60s and 70s when I became involved in computing. This was kind of the way that we perceived our computers. You know, we would dial them up and they made these clunking noises. This teletype that you're going to see in this video is a World War II artifact, basically. And my first programming, personally, was on this kind of a computer, making this exact noise that you're going to hear in this video. And I think the key to emphasize here is that, you know, it's kind of fun to look back at this old guy with his horny-rimmed glasses, but we really were enjoying ourselves. And you think, well, I got this fancy cell phone, and it does all these wonderful things, and I play Angry Birds on it, and weren't these people not having fun? And the answer is we were having a great time. We were connecting, communicating, calculating, computing, doing all these wonderful things. We just were doing it sort of more slowly with simpler equipment. But even from the beginning, in the 60s and the 70s, people talking to people were an important part of the use of this technology. So take a quick look at this video and then come on back.
I'm going to show you the use of the Michigan Terminal System, a large computing system at the University of Michigan Computing Center using the IBM Model 36067. We will be using a standard teletype, and we will be dialing in through the ordinary University Centrex telephone system. This system can be used by a telephone system anywhere in the world as long as one can dial directly into the computer. These teletypes are not wired in, but use the ordinary telephone system. We start by pushing the originate button, which turns on the teletype. Then we will dial using the regular telephone dial here. Now there is a handset which is available with every teletype system. You can dial this number, if you like, with the handset. Either one works. But as soon as you are connected to the computer, do not use the handset for any purpose at all. Now I'll push the originate button. I can control the speaker volume with this little knob, and so you can hear it. Now I will dial the number, 763-0300, or in the Centrex system, just 30300. And now the computer is coming in. I will turn the volume down. The response from the computer is the identification of the system. The who are you is the standard teletype communication identification and the teletype itself answers with its own built-in code number. In this case, the teletype at the TV center. Now I must sign on to the computer and identify myself. The number sign at the beginning of the line is the indication that the Michigan Terminal System is waiting for me to communicate something to it. The first thing I must do is issue the sign-on command. All commands in the system start with a $sign. Now, the keyboard on the teletype is very much like the keyboard of a typewriter, including a shift key for the characters on the top of the key. We do not have upper and lowercase letters, however, so the shift key is only used to get an additional set of characters, and in this case the $sign is a character above the number 4. Now I will use the word sign on, which is the official command, SIGNON. There must be a space, at least one, after every command. And now I will give my own personal computing center number, which happens to be W010. Each user of this system is issued a computing center identification number through his instructor if he's a student, or through the department for faculty. Now, this line has been typed. It is being held by the computer, but I can, if I see any errors in it, do some editing and correcting. We'll see that later. I am satisfied with this line, and now I will give the end-of-line character, which must be given after every line, and I will remind you each time that I'm doing it for a while. The character for ending a line uses the control key on the keyboard, which is a special key which indicates that I want to use even additional characters besides those that are added by the use of the shift key. I hold the control key down, and while I hold it down, I can hit one of a number of other keys, and in this case, I will use the control with the letter Q. It's possible to use the letter S also, but that's right next to another key which disconnects the teletype, so I recommend using Q. I will use Control and Q to terminate the line. And now I'm asked to give my private password. I'll give an incorrect password, just some nonsense characters, and of course end of line, because I must indicate that I'm satisfied with that. I'm prompted that I better give another password, and now since I intend to give the correct password, I will turn off the printing so that no one can see what mine is. To turn off printing, we use this switch, which is labeled HDX and FDX for half duplex and full duplex. We normally operate the teletype in half duplex mode. If I push it to full duplex, printing is suppressed. And now I will give my correct password, push to half duplex again, and end of line character, Control Q, and it is accepted by the system, and I am now signed on. The information that's coming out here is time and date of the previous sign-on and time of date of this sign-on.
Hello and welcome back. I just wanted to give you sort of a sense of the actual physical experience of connecting and communicating and computing in the 60s and the 70s. The 70s was when I got my start, and the lucky people got to use a teletype like was being used in that video, and other people used punch cards. You also heard the squealing sound of the data being converted into sound and back and forth. You know, the key goal was there would be, if you were lucky, one computer within a 20-mile radius of where you were sitting, so you could use a local phone call and you could be on all day and do things all day long, and that was really exciting and a lot of fun. And this was sort of a common, if you were sort of, you know, today you have a $2,000 laptop, the fancy people had these teletypes right in their office because then they could conveniently sort of do computation and not have to go somewhere to do that computation. So that's pretty exciting. And so dial-up was kind of like the way the campus operated. But you can also do data transfer with leased lines. And the typical thing about leased lines is that they're the phone company, if it's going between two cities, digs a hole and puts a cable in and has some number of copper wires in between those cities. This is back then. Of course, it's fiber optic now, but back then it was copper. And every time you would make a call between those two cities, it would have to find a free piece of wire and connect it up so that your call, the audio of your call, would go through that wire. And if you wanted to, you could pay them to lease one of those pieces of wire. It meant that people couldn't use that wire for phone calls. So you would sort of take it out of service. And if they had 500 wires between two cities and you leased one of them, then they had 499 wires. And so it was rather expensive. And really, very importantly, the cost was based on distance, right? A mile versus 5 miles versus 20 miles versus 100 miles, the cost would kind of go up linear based on distance. And so that's a key thing, that distance is important in these very limited resource copper wires where you had to dedicate a wire either to a phone call or to data. And so we ended up evolving in the academic world what we called stored and forward networking, with the sole purpose of compromising everything so that we would keep our cost that we paid for our phone lines to a minimum. We wanted to communicate in academia with people all around the country and all around the world, so we had to keep the cost low. And so we would lease a leased line, so here would be us sitting with terminals in our offices, and we would use dial-up to get connected. And so this might be a few miles, like 1 to 2 miles, or 1 to 2 kilometers. And that's what you had to live near a computer or have an office near a computer, and then you would use the local telephone network to dial and to do your work. And then there would be one connection out the back of that computer to another computer that would also have users on it, and then other computers with users on it, other computers with users on it. So this might, for example, be Michigan. This might be Stanford. Stanford would have a computer, Michigan would have a computer. The Stanford people would be connected to the Stanford computer. Stanford would have one little connection out its back end and to the rest of the world. So you, sitting here, want to talk to somebody sitting here. So this is how it worked. You were sort of always connected. So your data would be inside. You type an email into the computer, and then you'd say, send that out to my colleague at Stanford. And so the problem is everyone else was sending. And so let's say, for example, that somebody sent a pretty big thing. Big purple circle is what they're sending. And then somebody next to you in the office down sends a kind of medium-sized orange circle, and they're sitting there being stored in the local computer. And then you finally finish typing your email messages, and it's kind of a small green circle. And now the problem is you're in a line. The way this worked is the software would keep a queue or a line of those who were going to use the line, and then it would sort of start streaming this stuff out. And once it started, it just kept doing the same file over and over and over. Now, if it died, it would just start from the beginning again. And so it takes some time for that thing to move across the network. And then when it would move across the network, the next message in line would start to be sent across the network, and it would use that link. Come on, finish up. There we go. Okay. It takes a while for these things to move across the link. And then finally, and this could be 10 minutes later, finally it was your turn. And your stuff would work its way through the network and get to the next computer. The problem is once it's in that computer, you face the same problem. Because if all these messages are going from Michigan, forgot to hit the button thing, from Michigan to Stanford, and they're all on the way, they got to go through all these links because there wasn't a direct connection, because the direct connection to Stanford would be very expensive. And so we find ourselves in a situation where you're stored, you sat on these computers, and if there was an outage of a network, or say this one, this might be hours. You might be sitting on this computer for hours on their disk drive, right? Not even in their memory. You'd be sitting on their disk drive for an hour, and then finally this would come back, or maybe this computer was down. They'd come back up, and then the data would start flowing again. So it was haphazard. I keep telling you, it was awesome. It was just slow. It was awesome but slow. So don't feel sorry for us. We loved it. We enjoyed it. It was great talking to colleagues all over the world. So we ended up with a network architecture that encouraged more hops, which means it encouraged more latency and encouraged the likelihood of getting stuck behind something large as it worked its way through the network. So if, for example, we were going to send a message from East Lansing to, say, the East Coast somewhere, and we would have two connections maybe. We would have a connection between Michigan State University and East Lansing and Ann Arbor, and then we'd have the data would get stored and forwarded in Ann Arbor, and then it would get further sent to Cleveland. And if you think about it, the wire between Ann Arbor and Cleveland goes like this, right? They probably buried wires under the ground. And if we could actually convince Toledo, the cost of the big wire versus the cost of the two shorter wires, the cost of the two shorter wires is almost exactly the cost of the big wire, because it's not really a big wire. And so if we can convince Toledo to join our little club, then we don't increase the cost of our communications, because it's about the same, right? The wire length is about the same, but we've got one more school for the same cost. And if you keep doing that and you keep saying, oh, well, let's put a school here and put a school here and put a school here in the middle of a lake and put a school here in the middle of a forest, the economics said that you could connect more schools with effectively fixed cost by shortening the distance every time you made a connection. And sometimes they would sort of make two connections. But the way it often worked was from the perspective of this whole thing is the data would sort of tend to go, up to some central location and then kind of fan back out from the central location. And so there wasn't a lot of redundant links in this whole situation. So we find ourselves in a situation where we can saving money by just simply adding hops. So in this environment, we had a lot of email. Back in those days, we didn't have a lot of images. Computers, barely could do upper and lower case sometimes. It was impressive when we finally got to upper lower case, let alone images. And so for the longest time, everything we did was very text-oriented. Sometimes we would send small files like programs to each other, but it was either text, and these days those are tiny. It's almost like SMS, right? It's almost like the size of an SMS message was the size of a typical mail message back in those days. Images, we didn't have computers that could even display them, and so it hardly mattered. So you focused your life on this one computer within a 20-mile radius, and it had this connection to like a snake-like connection that sort of went over hill and dale and to somewhere, and then it finally got to Stanford or wherever your mail had to go. But again, it was awesome to be able to sit at a keyboard and talk to people all over the world, even though it took 4 hours. We didn't send as much email back then. And a number of networks came up. One of them that became sort of pretty widely used was a thing called BitNet, and it was where everything kind of came back to Princeton was one of the main hubs of BitNet, and it worked really well. And there was a way to say, oh, I need one more school, and we'd go find the ones that are closest, and we'd make the connection. And so that's pretty much how the average academic saw networking. One on-campus computer and sort of this weird, slow, store-and-forward networking that worked well enough. But during that exact same time, from the 1960s to the 1980s, the U.S. Department of Defense was investing in a research network called ARPANET. And ARPANET was funded by the military, ARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And we'll meet later in the lecture, we'll meet Vint Cerf, who will tell the story much better than I can tell, but I'll just tell you a short version right now. A lot of people wonder why the Department of Defense started this project. And a lot of people say, oh, it's because of the fear of nuclear war. And the project was very long, and there were various motivations throughout the various phases of the effort. But based on what I've been told and what I've read, I think it's safe to say that the primary motivation was to improve the use of their computing equipment that they were used for military purposes, make it easier to access them, make it so people didn't have to travel as much, made it so that people could work from their office on many different computers, and also so that people could actually talk more effectively, so they could send email real fast, so that the email would move faster for military people. So the first thing is really kind of an end-user focus to make them more useful to people and get people working together more effectively. That was the first kind of heavy motivation. The second motivation was actually had to do with reliability and redundancy, and resistance to partial failure. And that really wasn't so much about nuclear attack, that was more about battlefield attacks. So the notion that once you start having all these links and you make them wireless and you put them in trailers on a battlefield and you got a few hundred miles and the data is moving back and forth, then we have to worry about, in a battlefield situation, one of those trailers might get hit. And how would you keep the network running if one of those trailers got hit? So the notion that we have sort of a whole nation and we are worried about communications, I'm sure there was some worry about that. But it wasn't really the main reason. I mean, the exciting thing to me is the main reason was a very people-centered reason of people working more effectively. But this was a rather exclusive club, rather exclusive network, because it was only for the people who were either military or funded to build it. So in 1969, there were 4 hosts on it. Again, that's research. And these were lease lines, the same ones we were all using to do our email, and they were expensive, very expensive. But because it was a large grant, they just paid it, because the research was not about the money. The research was, if you had these connections, what would be the best way to use them, and how to deal with redundancies, and how to deal with multiple paths to the same place. All that stuff is interesting research questions that computer scientists spent many years conceiving of. And so by 1972, looks like we got about 20. We got a couple of cross-country links and multiple connections, and this looks like a great test bed to see, so all of a sudden this part goes down, how quickly can we reroute around the outage? And literally these things these days reroute around outages in far less than a second. And so that's really impressive. Our current internet owes its history to the research that was done in the 1960s and the 1970s. But what was fundamentally different between the store and forward networks of BitNet and this ARPANET research network was the notion of packet switching. So it's a real simple concept. It just takes a little more complex software to solve. The store and forward network would start sending data across the link and then keep sending it until it was done. That seemed to be very efficient. You didn't want to you wanted to use it as fast as you can and then put the next one out, put the next one out, put the next one out. It was really simple, and it dealt with outages in a simple manner by storing them all locally on the disk. But what if instead you made it so you broke every message? Let me see if I can even draw this. I should probably make a slide about this. So if there's a network here, and here's my computer, and it's got a network connection. And it's got one really big message broken into pieces, many pieces. And it sends the pieces one at a time. If you show up with a really short message with only 3 pieces, all you have to do is wait for one piece to go, and then your piece goes in, and then you share for a while, right? You share for a while, and then you have made it through because you only have 3 packets. This has like 1,000 packets, and then once your message is through, they resume sending this data in order. And so you were able to sneak and bypass the traffic jam that was this large amount of data. And so that's the idea of packets. And packets are these chunks to say, what we're going to send is a piece. And then at the end of that, we're going to maybe send a piece of a different message. It was allowing simultaneously multiple messages to be in flight at the same time. That's packet switching. And what happened then is we also ended up with these special purpose computers called routers. They're still computers, but they weren't doing storing in the same way. They were just forwarding. They weren't storing forward, they were merely forwarding. So we'll get back to that in a second.
When you walk into the back entrance of Bolter Hall on the UCLA campus, you may notice a seemingly random pattern of floor tiles in the entrance. If you spend a little time looking at the pattern, it might dawn on you that the tiles represent 0s and 1s, and then you might even figure out that the tiles represent ASCII characters. The characters in the floor tiles spell out lo and behold, to commemorate the building where L and O were the first two packets ever sent on the ARPANET from UCLA to Stanford Research Institute on October 29, 1969.
ARPA wanted a network so that they could share the large computing resources they had given to their researchers across the country. University of Utah had a terrific graphics operating system. SRI had database, we had simulation. University of Illinois had high performance computing. And every time ARPA brought on a new researcher, they'd offer to buy him a computer, fine, but the researcher would say, I want the same capability all those other guys have. I want the graphics, the database, and all the rest. And ARPA said, we can't afford that. If you want to do graphics, you log on to the machine at Utah through a network that we think we're going to make. So the need for the network was to do resource sharing and not to protect the United States against a nuclear holocaust. When Bob Taylor came in as the NEC director, and he recognized his need for sharing resources, by the way, notice the phrase I'm using, sharing resources is exactly what I built into the network design. Now they wanted to share the external resources. Same idea. You have it, you're not using it, somebody else should be able to. So they brought in Larry Roberts, another classmate of mine, in fact, an officer of mine at MIT, to manage this project. He came to me because he knew my work. He watched me do the simulation. In fact, I used his compiler on the TX2 computer and said, Len, we need to know if this thing is going to work. He knew that I had the theory, so I could show it to him, it's going to work. In fact, he even says he would never have decided to spend millions of dollars of the US government's money if he wasn't sure this thing would work. So the design began to be laid out by a few of us in 1967. In 68, they sent out a request for proposal. At the end of 68, Bolt, Beranek, and Newman, a Cambridge, Massachusetts firm, won the contract to produce the first switch of the ARPANET. And we became the network measurement center early on so we could test it out. During the design phase, some great people were there throwing their ideas out. Herb Baskin was there, a time-sharing expert. And he said, if this network can't deliver short messages within a half a second, I can't use it for time sharing. Right. Specification, exactly. Half a second. By the way, we got 200 milliseconds. It came along. And Wes Clark said, separate computer for communications. I said, look, if this is going to be an experiment, and I was also interested in the research and the experimentation, we have to build software in so we can run experiments. Artificial traffic generators, measurement hooks, a place where the measurements can be evaluated, put that software in. So Howie Frank began to talk about network reliability. He said this network, if anything fails, the network shouldn't collapse. So we built in so we didn't say there should be 5 nines of uptime. We went much more pragmatic. We said if any single thing fails, everybody else can still talk. So to do that, you need something called a two-connected topology, 2 independent pairs between every pair of nodes. Built in it. So all those specs went to BBN. They built the darn thing. They delivered the switch here at UCLA on schedule, 8 months after they got the contract. They were to deliver this new technology, new applications, new device. They did it on time, on budget. It came here. We plugged it in. And bits began to move back and forth between our time-shared machine and that switch on the day after Labor Day, September 2nd, 1969. Wow. But that was just a one-node network. The schedule was that another one of these switches would be delivered at Stanford Research Institute, 400 miles to the north, and they would connect that to their machine. And that happened in October. So in October, we had a 2-node network. My machine, my switch, another switch 400 miles away, and the SRI host. Okay. And it wasn't one single line. It was a gang of 4.8 kilobit per second lines. So now what do? You have a 2-node network. Well, now you can do something. So we decided one night late in October, programmer Charlie Klein and I were in the room and said, look, let's communicate between the two machines. So we got a hold of Bill Duval, their programmer up there, and we said, let's simply log in from a terminal connected to our host to that machine. The idea is these are both time-sharing systems. They expect terminals to connect in and use the services of the machine. The big thing was sit at a terminal here, log onto your machine here, and through this wonderful network, log on here as if you're a local user. Well, that's easy enough. So we got all set. Got Charlie down at the terminal over here. And just to be sure this worked, we had a telephone handset. In fact, I actually think I've got the, here it is. I just happen to have it. That was a telephone set.
That's the telephone
That was the telephone. We plugged it in. We derived a...
You weren't using Skype.
Afraid not. Plugged it in. We used a piece of the high-speed line for the phone connection. But what the interesting thing is, we were using the defunct circuit switching technology to prove out the new packet switching technology,
Right.
and it really helped us,
Yeah.
so we could understand what's going on. So, Charlie typed the L. He said, "You get the L?" Bill said, "Yep, got the L." Typed the O. "You get the O?" We're trying to do LOG for login. Get the O, got the O. Type the G, get the G, crash. So the first message ever on the network was low, as in lo and behold. Now that's especially interesting because if you go outside this hallway here, down into the alley, and come into another entrance to this building, and I just discovered this about a week ago. You walk on a platform, and there's a mosaic of tiles down there, and they're a strange pattern. It turns out it's the ASCII code for lo and behold. I have no idea who did that. You know, it's about a year and a half now. Some very clever person put that in. That was the first message, October 29th, 1969 at 10:30 at night. You're entering 1969 right now. We reproduced this room to look as it did and smell and feel like it did some 40-odd years ago. And if you look over here, you're looking at the first piece of equipment ever on the internet. This is that first interface message processor, IMP #1 at UCLA, a Honeywell mini computer adapted by Bolt, Beranek, and Newman, BB&N, to operate as a switch, which handles all the functionality. And this is the same physical 4 square feet where it served as the opening note of the internet. The first piece of equipment ever on the internet.
And that's the actual one.
That's it. I kept it for years. They tried to throw it away many times. Most of the people who had IMPs have tossed them. There's just 1 or 2 left around the world. But this is #1. This is the first piece. If you open this machine, you'll be privileged to smell it.
Yeah.
It's got an unusual odor and just brings you right back.
Yeah.
You know, emotionally, it's great. Can't smell it through this. This is a military hardware machine. This machine was essentially a state-of-the-art mini computer, which was adapted by BB&N. And I first saw it in 1968 at one of the Joint Computer Conference shows. Thousands of people on the big exhibit floor. And you see these skyhooks up here? They had one of these machines hanging from the ceiling, swinging in the air, running. And there was a guy, big guy, stripped to the waist, oiled skin with a sledgehammer. And he was going whack,
Right.
whack, to show that it was
military.
And it was. But the most important document of the internet, the most important document of the entire internet is right here. You talked about who was working with me. Well, one of my software programmers was John Postel. In fact, here's his picture. And he was not a hippie, even though he appears to be. He was the one who basically disciplined my staff to do things properly and keep records. He said, we have to keep a record of what's going on. So beginning in October, basically a month after the IMP arrived, we started keeping an IMP log. You know, this is an engineer's log. This is not, you know, Madison Avenue piece of document. Just scribble, we use an old STS log. And in here, we kept a record of what's going on. And the most important entry happens to be right here. On October 29th, 1969, at 10:30 at night, Charlie Klein, the programmer who's in the room with me, made this entry. Talk to SRI, host to host. This is the only record of the very first message ever on the internet, right here. you know, we had the technology. We started making measurements. We were the first experimental node. So we saw things happening. How come we have a 50 kilobit per second line? The routing procedure either goes one way or the other, one at a time. So how can you get more than 50 kilobits per second between two nodes if there's only one path at any time? And we say, oh, it's obvious. That path is on now. When it gets backed up, you change paths. So this guy's emptying its backup while you're sending this way. They go close to 100 kilobits per second.
Right.
Too. So but we could break it at will, as I said. And every time we did, we would call BBNet and say, fix it. We did this, fix it. Because they wouldn't give us the code. They kept it proprietary until ARPA said, we paid for that code, you have to open it. They did. We saw it. Every time we got it, and it would take them 6 months to fix anything.
Right.
We discover a fault this time we had the code. We showed them how to fix it. Still took 6 months. One of the things I was very much interested in with design was distributed control. Why?
Right.
Well, I was a student of Shannon. And Shannon's great work came when you had a lot of things interacting, long code words, for example. That's when these emergent properties arise. So I said, I want to design large networks. Design a large network. You can't have a single point of control. You have to distribute it.
Right.
So what does it mean to distribute control? You're delegating authority to all the peers. When ARPA started funding the principal investigators, they had the same philosophy. They said, look, you're a smart guy, here's some money, go do the thing you do best. We're not going to sit on top of you. Make good things happen. So here we are, I'm a recipient of that kind of money. What do I do with it? I've got my graduate students. They're brilliant kids. Look, we need a host-host protocol. Here. I'm not going to sit on top of you. I'm going to run with it. That is not a product mentality.
Right.
That is a research and development and creative mentality. And it worked so well.
So my favorite analogy to talk about how packets work is postcards. So let's say that I want to send a 30-character message to my friend Daphne at Stanford, but all I have is 10-character postcards. So off I go. I break my message into 3 bits of 10 characters. I write each piece on a different postcard. I address with a from and a to address from Chuck to Daphne. And then I give a sequence number so that when she gets the postcards, she knows what order to put them back together. So I have to label each of these. And these are fixed width and fixed length. They, it's like a packet, right? I'm breaking a long message that might be very long into nothing so that each piece is a certain size so that we can all share it, right? And so then what I do is I send these, I put them all in my mailbox, and then I wait. And this magical thing called the post office picks them up, puts them in buildings. People sort them. They end up on trucks. They end up on planes, on trains, on donkeys, by hand. And each of my postcards might take a different route. I mean, one of my postcards, I should have a map here. One of my oops, not that one. Oops, do that. One of my postcards, goes from Michigan to Chicago to Kansas City to San Francisco. Another of my postcards goes from Michigan to Chicago to Dallas to Denver to Kansas City to Chicago to San Francisco. And my third postcard goes really crazy. It goes to Cleveland, and then it goes to Atlanta, then it goes to Washington, D.C., and then it goes to Chicago, and then it goes to Kansas City, and then it makes it to San Francisco. Now, the fact that they took different paths, and they might not even arrive in order, some might get past each other, they might get stuck somewhere, it doesn't matter because each one of these has been labeled both with the from and the to destination. So each of these intermediate locations doesn't have to get it to the final destination, they just have to get it closer. They make choices, and even if they make the wrong choice, it can be sort of dealt with one way or the other. Okay? So this is some big mystery. It's called the post office. It just takes these little cards with labels and moves them. It doesn't know if that's a YouTube video or if it's an email. It doesn't really care. It just has these little chunks to move around that have from and to addresses. I mean, that's the essence of the network, the internet, the cloud. That's why we draw this picture. You'll see like, ooh, it's a cloud. And that's because it's, don't worry about what's inside here. It's all super mysterious, and don't worry about it. It just comes out. So, after all that happens, Daphne, who happens to have the exact same mailbox as I do, it's kind of rare. We both have a mailbox that's copyright Creative Commons. That's what's cool about this mailbox. At some point later, these things start appearing. She goes like, whoa, looks like Chuck is sending me a note. But because of his limitation of postcards, he's only sent me one. Now I know who it's from, and I know who it's to, and I know that's the first of some number of messages. And then the next day, out comes another one, because that was the one that sort of went the more southerly route. And she goes, well, I'm missing something. I'll just sit and wait and see what happens. And then finally, many, many days later, the one that took the most roundabout route comes. And now Daphne can reassemble the messages because she has the sequences. So she simply puts them back together. 1, 2, 3. Boom. So she puts them back together. She has it. She sort of throws the postcards away, and she has the ultimate final message. That's packets. Packets are breaking a big message into small parts, labeling each one of them individually, and then throwing them into the shared network. And so this is what it looks like. The post office in this is called a gateway. Okay, come on. Gateway. Okay, so that's a gateway. So here's Michigan. Here's Stanford. Stanford has a gateway too. That's like their post office. In the middle is the post office box. Right? And the post office box, basically, the post office has intermediate locations, and it has trucks and locations. These are links and routers. And messages can take different paths. Right? And then they arrive and they're reassembled. And we have like our ability to hook from home and stuff like that. So there's a local area network, LAN, and then there's this sort of like internet, the network of networks. It's like the post office. And it still breaks things into packets. They still come out as packets, and then Daphne has to reassemble them on her computer to create the message. So the research network, ARPANET, solved a lot of engineering problems.
So I was a student at MIT, and I was scheduled on the wonderful scholarship program supported by MIT Lincoln Labs to get a master's degree. And it was a very rigid schedule. You're going to be done in 2 years, get a job at Lincoln Lab, and do research. And so I was on the program, and I was one of the few people who actually finished on time. And as I was finishing, I scheduled to have my first child the summer of 1958 when I was going to be done. In that summer, my professor at the Servo Mechanisms Lab at MIT said, you have to get a PhD. I said, I don't want to get a PhD. I've done this program. I'm scheduled. My child has just been born. So you got to do it. So he kept twisting my arm. And finally I said, okay, I'll do it. But I'm going to do it. I want to work on something that's really significant and not piddle around for the next 3 or 4 years. So I decided I'm going to work for the best professor I know at MIT, and that was Claude Shannon.
Okay.
The infamous, wonderful, magnificent person, Claude Shannon. So I called him up, and he invited me to his house, and we chatted a bit, decided, yes, we're going to work together. First thing I started working on, actually, was a chess playing program. Just working with a man was a delight. He was a great engineer, great mathematician, smart as heck, could solve a problem like that. And I looked around at my classmates, most of whom were working for him, And most of them were working on the kind of work he had developed, namely the field of information theory and coding theory. And I looked at them, and I had taken those courses, and I said, you know, the work that they're doing is the work that he left behind. Those problems that are left over are hard, and probably not of great significance, little bits and pieces left. I said, that's not what I signed up for. I wanted something to be fun, exciting, challenging, and have impact. Meanwhile, being at MIT and Lincoln Laboratory, I was surrounded by computers. And I recognized, you know, one day these computers are going to have to talk to each other. Because this is way early. Nobody was thinking about that at the time. But I said, if they're going to talk to each other, what technology would support their communication and the interaction? And the answer is there was nothing available. So I had an approach. I figured the way to provide the communications would be to provide the ability for shared communication links. Because I knew that computers, when they talk, they don't talk the way I am now continuously. They go blast, and they're quiet for a while. A little while later, they suddenly come up and blast again. And you can't afford to dedicate a communications connection for something which is almost never talking. But when it wants to talk, it wants immediate access. So we had to not use the telephone network, which was designed for continuous talking, the circuit switch network, but something else. And I had an approach using some mathematical thinking, namely queuing theory. There was a model I could develop, and it just made sense to do that which we had done in time sharing. In time sharing, you have a big computer, and a lot of people share it. When you're using it, I'm not. When you're not, I am. So we sort of interlace each other. Why not use communications the same way? We're going to set up communications capability, let everybody jump in and share it, and they only get to use it when they have something to send. This is a new technology. I said, well, there's an approach. I have a mathematical tool to do it. It's clearly important. It will have impact. And nobody's looked at this yet, so there's a lot of low-hanging fruit around.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard. So it's perfect for me. So I started working on that problem. Now, this was years before anybody needed this technology. In time sharing, for example, which was the underlying technology that I adapted to communications. In time sharing, you want to let the little jobs go before the big jobs.
Yeah.
Because why should the little guy wait a long time for a big job? He's just going to get in and get out. So when jobs come in, you ask them, how long are you? And they're all going to say, I'm tiny. So you say, okay, you're tiny, I'll give you a little bit of time. And if you're tiny, you'll be out of there. No, I'll send you to the back of the queue and you get another tiny shot. The notion of round robin. So you get a little bit at a time, we're going to break you into little chunks. You get a chunk at a time. I said, that's a great idea for sharing communications. We'll give everybody a little bit of communications time. The little ones will filter out. The short jobs will filter out. When I say job, I mean message. A short message will filter out. And the long ones will take a little longer. And they don't mind being interrupted by the little guys. The important thing in this technology was not to make the very short messages wait behind very long messages. This automatic round robin, which is now called packet switching, you chop things into fixed lengths. You give them a little bit. If not, that's not enough. Give them another piece, and they go flying through the network on their own. So the idea of packetizing was important. The idea of distributed control, the idea of large shared systems in which you get some terrific design benefits came along. And so this got published, McGraw-Hill book. Nobody cared.
I got published early?
Yeah, this was published. My dissertation ended in December '62. I graduated in June '63. This book was published in 1964.
And nobody cared?
Nobody cared. In fact, I went to AT&T, the biggest network at the time, and I explained to them, you guys ought to give us good data communications. And their answer was, what are you talking about? The United States is a copper mine. It's full of telephone wires. Use that. And I said, no, you don't understand. It takes you 35 seconds to set up a call. You charge me a minimum of 3 minutes, and I want to send 100 milliseconds of data. And their answer was, little boy, go away. So little boy went away, and with others developed this technology which ate their lunch.
Right.
But nobody cared, and they said it wouldn't work. And even if it did work, they want nothing to do with it. So that was the environment we faced. It wasn't until years later, when the government decided they needed a network, that suddenly I saw a way in which I could implement the technology I had. But getting back to what I said earlier, I set up this mathematical model. It was analytically intractable, and still is, by the way. had two choices. One is give up and find something else, or two, make an assumption which allows them to move forward. So I introduced a mathematical assumption which cracked the problem wide open. From that point, I could just sail through the solution, get the performance behavior, get the design principles going forward. But then the question is, was that assumption any good?
What was the assumption?
The assumption was what I call the independence assumption, and it's absolutely a false assumption.
Oh.
It says when a message travels through the network, it changes its length independently every time it hits a new node on its hop through the network.
Right.
Mathematically, that creates an independence which allows you to proceed with the analysis. But it's clearly not true.
Right.
So what I had to do was to simulate a network with and without the assumption. I simulated many networks on a machine at Lincoln Laboratory, on the TX2 transistorized computer there. And I spent 4 months writing the simulation program without debugging a single line of it at a 2,500 line assembly language simulation. And I knew if I didn't get that simulation right, I would get no dissertation.
Right.
Ran it, tested with and without the assumption, and the results were amazingly close. So I had my solution. I could prove it would work. The package wouldn't fall on the floor. I could tell when things would work well and when they wouldn't. Got published. Again, still, nobody cared about it. As I said, Lincoln Laboratory sent me for my master's dissertation. They also sent me for my PhD. So they supported me for years. Wonderful economic, financial, research environment support. And I felt an obligation to work for them. And I was prepared to take a job at Lincoln Laboratory, which is a great institution. And so when I went to work there, the first thing they said is, look, Len, why don't you look outside before you can commit to work here? Make sure there's nothing out there that you really would like better. This was a magnificent step on their part. So I took a trip to the West Coast. I went to some of the aerospace companies. I was not interested in university position at all.
Really?
But it turns out when I was going up to San Francisco to look at some of the high-tech companies up there, a friend of mine suggested I interview with Berkeley. So I did. I interviewed, I came back, they lost my case, they changed the chairman. I never heard from them. But on sabbatical, one of the professors that interviewed me came to MIT while I was just finishing my PhD then. And he sees me in the hall and says, Kleinrock, how are you? And he thinks that I'm looking for an academic position. So he contacts one of his friends here at UCLA, who then invites me out here, offers me a job, and now I've got a dilemma. Do I want to teach? Do I want to cross the United States? It's almost like on a wagon train, 3,000 miles away from the East Coast where the world is, family is, for a job paying half that I could earn back at MIT Lincoln Labs, and try something that I've never tried before. So I went to the folks at Lincoln Lab and I said, look, I've got this offer. It looks attractive. It's a new challenge. What should I do? And there was a wonderful answer they gave. They said, Len, try it.
Oh.
If you don't like it, come back. Wow, is right.
Yeah.
Well, I came here in August of '63, 50 years ago, and I'm still here.
So here is an example problem to solve. Now, none of the mailbox, none of the routers, none of the post offices know exactly where the thing is going, and they don't transport it to the final destination. All they do is they transport it to the future, to a further down destination. But what if they get it wrong? What if this is like Michigan, this is Chicago, this is Dallas, and what if Michigan thinks sending to Chicago is a good idea, Chicago thinks sending to Dallas is a good idea, and then Dallas thinks sending to Michigan is a good idea? Well, then Michigan's going to get it again and send it back to Chicago. And so then what you end up with is this situation where your packet, your data, is in a loop, right? This wouldn't be good for the post office, and it's not good for the internet. So you have to say, how do we solve this problem when something's wrong, right? You wish it were perfect, but it's not. And so this is the kind of research question as to how to solve this kind of problem. And we'll talk more about this in a bit. when we get into a little more technical detail. But I just wanted to sort of say that's the kind of research and engineering that took literally 20 years and 4 different versions of the ARPANET to get right.
There was this whole world of coders and hardware guys in the 60s, and I thought to myself, I bet there's a really interesting story here. So my editor at Simon & Schuster was totally 100% behind it. The working title was really bad. It was called Building Cyberspace. So we knew we needed a new title. And Matt, my late husband, didn't come in on the project. He was actually a better writer than I am, and a wonderful, just had an absolutely incredible mind and could grasp anything. And he didn't come in on the project until about maybe a year into it. When I was getting overwhelmed, I had this new baby, and I was working at Newsweek, and I realized that there was just more to the story than I could do myself. It would have taken me like double the time. So that's when he came in on the project, and I found indeed that there was this incredible untold story of not so much the internet, so we have to keep it really clear, the ARPANET, and how that started. And in fact, Matt's the one who wrote the chapter, The Fastest $1 Million, which is about how it got funded at IPTO, the Information Processing Techniques Office, at what was then DARPA, and then became ARPA, and then DARPA, and then ARPA again. And these people were all, as I had hoped, incredibly interesting, really smart, and had this new idea for how computers could talk to each other. And one of the most amazing things was visiting Larry Roberts, who was running IPTO at the time that this whole thing was drawn out. We were at his house in Woodside, and we went out into the garage. This is how unresearched this topic was, because, who'd have thunk, right? And we go out into his garage, and there are all these boxes of old mildewy papers, and he starts pulling them out, and there are old letters between him and people at MIT, and then he pulls out this amazing set of sketches of him it's like, remember when Trudeau Doonesbury did Inside Reagan's Brain? This was like inside Larry Roberts' brain. He was like just sketching out all the possible configurations of what this network could look like. And I've got these pictures in the book, which you can show. But here, these are all his very early diagrams, just sort of popping out of his head. This is the early nodes on the ARPANET. And I just loved finding all this incredible primary source material. And I felt like I should have been paying somebody to be able to do this rather than...
Right, because it's in a garage that millions of people drive by, right? And it's all of a sudden this important artifact of what we're living right now.
Right, and we were able to sort of, capture it. And Bolt, Beranek, and Newman was a big force behind the book. The book was in part their idea.
Oh, okay.
And so these guys, because what we tend to forget is that BBN, they built the first IMP and the interface message processor. In fact, there's a very funny story in the book where Ted Kennedy, senator from Massachusetts, sends a letter to BBN congratulating them on getting the contract for the interfaith message processor. I know. So completely uncharted territory, and they had to build this piece of hardware, which they did, and program it, which they did, a whole new thing. And it was, so I spent a lot of time with the folks at BBN, got to know them well, and that group, they were completely unschooled in talking to, reporters or a book researcher, and there was this one guy, Ray Tomlinson. Everybody said, oh, you should go talk to Ray because he came up with the @sign. I said, oh, really? Okay. And so, there's this wonderful, really quiet guy, Ray Tomlinson, sitting in his office, and I knocked on his door. I said, I understand you came up with the @sign. He goes, oh, yeah. And then he explains to me, how it is that he did this. And then, and now it's a huge legend that Ray Tomlinson did this. And the software guys, really.
So I have this image of you sort of just driving and going back and forth. I mean, how long was the research? How long did you research this? Was this like?
I think, the research took a couple of years.
Okay.
And it wasn't so much driving. The hacker book was like driving all over the place, because that was 3 different stories of 3 different hackers. This was more, in fact, email between the hacker book and this book and Wizards. So 1988, and like when I started this book, 1993, email was much more popular. So there were we did a lot of emailing back and forth. I spent a lot of time. I was living in Austin at the time. I did go from Austin to Boston a lot, and I spent a lot of time, actually, I did fly to LA and spent a lot of time with John Postel, who came up with the domain name system, and he died in 90, I want to say 98, 99. And that was shocking. I spent a lot of time with him.
Tell me about it. Tell me about John.
Well, John, so anyone who's ever seen a picture of John, maybe you have one you can dig up, had this very long kind of Santa Claus-like beard. And what's amazing is, so I spent a lot of time at his house. He lived in a teeny tiny little house in the LA area, and with his girlfriend, this very nice woman named Susan. And on the refrigerator, there were all these family photos, and they were all like these people with long beards, long white beards. And I thought, what an interesting family. And he drove, I think, this kind of beat up Volvo or something like that, something completely unpretentious, and lived so unpretentiously, and had all his files like right in his study in this little house, all this history, and also at ISI where he worked in Marina del Rey. And we spent hours and hours and hours together, first in Boston, where we were both at an anniversary party of the ARPANET, and we spent a lot of time together, and I thought, this guy is key, and he was so quiet that sort of getting him to open up really meant spending a lot of time with him. And and we met at one of the very first INET conferences in 1995 in Hawaii, and spent a lot of time there. And he just was so patiently trying to explain to me things. But I'll never forget this one thing that happened with him in Hawaii at the INET conference. It's the Internet Society conference, one of the very early ones. And I just was asking him some questions, and he goes, he looked completely disturbed and distracted. And he said, no, there's someone over across the room I have to talk to. And it was someone from a very small country sort of wanting to talk to John about their domain, the country's domain name or something. But to John, it was far more important that he deal with this person's problem than cement his place in history, in this ARPANET history. In fact, when I was working on the book, I sent him an email. I'll never forget this. I think I don't have the email anymore. And I said, just out of curiosity, why haven't you ever wanted to get rich? Because that's when people were just starting to get rich. So this was in 95. Yeah. And he said, it's just not what this is about. Isn't that a wonderful thing?
It is.
Yeah, and that's who John was.
One of the things that I've been curious about is how this got by AT&T, right? How this made it past AT&T.
I know, talk about no vision.
Right.
And, Paul Barron, it happened, he couldn't convince AT&T to build the very marvelous network that he designed. And then these other guys, the next crew that came in, and they were very, very, think about it back then. They had a monopoly. What did they really care? They had the Bell Research Labs,
Yeah.
and it was a not invented here kind of syndrome, and they didn't see it. I mean, talk about no vision. They simply didn't see it. But I think the not invented here part of it was like, what would we need? What would we possibly need this for?
Yeah, they were in a context.
They were in their own context, yeah. But thank goodness. I mean, thank goodness they didn't get their hands on this thing.
Yeah.
The same with IBM. Sorry, we didn't want corporate America or DEC for that matter. The original hardware was based on a Honeywell machine, and thank goodness Honeywell doesn't exist anymore. It sounds terrible that I'm saying this, but it was all kind of happy, accidental sort of coincidences.
I think Al Gore is.
Totally underestimated and underappreciated.
Yeah.
Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, and why mock him every time? Every time I tell people I wrote a history of the origins of the internet, people say very mockingly, "Oh, did Al Gore invent it?" And I won't play into that. He played a huge role in terms of policy and direction. And when Clinton was running for president, they were out there with this very important technology white paper that, you can't do things like this unless you have the support that people like Al Gore provided.
By the end of the 1970s, there was quite a sophisticated network. Like I said, they'd rewritten it 4 times. It had gotten to be very sophisticated. There had been good investment. They had been careful about understanding how to improve it each time they rebuilt it. And so it was a really fine working piece of software. And the people who used it at these research universities and at the military, it was kind of like a futuristic world, right? You could send email and a second later it would appear, right? It was really quick and everything was nice, and you could even have instant message-like interactions where it went right then. And the problem is this was a small group of people. This is maybe, looks like 60 or so. That was all the computers on the entire internet, right? I mean, now we have our cell phones and we got billions of them, right? But this is like 60. And so a real question is, how did this go from 60 computers of a very narrow group to a much larger group? And the answer to that question is at Urbana-Champaign, Illinois. And so at the same time, this kind of goes back to Bletchley Park, right, where the computers were part of science. Throughout the 50s and 60s and 70s, scientists, much like the military, were realizing the computers were mighty useful to advance scientific research. And so the National Science Foundation would fund universities to buy computers. And they'd say, give me $10 million to buy a computer. And another university would be like, give me $10 million to buy a computer. And then 3 years later, the first university said, like, my computer's obsolete, I need another $10 million. Now, the research questions were good research questions, and they were important to society. But the National Science Foundation got tired of giving $10 million to everybody. Wait, hang on a sec. As a matter of fact, I was part of this because I used to be a high-performance computer guy. This is a Convex C3800 supercomputer. I would be about this tall on this supercomputer. This is a lovely and very expensive model that I was given afterwards. They were going to throw it away because this is from like 1987. And basically, I wanted one of these terribly badly. Each one of these is about $2 million. This is like $2, $4, $6, $8, $10 million. And I so badly wanted this, and I thought that I deserved a $10 million toy. And I could do such great research. But unfortunately, everybody else wanted the exact same thing. And they were important too. So the National Science Foundation said to themselves, hey, this isn't going to work very well, if I can't find my pen. We're not going to be able to, we're going to make a network. How about we put a few of these things in, and then make a network and connect them together? Of course, it's never as simple as that. And so now we're going to meet Larry Smarr at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, NCSA, at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. And Larry was the director of NCSA and one of the many people, but one of the most instrumental people in creating the national network that we now think of as the internet, and moving it from being a research project to being a project that we all, both academics and regular people, that we all can make really good use of. And so let's take a look at Larry Smarr.
Well, I am a trained relativistic astrophysicist, and I got my PhDs always in physics departments working on astrophysics problems involving general relativity, gas dynamics, and so forth. And so in the 70s, when I was developing what is now called numerical general relativity, which is the way to solve Einstein's equations for dynamics of black holes, colliding black holes, or in astrophysics that require general relativity, like supernova events and so on. I had to go and get a top secret nuclear weapons clearance to get access to supercomputers, because in the mid-70s, the only place to get a supercomputer was either at Livermore, Los Alamos, or in one area, which was weather. Now, astronomy has always been a driver of supercomputing, and in fact, on Johnny von Neumann's computer that was built by the Institute, half of that, and went to Army, to Aberdeen, half of that was used, of course, for the Army for trajectory calculations, but the other half was used for stellar evolution. So astronomy and von Neumann's interest in weather meant that astronomy and weather for 50 years basically have been dominant drivers of supercomputing usage. And yet, to do pure astrophysics, you're having to get a top secret nuclear weapons clearance. Now, nobody seemed to think there was anything unusual about this. And so I just went ahead as a postdoc, and I would get a few months in the summer, work 100 hours a week, and then the rest of the year I'd have to live off. I'd go back to Harvard, where I was a junior fellow, try to explain to them about, one could solve the laws of physics that we had been laying down for 300 years in incredible detail for engineering devices like nuclear weapons that put on Earth temperatures of the center of the sun, stresses beyond anything that we could imagine in academic problems that we were trying to solve in lots of disciplines. So this thing could revolutionize academic research. Well, nobody got it. It was like, I really felt like I was transitioning in a flying saucer between this advanced civilization at Livermore and this Stone Age culture at Harvard. And Harvard was as advanced as any place in thinking about this. So it was I did not figure this out until I was in the early 80s, and by then the first Cray had gone into the continent of Europe in an open scientific institute, the Max Planck Institute for Physics and Astrophysics. So I'm over there in the summer, along with people like Dave Arnett, who is one of the great supernova supercomputer guys in our country, and people in chemistry, and it was like Paris in the 20s with all these expatriates sitting over there, and we're like trying to figure this out. Like, it's an American-built supercomputer, right? Why are we in Munich? Right? I mean, this is very strange. So, but, in America, we don't question the infrastructure somehow. I mean, it's just like it's either there or it isn't there, and that's just the way it is. But I was having a Massa beer late one night. Actually, I think it was the second Massa beer, with my German host, who had also been born like I was post-war. And he finally turns to me and he says, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself you big, rich, occupying country, you come over here in our little country, and we finally get enough money scraped together after World War II to buy one of these supercomputers, and you Americans come over here and use up our time. He says, how did you guys ever win the war? You know, what is going on here? And so this finally sort of just stimulated me into saying, what is going on here? This is nuts. And I went back and I found out, for instance, that after the Sputnik program, the federal government had funded the universities, built the science buildings, started the supercomputer centers. IBM would go around and give away almost the mainframes. And so the scientists in the 60s took it for granted that they had the fastest computers in the world in academia. But about 1970, with the starting of the Vietnam War and with all kinds of guns and butters issues and everything else, that stopped. And in fact, to give you an example, by 78, half the number of PhDs and engineers in engineering was being generated in our country as there were in 1970. So there was this complete severing of the Sputnik era partnership with the federal government, and it was particularly bad in computing. To give you an example, when I was at Livermore in the 70s, there were 4 CDC 7600s, which were just one of the finest supercomputers ever built. No American university ever took delivery of a single CDC 7600. In fact, the University of Illinois, when I first got here, had a Cyber 175, which was a retread, a second design manufacturing of this thing. And we were one of the first universities that had it, and people all thought that, you know, Illinois naturally was way ahead of everybody else. So it's like we were just completely divorced from the private sector that was generating these wonderful machines because of federal policy, which was to say these things are so valuable that we can only afford to put them into war environments. So after this German encounter, I came back and I said, well, gee, I wonder how many other scientists like me are there. So at the University of Illinois, I started cold calling my colleagues and saying, hi, you don't know me, I'm a little assistant professor, but I bet you that your research is blocked by lack of access to supercomputers. And they'd sort of say like, crack, who is this? You know, crank call. But we'd start talking in chemistry and biology and agriculture and so on. And sure enough, it turns out that was true. They knew how to do the science, they just didn't have access. So I said, well, send me a little prospectus of what science you could do if you had a supercomputer. Well, I ended up with 65 faculty and 15 departments on one campus. And I thought, this has got to be this way all over the country. So I really started saying, well, gee, somebody's got to raise this issue. And about that time, there had been a LAX report that the federal government had done to begin to uncover some of this stuff, but they still weren't. I remember Peter Lax, he was one of the greatest mathematicians, head of one of the top people in the Cron Institute, a long time advocate of things computational. And I had this long battle with Peter, because in the draft report of the LAX report, it was going to say, well, yeah, we ought to get one of these supercomputers and make it available to the universities, but let's put it at Livermore, put it somewhere that people know how to do this stuff. And a university was not on the list of what the LAX report considered to be appropriate sites for a supercomputer. So I had this long battle over the telephone, I remember, with Peter Lax. It was sort of David and Goliath, because he was this giant of the field, I'm nobody. And I finally convinced him not to exclude universities as a possibility, even though he felt that it was fairly unlikely that any of them would be able to play with sharp instruments and not hurt themselves. So, I mean, you got to understand, the world was totally different when the Supercomputer Centers program was coming into being. And it's so hard for people now on the web and everything to go back to that time. There was no internet. There was these wonderful people, Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn and all these people, Bill Joy, who had developed TCP/IP and embodied it in the ARPANET. This was a few computer science departments and military. Okay, nobody in a physics department or chemistry department ever heard of the ARPANET, much less had any access to it. But it was obviously the right idea. And so once we got the Congress to put through money for a national supercomputer program. Then there was a national competition and so on, and the 5 centers were selected. The first thing then that NSF realized, well, okay, now we put these in place to be providing access to academic scientists, and yet, like, they have to fly to Champaign-Urbana like I had to fly to Livermore, okay? This isn't right. So there were a lot of discussions then, but the trouble was that the telecom lobbyist in Washington would block any discussion of the federal government putting in the kind of network we have today, which is what people wanted. I mean, everybody knew that they wanted to have a ubiquitous email, person-to-person network, but as soon as they'd start talking about that, the telecom lobbyist would come up and say, no way, guys, that's private sector. Don't get the federal government involved in that. Stay out of it. So what we learned early on is real interesting. It's like if we had argued instead of the supercomputer program, let's get the federal government to buy everybody a personal computer, which was IBM personal computer was 2 years old in 1985, and put on people's desk, okay? Again, this would be an interference with the private sector. But we said, oh, we'll just take a few of these esoteric supercomputers. And they said, okay, that's right. There's no market there. That's okay. The federal government has a role. Well, it was the same thing with networking. What we said is, we just want to put a high-speed backbone across the country to connect the 5 centers. And the telecom people said, okay, that's cool. 56 kilobits was the national high-speed backbone, less than ISDN today. Yeah, that's not a market, okay? And we said, we got a few of these weird supercomputer types who are out in universities who want to hook into that. And they say, yeah, that's okay. That's not a market. You can do that. Well, that was the NSF net backbone. Then the regionals got funded. And then the campuses were afraid that if they didn't dig up their quad and put in some fiber, then the professors who wanted to get access to supercomputers would go to a university that would do that. So gradually the whole internet emerged out of the sort of policy vice you get into Washington, where you can't do the right thing. You have to do something that seems irrelevant, but has a logic to it that will gradually bring the market forces into play that will spin out ultimately a whole industry.
So I hope you got from that it wasn't trivial. It wasn't like somebody just walked out and said, hey, make a network. I mean, there were forces, powerful forces, the telecom lobbyists, that did not want this to happen. And we will see these telecom lobbyists a couple times as we progress through this lecture. So Larry Smarr and the folks that made the supercomputers convinced Congress to authorize the giving of a grant to build the National Science Foundation's network. It was going to use the TCP/IP protocol that the ARPANET had built. It was supposed to be inclusive, at least for research academics, and it was, research universities we want to get them connected. And so our story now leads from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign to my university, the University of Michigan. Now, if you take a look at this ARPANET picture that was sort of right before, well, it's 1972, but if you look at all of the ARPANET pictures, there is a glaring omission, from my perspective, glaring omission on all of these. I wonder, why aren't we there? Well, there's a very good reason why the University of Michigan is not on any of the ARPANET pictures. And that's because we built our own network. We built a network using leased lines, a 3-node network between Michigan State University, University of Michigan, and Wayne State University. We were sharing each other's compute resources. We were using each other's computers interactively. We were playing online multi-user games. We called them Adventure. They were all based on text, but they were great fun, and they were great community building. We had chat forums. We had all kinds of things, and we used each other's software, and it was a cool little world. And the ARPANET wasn't seen by many as all that significant. It was kind of an experiment, right? It was a research project, and we were production. Merit was production and ARPANET was research, so there you go, right? So there was actually a lot of these sort of like nascent networks out there, early days. And so the University of Michigan sort of never really was significantly involved in the ARPANET work. But the University of Michigan, being a large university, did want to get a supercomputer center. And because of some strategic blunders, as Doug Van Holling will soon explain to you, Michigan didn't get a supercomputer center, and so the idea is we would do what it was going to take to get the network, because that might be more fun. So Doug Van Houweling at the time was the Chief Information Officer at the University of Michigan, having recently arrived from Carnegie Mellon University, and he was also the chief of the Merit Network, the network that connected our 3 schools. And so they figured that once they didn't get a supercomputer center, they better really pull out the stops so that they would get the NSFNet. And of course they did get the NSFNet, and Doug Van Houweling was the principal investigator for the NSFNet starting in 1988. So let's let Doug Van Houweling tell you the story, and I'll be back in a moment.
Back in the mid-'80s, the National Science Foundation decided to establish supercomputing centers. And the University of Michigan was one of the organizations that made a proposal for a national supercomputing center. The Michigan proposal had as its primary hardware artifact a machine that was built in Japan. And I explained to my colleagues, my new colleagues at the University of Michigan, having just arrived, that it was highly unlikely that the proposal would be funded. A short while later, I was visiting the National Science Foundation, and I had gotten to know, not well, but had gotten to know Eric Bloch, who was then director of the National Science Foundation. Eric and I had a conversation about Michigan's proposal. It was clear to me from my conversation with Eric that there was no prospect that the Michigan proposal would be funded. I said to Eric, well, it occurs to me that what might be even better for the University of Michigan than having a supercomputing center is to run the network that connects all of the supercomputing centers together. I had an old friend who worked for IBM Research by the name of Al Weiss, who's in charge of all of IBM Research's computing facilities. And I called Al and I said, Al, this is a great opportunity, but IBM is not going to be successful here, and I need your help. And so Al sort of rallied some folks from IBM Research, where there actually was work going on in TCP/IP protocols. We got tentatively an agreement from IBM that they would contribute the hardware and the software to create the routing structure for the network. But we still needed the communications facilities. At that time, the CFO at IBM was a gentleman, I think I remember the name correctly, his last name was Crow. And so through IBM, we went to him, and he had contacts with a former IBM employee who was now the chief technical officer and essentially the chief network operations officer for MCI. His name was Dick Liebhaber. So IBM approached Dick Liebhaber and asked him if MCI would be interested in providing the communications facilities for this network. Well, as you may recall, at that time MCI was this fledgling organization. Some people had described it really as a law office trying to create an environment where they could actually offer telecommunications services up against AT&T's lobbying efforts. And they had just been successful in that. They were establishing facilities across the United States. And Dick Liebhaber saw this as an opportunity to sort of move MCI into the big time, to be part of this NSFNet proposal. And so we wound up with an agreement that we would file a joint proposal with Merit as the principal organization, in partnership with IBM, who would build all the routing hardware and software, and with MCI, who would provide the nationwide communications facilities. And while we were, then we got Governor Blanchard to commit $1 million a year from state funds in addition. So we wound up being able to submit a proposal to the National Science Foundation, I think for something like $14.7 million, because we knew the ceiling was 15. But in fact, by including all this in-kind activity, it was actually more like a $55 million proposal. It was designed to start at T1, or 1.5 megabits, with planned upgrades over the period of the network's life. We've subsequently learned that the proposal was received with considerable skepticism by the reviewers at the National Science Foundation. People really wondered about our technical ability to pull this off, but that review was conducted without reference to the actual funding pattern. And then when the wraps got pulled off of the amount of resource that was being committed by the partners to this proposal, it immediately went to the top of the list at the NSF. And a short period later, we received informal word that they wanted to negotiate with us about sort of working this all out. But we had to do a lot of innovation. The border gateway protocols had to be developed to allow multiple networks to interact with one another. And we had to build increasingly more capable routing and communications facilities. When we started the network, we had T1 circuits, but there were no cards for computers that would go at 1.5 megabits. We used the T1 circuits, we subdivided and built a mesh network among all of the routers that we put in place. It wasn't for about a year, IBM was actually to build prototype cards that would go at 1.5 megabits. When we put those cards in our test network, we discovered they worked just fine. We put them in the production network, the network started failing on us. And we discovered after a very tough period that the folks who had built the T1 hardware for MCI had planned on using certain bit patterns to do diagnosis on the network, and had never anticipated the notion that anybody would ever use a full 1.5 megabits as a single channel. They had always thought that it would be broken up into a set of voice circuits at 64 kilobits each. And so they didn't have any worry about these patterns ever appearing on their network. Well, it turned out that happened with some frequency on the NSF net, and it took the communications line down when it did. So they had to re-engineer their hardware to undertake this. We actually had to, for a short period of time, put some translation circuits in our routers that actually looked for these bit patterns, took them out and replaced them with something else, and then reinserted them at the other end to make it work over these T1 circuits. So we had a lot of adventure. Finally, in, I think it was around 1990, this network was growing so fast that it was clear that these T1 circuits were not going to enable what we needed to do. So we had to go to the next step, which was DS3, or from 1.5 megabits to 45 megabits, which was a very large step, a 30-fold increase in capacity. And in order to do that, we wound up creating another not-for-profit organization called Advanced Network and Services. Merit was still the principal investigator on the grant, but it subcontracted the development of this new network, this 45 megabit network, to Advanced Network and Services, which was headquartered in Armonk. And IBM, MCI, and Nortel, who all contributed $3 million to the founding of this new organization. So it had the staff and the facilities to do the innovation that required us to go up to 45 megabits. That did accommodate our capacity needs over the life of the NSF-Net. The NSF-Net was the fastest internet network to the end. It finally was decommissioned in 1995 when the Congress decided that the federal government should not be in the business of supporting something that by that time, in their view, should have been become a commercial facility. I'll not ever forget sitting in a House hearing room in the Capitol next to Mitch Kapoor and some internet, some small internet company startup CEOs who were complaining to the Congress that it was inappropriate for the NSF-Net to be funded by the National Science Foundation when they could provide this service as a commercial service. At the very same time they were making that complaint, they were using NSF-Net as their backup network to carry traffic when their much less reliable networks failed on a national scale. MCI, of course, turned out to be a major internet service provider, also using the same technology. In a classic innovator's curse moment, IBM, who was at that time the leader in routing technology for internet backbones, managed to decide that they should kill all of the work they had done in developing these routers because it would threaten their proprietary network efforts. It's probably almost single-handedly responsible for the fact that Cisco became the dominant router company in the United States rather than IBM.
So, as you can see, none of this is easy. It wasn't easy for Larry Smarr, and now we basically have the lobbyists once again. The lobbyists are deciding that there's only going to be $15 million, because if it's $15 million, they can only build a 56 kilobit line. But Michigan thought outside the box. Some people might say we cheated. Other universities wanted to get the grant, kind of thought we did cheat. We didn't play by the rules. Like in Star Trek, we rewrote the rules. So we got it, and we slid underneath the nose of AT&T, a 1.5 megabit network that started large and started fast and got faster. And as Doug talked, it was a very, very, very successful network, and it had follow-on effects, just like Larry talked about. It had these follow-on effects of causing campuses to build networking because in would come this really fast national network, so you better fix the on-campus networking. So it was really quite wonderful. And partners, IBM, MCI. The other thing is AT&T was being beat up by MCI at the time, and maybe they weren't noticing. So we might have been lucky. It could easily have been 2 years earlier or 2 years later. It might not have worked. So whatever, it did work, and we can be very grateful. So the University of Michigan was sort of the center of, they ran the Network Operations Center and did the network design, worked on the software with IBM and built the network. And it had a very exponential growth as it went forward. This building right here is on our North Campus, and it was, for me personally, the very first place that I typed the first characters that went across the internet. I walked in this door I wasn't at the university at that time, but I had friends here, and so I came in and I was typing on, hello on the internet. And so this building was where the Network Operations Center was, and where I touched the internet for the NSF net for the first time. So it started out real simple, but its goal was to enable connections to other networks. The regional networks got formed. Larry Smarr mentioned that. And so then the backbone became sort of a forcing function to get more campuses on and more states, et cetera, et cetera.
In the case of Ghana, private sector led. Government was not aware, government was not interested, and so the private sector took it up. But the private sector we're discussing is me. I'm not exactly private sector, I'm academic. Only I did this job through the private sector. Yeah. Meaning that I realized that you can wait for the university forever because they depend on government. And you can wait for the government forever, they have no clue. So I actually have been known to have said publicly that I cannot wait for the government to do it for the country. So I know how to do it. I will do it, no matter how small it is, just to make the point that we are able to do it. In so doing, maybe I can create an avalanche that will carry through the momentum. And that is what I try to do in the case of Ghana. Now, on the continent as a whole, there are variety. Like in the case of Egypt, where the minister there happens to be one of our counterparts from Internet Society, ISOC, and that's Tariq Kamel. And so there was a heavy government success built. In other places, like South Africa, there was a good academic dose. So it has varied depending on the circumstance. But I think in much of West Africa, the thrust had been principally from private sector. Because I also went around helping Togo, private sector, helping Gambia, private sector, and so on, even Nigeria, giving them intellectual property so they could also begin to do it. So it became private sector helping private sector, but for the common good, because we really felt that we had to go together. Otherwise, things would just disappear. I allowed some countries to transit their data through me, and Togo was an example. But in other places, I actually sent engineers to go and install nodes for them, and Gambia was an example. In other cases, I actually trained people like Swaziland. They brought the telco people to me to be trained. In other cases, we did consulting services to help Ethiopia, and so on and so forth. So that was roughly the progression, in that the names had to come first, because that was meaningful, and we had to move mail, and so we had to do that. And then the next bit was get the capital cities connected. And that one was a mad rush, but it was a good community activity in the sense that we wanted to help each other. And that has continued till now, because now I actually run the African Network Operators Group. And the principal function of this group is to sort of help operators support themselves. And usually we support ourselves with building our capacity in many different areas, mostly in infrastructure-related things like routing type of issues or server services type of issues for those who want to build information resources. The AFNOG has now become the meeting place for most of the technical community, and we meet only once a year. And when we meet, it's like for a period of 2 weeks, within which we spend 1 week to train whoever has been admitted into the workshops, and we run 4 workshops in parallel now. It didn't start as 4, it started as just 2, and then we've added as we went along. We even have a French track in the routing side of things. And when we meet after the workshops for the students, then we try to sort of induct the students into what the real world is. So we follow the workshop with meetings. And the meetings include lots of parallel sessions. Those who are following the Afrinic meetings will get to do that. Those who may be discussing some tutorials, maybe in security, will also get to do that. And then we also have a day for like conference presentations of 20, 30 minutes from a variety of different areas. And so that has now become a major meeting place for the engineers. And once a year, we all congregate, and it's supposed to be service to community type of thing, in that nobody gets paid. But we try to raise money for the student participants to come. And we've been getting funding. Cisco has been a regular funding source. We've got funding from IDRC, Internet Society, Francophonie, and a whole number of others. But over time, we're trying to change our program so that we become more self-sustaining. So participants who are coming in from, let's say, operators, telcos, and so on, we insist that they pay more their way so that we can raise funding for academic and research people to participate and so on. And that was really how things are. And it still continues to be a major meeting point for many of our operators. Of course, once we've got the connectivity in, then there's a whole host of other issues that began to show up, but we thought all of them can be solved within the same environment. So you have CCTLD issues. Oh, you have AFTLD. Let AFTLD focus that. You have the research and educational network challenge. Oh, build a consensus around the same meeting place. So to an extent, AFNOG has moved from being a workshop type of thing to a meeting place where many new things could be incubated and then allowed to blossom and take on their own life. Now, the particular case about the NIC was interesting in that it took us 10 years to get to accreditation. Of course, in the beginning, we certainly didn't know what it was. We knew it was very important. And for engineers, we knew that that was what to focus on, none of the other things. So we began to build consensus around it. A proposal was made first in 95, then 97, a formal document, and then we moved on. But we realized that we had to build something more than just casual meeting. So we went deliberately to Cotonou to agree on specifics. And the specifics was who becomes a member of the board. And we decided to do it geographically. Okay, so that we don't get too much caught into why is that there are so many people from the north and nobody from the south. So we say, okay, each one of the sub-regions gets to elect one person. So it's the members who will elect that person, and that person will serve for a period of 1 to 3 years, depending on the staggering. And that is how that one also came. But the difficult thing with that was, as we were learning, that meant more and more people were coming. So whenever we thought we had an agreement on something, we're about to move forward, like incorporation, then more people would come. One case was very disturbing, and that's sort of a moment. And that one, John Pustel was also there. This was very early. And he had agreed that, just do it. You have to do it. It has to happen. So I invited them all to a meeting with the African engineers and everything. And suddenly somebody got up and said, no. Why don't we share it up into the countries and have us all go our separate ways? And I mean, at that point, I thought that was the end of the world. And to be honest with you, I've never felt so ashamed, because I was a bit of an interface between the African technical community and the global community. I knew John Pustel myself personally. And they've come to sort of help me. But my people were not ready. So all John could say to me was, get your people ready, and you will have it. So I had to continue until I was able to build sufficient consensus, and in 2005, we got it. And at that point, it was also evident that if it has taken so long, there are maybe two factors I have to consider. In 10 years, I would have upset a lot of people. And this could be real in the sense that the three registries had to give up something for Afrinic to exist. So it's inevitable that I would have made a number of people in those three registries uncomfortable. So for me, it was obvious I could not continue in the same capacity. Of course, I didn't tell my colleagues that this was my real feeling. But it was also true that if I were to stay there, I'll get less participation. I'll have less motivation for people to, make an effort. And what I needed more was more people making effort than just one person driving things. Because I knew that the space was so large that even if I had nothing to do with these things, there was plenty for me to do. So the strategic thinking was find a way to exit without telling anybody, make sure you don't give out too much information for people to capitalize and game on it. So everybody thought I was indeed going to be the next official chair, not the startup chair, but the official chair. And I let them think so. But when it came to the board meeting, I decided to dissolve the board, and I got vote for it. And then I decided I would not run again. And at the same time, certain people who had been, you might say, controversial in their contribution, I tried to urge them not to. And in some cases, I even told them that if you tried, I would marshal the community to vote you out. And in some cases, they tried and they were voted out. But that created a certain flow of maybe new entrants wanting to contribute service to the community. And that has continued till now. And I think that that has been a very good thing for Afrinic. And of course, we also observe in the case of Afrinic that the ability to make local policy does affect the effectiveness of the task at hand. So, for example, we know that soon after accreditation, the type of membership we had begin to skew more towards the smaller size, because majority of the operators were actually small operators, and they were trying to fit into a large market, a large operator community environment when we were working with RIPE and ARIN and so on, and that wasn't working so well. So by us changing the policy to recognize the size, the true size of our operators, we're able to increase the membership. And beyond that, we realized that allocation also, we changed the policy so that our allocation sizes were smaller than the normal that a typical operator would get. So by knowing the community and making the policies, the community making the policy to suit itself, you're able to get a better match to the needs of the community. And that has shown in the growth and uptake of at least IPv4 addresses from Afrinic.
Now, one of the things that was quite interesting is we in the academic field had the right to use this network, but when it first started out, it was supposed to be academic only. And then once it was established in the late 80s and early 90s, there were some people that started sort of like bending those rules or bypassing those rules or ignoring those rules. And it wasn't really clear who was supposed to police those rules. And the people like at the University of Michigan, their heart wasn't in reducing who would use the internet. They wanted to expand, right? And so there were places, often bulletin board systems, would somehow get a connection to the internet, and then they would give internet access to a bunch of non-academics. And so it became increasingly in the late 80s understood by everyone around the world. But this is pretty much nerds, right? They can sit with a screen, with a command line interface, with a text-based screen, and they can get excited about that. I'm like that. I can get excited about things that are non-graphical because I just make it up in my head. But we needed something to pop this into the collective consciousness of all humanity rather than just academics first and then nerds second. But that was about to change. So we started our picture where we had supercomputers at University of Illinois. We went to the University of Michigan. We got the NSF-Net funded. And now we are going to fly across the ocean to CERN. CERN, of course, is a high-energy physics laboratory. They do this 26-mile circle and smash particles and take pictures of the smashing particles and looking for the Higgs boson or found the Higgs boson. It's a really cool place. I recommend that you visit. The CERN is a place that physicists from all over the world visit, live at, and collaborate with. For experimental physics, it really revolves around those experimental facilities. And so regardless of whether you live in Russia or Australia or Germany or America or Japan, if you're a high-energy nuclear physicist, you have got to work with CERN or spend time at CERN. And those who spend time at CERN tend to make the best discoveries. And so these projects have such long lead times, and they take so many different kinds of talented people. You know, they're metallurgy, welders, physicists, engineers, designers, project managers. There's a ton of people involved in it, and it's a pretty well-funded operation, and everyone's pretty smart. So one of the things that they do is they have fun. They have these clubs like the softball club, the cricket club, the blues club, and it's kind of like these people are somewhat away from home a lot, and so they just have fun with each other. This is a picture that I will show you of the CERNettes. They are famous for being the first band photo on the web. Some people wonder if they're the very first photo on the web. But they are a doo-wop group, and they sing sort of 50s-style doo-wop songs. They are very fun to watch. But their songs are about, like, particles and internet and modems and stuff like that, stuff that I care a lot about. Sadly, they've been doing this since the 1990s, 90, 91, 92 kind of time frame. And they all grew up, and their kids grew up, and our kids are all in college, and so they did their farewell tour in 2011, and one of them's moved to Australia, so we don't know if the CERNettes are ever going to get back together and sing, but for now, they're on permanent hiatus. But for your viewing pleasure, take a quick look at one or more of the CERNette songs. So like I said, you should go visit CERN. I have had the great fortune to visit CERN. I have visited CERN in a professional role. I help them record lectures with my Syncomatic software that you may have heard me talk about. I have visited sort of in helping other technology things, and teaching and learning with technology and things like that. And so they've got a wonderful cafe. And if you are working with people, you get to go in the back and hang out. That's pretty cool. They also have a wonderful museum that you can go see the first web server and all kinds of other cool stuff. And in 2006, I was lucky enough to have an invited talk at CERN where I talked about Sakai and how they might use Sakai to do collaborative work. And I brought my family with me. And so my wife Teresa and my daughter Mandy and my son Brent, and there is me. We are in the pit, and this pit is like 8 or 9 stories underground. It is 6 stories tall. This is where the beam comes in right here. It's 3 stories from the bottom of the pit. The pit is 6 stories tall. At this point, it was only less than 1/3 complete, and so we could go on a tour. And so I have a family photo with hard hats in the CERN pit, and that's pretty cool. Another time I visited, I went and sang with one of our University of Michigan physicists, and that would be this guy right here. His name is Stephen Goldfarb, and he's a physicist that works on the ATLAS project, but he also is the band leader of an all-physicist band called the Canets Blues Band, and he let me sing a song. I was coming to do some video work for him. I happened to be in the area, and I just stopped by on one of my trips. And me and another Michigan staffer, we grabbed a couple of cameras, and we made some music videos for him and put some of the CERNettes music videos up on the web. And then they let me sing one song called Got My Mojo Workin'. And so I'll share with you the video of Got My Mojo Workin'.
Oh, so everybody in this band is a physicist, and pretty much everybody dancing is a physicist too. Now the reason I'm showing you all this is to give you a sense of the energy and joy, in addition to the hard work, that goes on at CERN.
You guys are all going to be on YouTube soon, thanks to Chuck, Rick. This guy's got more talent than that, though. He doesn't just do the camera. I'm going to get him up here if you guys help me. You make him come up here. This guy's Dr. Chuck, Southern Michigan Blues Band. We're going to do a Mojo song. You know the Mojo song? He can do the Mojo song. We're going to get him up here. Dr. Chuck's going to do this. That's how I do it. Let's go. Let's do this.
So I don't know if you noticed halfway through, I knew that song by heart, but I had still written the lyrics on my hand, and so halfway through, you can see me look at my hand to check the lyrics that I knew. Made me look like a dork. I really want to sing, I'm just not a very good singer. And thankfully Steve let me sing with the band. So back to the topic at hand. In 1999, I visited CERN as one of my first tasks at the University of Michigan to help them with lecture recording. And I said, hey, I got a camera, are the inventors of the World Wide Web here? And we still had a little bit of the television show going back then. So I went and interviewed Robert Caillou, who was still at CERN. He was just sort of across the street from the cafeteria. And we walked into his office and gave him a microphone and just started talking about the beginnings of the World Wide Web. And Robert Caillou is the co-inventor of the World Wide Web, along with Tim Berners-Lee, who built it at CERN. And so let's take a listen to Robert Caillou.
Hi, Charles Severance here. I'm at CERN in Geneva, Switzerland, one of the world's preeminent high-energy physics facilities. We were lucky enough to talk to Robert Caillou, one of the co-founders of the World Wide Web.
The big collaborations at CERN, and Stephen here is a member of one of them, had people spread all over the world and used CERN as the infrastructure to do the experiments. And so obviously the whole of high energy physics has been a sort of miniature information society since way back when, as soon as there were networks essentially. And so because we have this need for spreading documentation around, we built these things like centralized databases. There was CERN Doc, you could use it, but whatever. We had we still have a large database of high energy physics articles kept by Stanford, and you could get at it before the web by knowing exactly what computer to log into over the network, blah 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 blah. When the web came, all that necessity of knowing which computer to go to, what to say to that computer and so forth just disappeared. People put up these pages with their links, and you could just follow links and get to places where you wanted to be and find everything. And it was also all in the same format, so that was very important too. That we broke this proprietary commercial system of vertical markets, which don't let you get at anything except if you stay with this particular company or with that particular company. So that horizontal split, that cut that we made between the browsers on top and the databases at the bottom, was, I think, essential to make it useful for us, but also to make it useful for everybody else. Right? And so that was what it was like in the beginning. And Tim and I, we did this all on this next machine here in about 1990. So the first server was up about 1990. The first end of 1990. The first server in the United States came up about a year later at Stanford because of that database that I was talking about before.
You and Tim feel like this was the big one, or it was just
well, in a sense, of course, as I always say, we called it World Wide Web in 1990, and Tim had in fact a name like that just before that. So there was in fact no way of building it smaller than the internet already was, and the internet was everywhere. So there was no way we could build it smaller. But the thing that we probably did not expect, or did not aim for, definitely in the beginning at least, was to have this be useful outside the community of academics and internet people that existed then. See, the internet came outside the academic world only after, I would say also after 94, right?
That's 94
after
is
94.
roughly when I think of the beginning of the
Yeah,
current.
94 is what I call the year of the web. It's when we had the first conferences when Mosaic got off the ground really, and when commerce started to notice it, and companies began to be formed, and so on and so forth, exclusively with that in mind. And that was only then. Before that, it was mainly universities and academics. Gopher was simpler and easier to install and easier to populate. And that explained its easier success for a while, because both took off at about the same time. And because the web was somewhat more difficult, it took somewhat longer. But Gopher became also integrated in the web browsers almost instantaneously. And so, you know, after that, after a short while, but you saw what you could do with the web and what you could do with Gopher, you went for the web. But it was easy, much easier to install Gopher. This is which is why it had a sort of bump where it went ahead of the web for a while. The same is true of Mosaic. Mosaic was just no good, but easier to install, right? And so it went ahead of what we were trying to do. I mean, we were completely killed in the browser environment, because what we tried to do with our browsers was more difficult than what Mosaic was trying to do. And so, you know, this proves that a better thing sometimes gets killed or takes much, much longer to come up, because the easier thing, sort of like a virus, you know, outgrows the other one. I think the real problem was that this development system is so much better than anything else that porting what we had here to any other platform took an order of magnitude more time. And for example, every time you clicked here, you had another window. Right? Every time you clicked on a diagram, you had a diagram in another window. When you clicked on a map, you got the map in PostScript, scalable, perfectly printable, and so on and so forth. You tried to port that to another system, you got berserk. And this is the reason why in Mosaic you had only one window, and every time you clicked, you replaced the content of that one window, which was not what we wanted. Every time you see a page, you got the images in line, so you scroll and they're gone. And so this was all not what we wanted. It's horribly complicated for the user, and it's not efficient, but you know, it was the easiest way to do it on the next system. And so, you know, there you go. So that thing spreads, and if you want to make, I mean, you know, there's a big difference between making an editor and something that just puts up a page and you can't do anything with it. So our system from 1990 was also the editor. I mean, it's only after Next stopped making hardware and I had to go back from a Next to a Macintosh that I had to learn HTML. Right? I mean, before we produced all the documentation and the stuff, but we never saw any HTML. We never saw any URLs, right? Because you linked by saying link this to that, not by typing in a URL. Right? There was a special window you could call up in which you could type a URL if you needed to, but it wasn't the usual thing. I mean, this navigation bar which says HTTP You know, I learned all that the hard way afterwards, that you have to use that because we've lost that system, right?
The interesting thing though is that I find HTML a glorious language. Now I'm not the average user, but I like to write it. I mean, I enjoy it almost as a word processing. It's like tech. It's like tech.
Yeah, right. It's exactly as bad as tech. Right. That's exactly what it is. It's exactly as bad as tech. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, the headings have levels which are absolute.
True. You need a plus.
What? I mean, come on. HTML was, we just didn't have, must realize that we were never more than 4 people here, Tim and myself and a student each, okay? So things like putting in serious effort into thinking about HTML was a low priority business. And then of course, by the time there was time to do that, it had spread beyond repair, right?
That's sort of like Unix, right?
Right, but of course we have
like a virus.
In a sense, we have XML coming now, fortunately, so that'll help. This machine here, it's it's more than 10 years old now. It runs Unix, but it has Unix with a nice visual interface. It had some other interesting things which permitted us to do the development of the web in such a small time, such a short time. And that was, it had a completely or it has a completely object-oriented development system in which there is already supplied as part of the library an editable text object, and that was what Tim used to make the first browser. And this was all nice because it got us there very quickly, and then we realized that, you know, somehow the real world uses these horrible machines, and you know, porting it from here to make it available on these horrible machines in the same elegant way is an enormous amount of work. But halfway through '93, I think we made a last effort in outputting browsers that were also geared to becoming editors, but then there was just no hope.
So I really like that video. It's real precious to me. I shot it in 1999. I don't know if you noticed, but I got a ponytail in the back, and I got a Village People mustache. When I first came to University of Michigan, I thought I was pretty special, and so I grew the ponytail. I don't have a ponytail anymore. All my hair's a little darker now. I really liked the moment where he started yelling at me because I liked HTML. And HTML these days with HTML5 is so much better than HTML was. He was exactly right that HTML wasn't elegant, but it was amazingly powerful at the same time. And the fact that we could see it meant that people believed in it, and it wasn't magic. The other thing that you might have noticed is that he had some very strong opinions about the design of what a web browser should be, and they might not have seemed logical when you first listened to them. One thing he said was every image had to pop up in the same screen, and Mosaic had one page that replaced the whole thing, and you saw the images in line, which is not what we wanted to do. That's what Robert said. That might sound illogical today with Farmville and Facebook and all these things, but you have to understand that in 1990 the network was very different even than it was in 1995. It was a very slow network, and if you put images on every page, they would slow down terribly. And so what that user interface looked like is you had a document that was the text, bold, italics, these kinds of things, and when you clicked on something you got a new page. And then it would take a while for this page to display because the networks were really and truly slow, and the computers were slow as well. So that might sound to you as an irrational design choice, but in the time of 1990 it was a completely rational design choice. And one of the things that sort of changed over time was that became less and less a rational design choice as the networks became faster, the computers became faster, and images became more of a natural thing that the technology was capable of handling. So continuing our story, we started at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, we went to the University of Michigan, we got the NSFNet up in 1990, and CERN creates the World Wide Web. The web took a great step forward at Stanford University when the very first web server in America came up. Now, the fact that it's the very first web server is not actually all that important. What was important was what was on that web server. It was 300,000 physics papers at the SLAC, Stanford Linear Accelerator, stored in the database on a mainframe. And Robert Caillou mentioned this in his conversation about this. Now, what happened was Paul Kuhns, who you'll meet just in a moment, he said, I'll put my database. The database was well known and people had many ways of using it, but with the web it made it much more easily used. And so I think in a way Paul Kuhns inadvertently created the first search engine, the first reading of something that's mostly content that people read. Up to that point, Tim Berners-Lee and Robert were really trying to build something that allowed collective editing of information stored on servers all around the world. So let's take a listen to Paul Kuhns.
Well, the database that was here at SLAC was used by people around the world, but with great difficulty because they had to have an account on the mainframe. Most people weren't familiar with mainframes. And second of all, the database language that you had to type in was difficult. So before there was a web, I invented a way for people to do what's now called instant messaging and to do a query to the database without logging in. And that improved access to the database, but you still had this terrible language of the database machine to type in order to do your query. A little later on, people added an email interface, so you could send your query by email and you'd get your response back by email. So when I was at CERN in September 1991, and Tim Berners-Lee dragged me into his office to give me a demo of the web. When he at first I wasn't very interested, but when he demonstrated doing a query to a help system database on a mainframe, I immediately put two and two together and says, well, if you can query a help system on a mainframe, you can query a database on a mainframe. And I started getting interested. The thing is that we couldn't change the query commands because that was built in the database, but the web page could give you examples and remind you what the query would be.
So did you have to write it all from scratch? I mean, did you write it from the protocol, or was there software that you reused to make your first web server?
Well, I used the CERN server software, which was written in C. Unfortunately, we had a C compiler on the mainframe at that time. It wasn't very long that we had a mainframe of C compiler, but we had one. So all I had to do was to write some extra C code to get the query that the user had made and turn it into the database query. When it was December 12, 1991, we installed our web server, and we informed Tim Berners-Lee that day to give it a try. The big boost came about a month later in January in southern France, where there was a workshop on computing topics for high energy and nuclear physics. And at that workshop, Tim Berners-Lee had a plenary talk. So he gave his hour-long talk to about 200 physicists from around the world. And as part of his talk, he gave a demo. And at the very end, and most people, I think, were bored most of the time. I mean, the worst thing that software people want to think about is documentation, and he was pitching documentation. But at the end of the talk, he connected to the Slack web server and made a query. And that really dropped a lot of jaws, because everybody knew the database. Everybody knew how hard it was to access. Okay, and here he just clicked away, typed in a few things for the query term, and bang, the results came back nicely formatted. So, the way I say it, the interest in the web went from about 20 people to 200 people in that hour. Okay. Now those 200 people went back home, and if each one of them told 10 people, then within a week the interest in the web grew to 2,000 people. So that was the big turning point, and I think Tim recognizes that was really the kickoff. And I think the reason that the web took off so quickly once the commerce appreciated it and started to realize it, it's a win-win situation. Okay, it's a win for the customer, obviously, because he can do price comparisons, he can browse the airline schedules on his own and visualize what he wants to see quickly. He can cut and try different things as much patience as he has to get the price down. So it's much, much better for the consumer. But what about the provider, the airlines? Well, it's much better for them because it's just software that's running on machines. Okay, it's much lower cost for them, and so they're winning too. I point out in my talk about the web near the end, sort of a punchline, that in doing big science, we're finding solutions to problems that the general public don't know they have. So who would predict that out of high-energy physics research something like the web would come up? I think that would be unpredictable. But in hindsight, you can see that it was a natural place for the web to have been invented.
So again, I think Paul really created for us the first search engine and showed that the web could be a mostly consumed environment and be extremely useful. And you think about it, if there was no web and there was no content, how would you know that the web is a great way to view content? So Paul Kunz had the advantage that he had a lot of content, and it was content that at least the physicists found extremely valuable. And then people go, oh, I can see. Matter of fact, I remember when I first saw the web, I was like, okay, fine, it's got pictures, who cares? because other things like Gopher were just as good. And then I saw the ability to go to Federal Express and track a package, and I go, now that's a cool idea, right? The Gopher couldn't do that. As a matter of fact, in 1993, sort of 3 years after the web was created, the web was actually not all that popular. 1991 was the Paul Kuhns, but that was mostly physicists and a few nerds, myself included. But in 1993, Gopher was a much better product, and it was a much more beloved product. And the problem again came down to the fact that the network was so slow that simple text-based things worked better than highly graphical things. There's an apocryphal story that happened in March of 1993 where there was a meeting of the Internet Engineering Task Force that does standards for all these things. And they had a bird of a feather session for Gopher and a bird of a feather session for the World Wide Web. And the Gopher session was full of people, and they couldn't have enough in the room, and they were sitting on the floor and peeking in the door. And then later, I wasn't at this meeting, by the way. Rich Wiggins, my co-host on the television show, was at this meeting. And what he tells me is at the Birds of a Feather meeting, there was almost nobody there. And Tim Berners-Lee was like, I've been working on this thing for 3 years, and it's better than Gopher, but nobody wants to use it. And the people in the room at that point told him, they said it's just too complex. It's too hard to get working. And so this is a long time ago, and the web was not assured to be a success at that point. It just wasn't really clear.
The university was getting the idea that we had spent a lot of money on a campus-wide network and that maybe we should use it for something besides connecting to the mainframe. So most of the top of the computer center was saying maybe we should do something with publishing information. That'd be an interesting sort of use of the network that more people could use than just the people who wanted to talk to the mainframe.
Were you surprised at how fast Gopher took off?
Yeah, absolutely shocked, because we basically wrote something that we thought would be good enough for our campus and hoped that a few other places would use it, because then if somebody at a different institution used it, we'd have some credibility locally that, hey, we're not just saying it's good, somebody else is saying it's good. So that it was accepted is probably more a sign that it just happened to be the right thing at the right time. The environment was ripe for something like that, and we had an okay product at the right time. Yeah, basically we put it up for anonymous FTP and sent out a couple announcements on Usenet saying, hey, here's a thing that does kind of a campus-wide information system. The fashion back then was to say everybody needs to have a CWIS, a campus-wide information system. And so Gopher, we thought, made a pretty good one because you didn't have to centralize publishing on one machine. You could let individual departments publish off their own machines and control their own content. That model turned out to be a pretty good one. So lots of other places started using it. So we had kind of the right idea at the point where this particular issue, campus-wide information system, was something that all of the university computer centers were saying, I've got to have one of these. The technology we built Gopher to work with were fairly slow machines with limited graphics and slow modems. That was our design point because that's what people had 6-7 years ago. And while we added graphics and movies and those sorts of things, Gopher wasn't designed to be hypertext and really media-rich documents. It was aimed more at run fast over limited bandwidth on slow machines.
So 1993 was kind of like, it was there was a lot of things that could have been very different in 1993. And I want to show you a commercial, and there's a couple of these out there, from 1993 that one of the large telecommunications vendors put out as a national ad campaign. And this is what the telecommunications industry was thinking about. They saw it all happening. They saw this all happening. They knew it was going to be big. They knew it was going to allow interactions in many ways. They knew it. They weren't dumb. It was like, whoa, what's going on? No, not at all. They absolutely knew. So this really wonderful series of commercials is it's just quite amazing. So take a look. At the end, you'll see actually what the large telecommunications company's name is. So take a quick look.
Have you ever renewed your driver's license? At a cash machine?
Nice picture.
You will. And the company that'll bring it to you? AT&T.
Your true voice.
Have you ever watched the movie you wanted to, the minute you wanted to? Learned special things. That's all taken from jazz. Know any questions? From faraway places. Oakland? So where did jazz come from? Good question. Or tucked your baby in. From a phone booth. You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T.
So, again, sort of looking back at this and looking at things that might not have been, there's nobody that really makes the connection that Steve Jobs might have had some impact on the World Wide Web. But, in a way, he was actually quite influential. Steve Jobs, of course, founded Apple and then was kicked out of Apple after the Macintosh, and he started a new company called Next. And if you listen closely to what Robert Cailliau says, and you listen closely to what Paul Kuhn says, and the computer that was on my desk during this entire period of the 1990s to 93 were Next computers. Next was a bold, Unix-based, highly networked, high-definition display, high-performance computer that Steve Jobs built when he formed the company Next after he got fired from Apple. Of course, he eventually came back to Apple, and the Next technology is Macintosh. That's the Macintosh operating system. And so if you make a mistake in Macintosh, you might see an error message starts NS something. That's called NextStep, which is the operating system on these Next computers. For the first 3 years of the web, it was pretty much only on the Next computer. People would, even the server was, on the Next computer, and the browser was on the Next computer, and so it's the Next computer really kind of did that. I wrote an article in a couple months after Steve Jobs died for IEEE Computer Magazine's January 2012 issue that really sort of tried to, at least from a historical perspective, point out how important Steve Jobs may have been in helping the internet get formed. Hello, and welcome to Conversations with Computing. In this column, I take a look at some of the second-order effects of the technology that Steve Jobs produced throughout his career, and how those technologies from Apple and Next often served as an inspiration to many of the early innovators in the Internet and World Wide Web. I found out that we'd lost Steve Jobs on the evening of October 5th, right in the middle of a lecture on using regular expressions in Python. I was recording the lecture for a later podcast. Because you might want to go down the nerd rabbit hole later, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with avoiding the nerd rabbit hole, but this is a nerdy thing. It's extremely nerdy. I think it's awesome. A nerdy announcement? Really? I mean, and it's kind of verified. It's not some. The very next week, in the same classroom, I was giving my lecture on the inside story of the history of the Internet and the World Wide Web, sharing some of my interviews with early pioneers. As I gave the lecture and watched my video interviews thinking about Steve Jobs, I began to realize how important Apple and Next technology was to those early innovators. In some ways, the very existence of those technologies helped propel the Internet and web revolution forward. In my 1999 interview with Robert Cailliau, the co-inventor of the World Wide Web, we were sitting in his office by the Next Cube that ran the very first web server. As Robert describes how the NextStep development environment allowed them to quickly build prototype versions of a web browser in 1990, you get the sense that their Next hardware and software was very much an equal partner in their early visions of the web.
Obviously, the whole of high-energy physics has been a sort of miniature information society since way back when, as soon as there were networks, essentially. And so, because we have this need for spreading documentation around, we built these things like centralized databases. There was CernDoc, you could use it, but whatever. We had we still have a large database of high-energy physics articles kept by Stanford, And you could get at it before the web by knowing exactly what computer to log into over the network, blah, 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 blah. But it was all very difficult. And then so when Tim invented the web and I had a separate proposal, I dropped it because Tim's proposal ran over the internet and that was clearly much more efficient. When the web came, all that necessity of knowing which computer to go to, what to say to that computer and so forth, just disappeared. You know, people put up these pages with their links and you could just follow links and get to places where you wanted to be and find everything. And it was also all in the same format, so that was very important too. That, you know, we broke this proprietary commercial system of vertical markets, which, you know, don't let you get at anything except if you stay with this particular company or with that particular company. So that horizontal split, that cut that we made between the browsers on top and the databases at the bottom was, I think, essential to make it useful for us, but also to make it useful for everybody else. Right? And so that was what it was like in the beginning. And Tim and I, we did this all on this next machine here in about 1990. So the first server was up about 1990. The first end of 1990. The first server in the United States came up about a year later at Stanford because of that database that I was talking about before. The real problem was that this development system is so much better than anything else that porting what we had here to any other platform took an order of magnitude more time. And for example, every time you clicked here, you had another window. Right? Every time you clicked on a diagram, you had a diagram in another window. When you clicked on a map, you got the map in PostScript, scalable, perfectly printable, and so on and so forth. You tried to port that to another system, you got berserk. You know, there is a big difference between making an editor and something that just puts up a page and you can't do anything with it. So our system from 1990 was also the editor. I mean, it's only after Next stopped making hardware and I had to go back from a Next to a Macintosh that I had to learn HTML. Right? I mean, before we produced all the documentation and the stuff, but we never saw any HTML, we never saw any URLs, right? Because you linked by saying link this to that, not by typing in a URL. Right? There was a special window you could call up in which you could type a URL if you needed to, but it wasn't the usual thing. I mean, this navigation bar which says HTTP you know, I learned all that the hard way afterwards, that you had to use that because we've lost that system, right?
Steve Jobs' Next workstations were essential to the creation of the earliest web software. Their advanced development environment and rich display capabilities led early innovators to think of the internet less as a text-only and more as an engaging multimedia experience. In my 2007 interview with Paul Coons, who brought up the first web server in the United States on an IBM mainframe at the Stanford Linear Accelerator in December 1991, we can see that he still has a working color Next workstation in his office. When Paul was developing software for the IBM mainframe, there were around 20 web servers in the entire world. If you wanted a web browser to test your server, having a Next workstation was essential.
So when I was at CERN in September 1991, and Tim Berners-Lee dragged me into his office to give me a demo of the web, when he at first I wasn't very interested, but when he demonstrated doing a query to a help system database on a mainframe, I immediately put two and two together and says, well, if you can query a help system on a mainframe, you can query a database on a mainframe. The database itself had about 300,000 entries.
And was it heavily used? Was it heavily used before you put it on the web and then continued to
Oh
be
yeah, it
heavily
was
used?
heavily used. People had signed up for computer accounts on the mainframe so they could do their queries. And from all around the world, I think there was some 4,000 registered.
So did you have to write it all from scratch? I mean, did you write it from the protocol, or was there software that you reused to make your first web server?
Well, I used the CERN server software, which was written in C. Unfortunately, we had a C compiler on the mainframe at that time. That wasn't very long that we had a mainframe of compiler, but we had one. So all I had to do was to write some extra C code to get the query that the user had made and turn it into the database query.
Now, wasn't the original web server on a Next? And
That's all the web software was originally developed on the Next computer at CERN.
While the web and web technologies were gaining traction in the academic and research communities who often had access to powerful Unix workstations on their desks, the rest of the world was browsing the internet using the text-oriented Gopher clients and servers. In 1993, the National Center for Supercomputing Applications at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign released NCSA Mosaic. Mosaic was the first graphically rich web browser that ran on Unix, Macintosh, and Windows. In my 1997 interview with Larry Smarr, he points out that the success of the NCSA Mosaic browser occurred in part because of earlier work developing the NCSA image library to take advantage of the graphics capabilities of early Apple Macintosh computers.
What we basically did during that late 80s period was to make the world safe for images. What NCSA Image did was basically, we said we want to build a world of infrastructure in which it's as easy to move an image around as it is to move a word. That was our design parameters back, and that's the way we talked about it back then. So that meant we had to scale the network, scale the disk drives, scale the compute power. We had to go to full color. When the Mac II first came out, 256 color levels. We got 50 of them. Apple gave us 50 Mac IIs, which was like stunning in those days. We were, in fact, the largest funded academic group in the country for the Apple Advanced Technology Group. IBM at that time was telling their customers, you don't need color. We've already provided it, as I said. You have 4 of them, black, white, cyan, and magenta. Why would you need more? So what we did was we took things that were on $100,000 computer graphics workstations of image processing that medical imaging people used, satellite reconnaissance people used, and we took all that, put it into software and NCSA Image on the Mac. And so you could just move the mouse and do what it would take you, what would have otherwise cost you $100,000 to do, and you'd have to be an elite specialist. But again, taking things that elite people knew how to do, could afford to do, and making it available to the masses.
The day after I found out that Steve was no longer with us, I happened to have a morning meeting in New York City, so I went to the Apple Store in Manhattan to get a sense of our collective reaction to the loss of such a brilliant visionary who's affected us in so many ways.
Hello everybody, this is Chuck. I'm here at the Apple Store in Manhattan. I'll show you kind of what we're seeing. We're seeing press, we're seeing an impromptu memorial for Steve Jobs that's got apples, it's got flowers, it's got all kinds of really, really cool stuff. And but the crowd seems really quiet. There's a media that's interviewing all the people. You can see the media there grabbing people off the street and interviewing them. I'm sure they're capturing their thoughts. And so here we are, sort of one day after the passing of Steve Jobs.
Throughout his career at Apple and Next, and then again at Apple, Steve Jobs was never interested in the least expensive nor the most profitable technology. He pursued the best and most advanced technology. In many of his designs and decisions, he provided a roadmap for the entire consumer technology marketplace. It's no wonder that many of us would wait with breathless anticipation for each and every Apple announcement. They were always an exciting glimpse into the future of technology. Over the past 30 years, the products that came from Jobs companies were a joy to use, and perhaps more importantly, they inspired many innovators to keep their focus on the exciting and unexplored future.
So we started our journey at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. We got the NSF, created University of Michigan, we created the web, we created the first web server, and now we're going to come back to where we started. We're going to go back to the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. These are the folks that basically exploded the web, moved the web from the academic space to the commercial and end user space. And there's all kinds of things. The network was growing, things were getting faster, personal computers were getting better at a very rapid pace because the IBM PC is almost 10 years old, and many computers, and they were getting quite fast in the 90s. So the 1990s, our computing and their display capabilities were getting better very rapidly. And in this environment, NCSA at Urbana-Champaign, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, built an open source web browser that worked on Mac, Windows, and Unix. It was the first web browser that did this, and it was the thing that really made it so average people who had PCs or Macs in their home could get a network connection and start enjoying all of this new content that was coming up on the World Wide Web.
Hello, my name is Charles Severance, and I am showing you right now a desktop application that works on my Macintosh called NCSA XMosaic. This was software released in 1993, and it was the first Mosaic. It was the X Windows Mosaic. And I'm running it on my Macintosh, and you can download it from my GitHub account. CSEV is my GitHub handle, and it's the XMosaic-1.2. So what we're looking at here is the original default homepage at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications at the University of Illinois. And we see it as we saw it circa 1993. We can scroll through. We can see the good old days, the visited links in purple. And so if we scroll down, you'll see some neat pictures and the wonderful gray background. List tags were real back then. We can go see something about visualization at NCSA. I've done a little tiny bit to this to teach it a few things. You can see all that I've done on HTTP on my GitHub site. You can see everything I've done on my GitHub site. I try to I just made a few more things work, like PNG images and HTTP 1.1, so you could visit more pages. Another wonderful page to take a look at is the original first page on the World Wide Web, the info.cern.ch. And again, we're experiencing it now, circa 1993, to see what's out there. Take a look at the people involved in the project. So here's some of those pages. Tim Berners-Lee, of course. Robert Caillou, of course. And here's some of the other people that were working at CERN. So there you go. That is a quick experience in how we surfed the web in 1993.
After this, the NCSA staff, student programmers, software developers, all formed the company Netscape in order to commercialize all this. Joseph Hardin was the supervisor of the software development group at NCSA that was responsible for building and releasing both the Mosaic web browser and the HTTPD web server as open source and gave them away free.
The NCSA Mosaic web browser was developed at the University of Illinois starting in 1992. NCSA Mosaic brought the web to Apple, PC, and Unix systems. Joseph Hardin managed the software development group at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications.
NCSA was kind of a special place, right? One of those things that happens very infrequently where there's lots of energy, a large amount of resources, visionary leadership, and a lot of free space for people to play. And Larry Smarr has to figure in any discussion of it quickly because he's the person that created that space. And that gave a bunch of us, people in visualization, people in computational science, people in collaboration technologies, people in all kinds of stuff, networking, in the middle and late 80s, a space to just figure out what it was that we thought was fun and what was interesting. What I thought was interesting was how people were using these new technologies to work together. We'd been working, we started out working with tools that supported simulation and computations on the main supercomputing systems. That's what the software development group did. And there was a group before I joined it that did NCSA Telnet, right? This is back when we were trying to convince the physicists that DECnet wasn't such a great idea, that we wanted this crazy, open, nobody owns it, right, IP model for the network. And that was kind of a bit of a struggle, because if it was an open source type thing and nobody owns it, how's anybody going to have responsibility for it? And why not use DECnet, which is this perfectly good proprietary, well-developed, system, yada yada. So it was a long time. It took a while for us to explain to the physicists why we wanted an open model for TCP/IP, for the interconnection of all these networks. And I spent time for a while with a program at NCSA called the Affiliates Program, where we gave people Mac SEs and told them about TCP and put the NCSA Telnet on the machine and said, now here's how you get to the supercomputers. Larry recognized from the beginning, and we all loved the idea, that these small little things on the desktop were really the gateways for everybody to the big machines in the background, and that all of this would turn into one cloud behind the screen that we needed to figure out how to get the user involved in as much as possible. So we were interested in building tools for end users that worked with PCs and that allowed them to do their work better in the computational science communities that they were part of on the supercomputers. And it's an easy extension from that to think about collaborative technologies in the large. How do people work together not only with these tools, but also with simple communications, email, papers, data sets that they want to share, and how do they do that? Initially, our interest was in synchronous tools when we were thinking of collaboration tools. So we were building something called NCSA Collage, which was a set of tools that worked, and one of the big deals was that they worked across the 3 platforms. The X Windows for the Unix people, the Windows environment, and the Mac. And that was one of the things that was sort of part of the underlying culture there, was that we wanted to make them available to as large a community as possible. So we started working on collaborative tools, and there was a set of people on each of those machines that was working to make it possible for people to share in real time images of their data, the spreadsheets of their data, and papers that they had run across interesting references to with their colleagues who were remote from them geographically. So that's the context in which Dave Thompson, who was one of the developers, one of the X Windows developers, the lead X Windows developer, I think, for the Collage tool, pulled down one of the early web browsers. And it was the one from Slack, and I can't remember its name. And he went through the effort of getting it working and brought it in and showed it to Mark Andreessen and I. And both of us looked at the screen. Dave described what he had in front of us. And we said, we can do better than that. That's a complicated system, and the interface looks terrible. And Dave said that it was a real pain for him to get it working, for him to download it and install it and compile it and everything. And it only works on an X Windows box. And wouldn't it be cool if it worked across all 3 of the boxes, and if it was something that was just a plug and go like the rest of our tools? So Mark and another developer there ran with the idea. Dave wanted to work on it, but I said, Dave, please finish up with the Collage stuff. And this was before we really understood what was meant by open source. So but we wanted everybody to be able to take the software and do whatever they wanted to with it. We weren't that concerned with commercial advantage. We were more interested in it being open and people being able to make contributions back to the code and taking the code and doing what they wanted to with it. So we just put it all in the public domain, which, as the folks from Apache will tell you, was kind of ambiguous. It's not clear what that means. But at least it got the code out there. So Mark and Eric were working on that.
Working on what? Mark and Eric were working on what?
The first generation of NCSA Mosaic. And this was an X-Windows app. And nobody was working yet on the Windows or the Mac version. And we saw the first version of that come out, when was it, early 93, late 92? And it was probably early 93. And the response, of course, was fantastic. It's wonderful to be able to just click on something and see it right away. And indeed, the combination of hyperlinks in a document as far as navigation and retrieval of documents as a user interface is just great. And a lot of people got it immediately, especially people that were working with the tools at NCSA and the companies. I remember an HP exec coming in one time, and Mark and Eric had written a little filter that took Unix documentation and made it into HTML and made all of the references into links. And they hit an HP site, and the exec said, "Where's this coming from?" Because he was able to see all of his HP documentation there in the room at NCSA and navigate through it real easily. And he said, "Well, you've got 3 or 4 folks back there that have put up HTTPD servers. You may not know what those are yet." And he said, "I've never heard of this." And we said, "But this is the kind of thing that is probably going to be really useful in the future for people who are trying to manage documentation in a distributed fashion." Yada, 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 right? We went on with the story like that. And this guy was bouncing up and down in his seat. And this was the kind of response that we got with it. And for a while, we tried to integrate the earlier work with Collage with the work with Mosaic. And early versions of Mosaic have a collaborate button at the top. And that was something that would allow you to pull in something from a synchronous session. The idea was that you'd be working with your colleagues synchronously and then asynchronously go off and use the browser and pull something into the Collage session, or vice versa, be working on something in the Collage session and be able to access it through the browser, or just use the browser as a component in the session. Well, the browser, of course, took off. We had Tom Redman, who was the lead for the Mac version, though he was the person who really built it was Alex Todic, who was an excellent developer and a lot of times ran ahead of the other people that were working on stuff, especially on the Mac. And Chris Wilson and John, they were working on the Windows version. So all of a sudden in 93, late 93, early 94, there's this full suite of mosaics that work across the X Windows, the Mac, and the Windows system. And that's the point at which the guy who was the president at the time of the Internet Association said NCSA has fired a shot heard around the world, because it's available now across all these platforms and anybody can use it. We were convinced deep down inside that all of the new technologies and the digitalization of the world and everything was going to make a huge difference. We just weren't sure exactly how. At the same time, when people would come to us early on in the Mosaic experience and say, we want to commercialize this and do this with it or do that with it, there was a lot of, we're not sure. I remember sitting in rooms with commercial folks that came in and pitched to us, and I'd bring the whole team in, the whole software development group, and say, listen to these guys, and tell me what you think about this. And nobody was sure what it was going to do. And there were people who started off building browsers and just kind of never got off the ground. It wasn't until the Netscape effort started up that there was sufficient energy and sufficient resources, I think, to really get on and ride and push and you know, crank up a group of X hundred developers in a matter of months. And then they were, you know, quickly overshadowed by the effort that Microsoft put into it. I remember one of the Netscape guys saying, I came back from a meeting with some folks up in Seattle, and they said that Microsoft now had, this is when Netscape was riding at the top of its form, right? Top of the game. This guy says, Microsoft just told me that there's somebody from Microsoft just said that they've got like 2,000 developers working on this. Said at that point I realized that we were, you know, going to have some difficulties. And we, of course, always felt that there should be more than one browser. And so we wanted to, because we were interested in standards and openness, right, at the time. If there's only one browser, then that company gets to determine what the standards are. And there were all kinds of hassles early on about putting in different features and the browsers driving the standards rather than the standards driving the browsers and all this kind of stuff. So we wanted some diversity. There was a feeling very early on that this was going to be a real gas. This was going to be hot. That this was something that was, the response was just so immediate. If you go back and you ask people who were sitting in front of machines in 1993, 94, 95, right? And you say, do you remember the first time that you used Mosaic, right? Or you remember the first time you used a browser if it wasn't Mosaic? And vast majority of them that I've run into say, yeah, I can remember. And I remember one of the NSF program officers calling me up one day, just out of the blue, and saying, I just wanted to tell you, you know, you guys, this was like after we'd been playing with this for months, right? Not years, just months. He said, you know, sometimes we just sit around and click on things because it's still such a surprise to have a picture or a whole nother page of information pop up, right? And we don't know where it's coming from and we don't know who's putting it up, but we still haven't gotten over the gee whiz aspect of this yet.
So at the end, Joseph is really talking about how Microsoft had to react to Netscape and how all of a sudden the market began to sort of crash together and tons of investment, a lot of intensity. Triggered mostly by the release of the Windows and the Mac version of Mosaic. 1994 was distinctly different than 1993. The staff at NCSA went and founded Netscape in April 1994. The first World Wide Web Conference was held in Switzerland. Shortly thereafter, the other first World Wide Web Conference was held in Chicago. There's some interesting stuff about that in these books. The books, Robert Caillou's and Tim Berners-Lee's book, talks a little bit about that. And in October 1994, Tim left CERN and went to form the World Wide Web Consortium. And by the end of the year, Windows 95 Beta 2 with an internet browser was there with TCP/IP built in. And so if you really think about, I mean, it's not even a whole year, it's almost 6 months where the world changed forever. And so at this point, now money is coming into it. Up to that point, it was mostly ideas and research, but now money is coming at it, and we start seeing a transition. So Netscape was on the forefront of doing this. And Netscape basically took the open source product. They started kind of competing just to build a browser, but they quickly decided that they would go turn the browser and their web server more proprietary and try to create distributed computing applications using proprietary things that Netscape would build unique to themselves, and they would attack Microsoft. The moment it became clear that Netscape was going to produce a way to develop software on Mac, Windows, and Linux portably, then Microsoft got worried, because then the operating system wouldn't matter. And Microsoft had put so much into the Windows operating system that if the operating system didn't matter, it would really tremendously threaten Microsoft's business, hence Windows 95 with TCP/IP and a free web browser. So Netscape sort of scared, well, as Microsoft tried to buy Netscape, Netscape refused to sell, wanting more money, and then Microsoft vowed to destroy it. And as Microsoft was coming after Netscape, first Netscape tried to compete by building better and better software, like the JavaScript language, which we'll meet Brandon Eich in a moment. And then after that, they tried to sort of switch from being the proprietary bad guys and go become more the open source good guys. And that kind of blew up in their face. And they built this open source Mozilla, which eventually became the Mozilla Foundation, which eventually begat Firefox. So now what I want to do is I want you to meet two people, both of whom now are the senior leadership at the Mozilla Foundation. Brendan Eich, who's the CTO of the Mozilla Foundation, but he'll really tell us about the 1995, where he invented JavaScript in 10 days as part of Netscape. And then we'll meet Mitchell Baker, who was the founder of one of the founders of Mozilla, and she will talk about how Netscape kind of fortunes declined, got purchased by AOL, and fortunes declined even worse, and how they basically pulled the Netscape codebase out to form the Mozilla codebase, which then became Firefox codebase. And the Firefox, of course, had this great idea that Mitchell will tell you about of having a search box. And they made tons and tons of money, as Mitchell will tell you about. So, up next, Brendan Eich of the Mozilla Foundation and Mitchell Baker of the Mozilla Foundation.
I was hired at Netscape in April 1995. Netscape had already launched its 1.0 Mosaic killer. If you remember, Mosaic was the big, NCSA Mosaic was the big browser until Netscape took over. So when I came to Netscape, they'd been going for about a year. I actually had an option to go in at the beginning and I passed it up. But I went in time to do what I was tempted to do, which is a programming language for HTML for web designers and programmers to use embedded directly in the web page, not something that was like coming along at the time called Java, which was more of a professional's language where you would write real code with type declarations, and you'd have to write that code in a way that compiled. I was writing something, JavaScript, that could be used by people who didn't know what a compiler was. They were just going to load it. It was like BASIC. And that was really the pitch, that we would make two languages, not one, analogous to Microsoft's Visual Basic for C++. So JavaScript for Java. Bill Joy of Sun actually liked that idea and agreed with it, and he was the guy that signed the trademark license by which what I had created became JavaScript. The name is a total lie. It's not really related to Java so much as to a common ancestor, C, in syntax. And to the extent that we made it easy to use and something you could copy-paste program or start small from scripts and grow to programs, JavaScript has succeeded massively. It was also an incredible rush job, so there were mistakes in it. Something that I think is important about it is that I knew there would be mistakes and there would be gaps, so I made it very malleable as a language. And that has enabled web developers to make it be what they want it to be, to project their own style of not just API, but almost language pattern on it, and create their own innovation networks, to use Eric von Hippel's phrase, or innovation toolkits on top of it. So it's not a language that tries to restrict you to one paradigm. It's a multi-paradigm language.
I mean, there's all these things where a language comes out and immediately trips and falls, and you have to sort of, it's okay the second time, But there wasn't really a trip and fall in JavaScript. Why?
So you could say that there hasn't been a version 2, and that's true, because I've tried to work on what might be a big version 2 that was called the 4th edition, and that failed. There has been evolution. The web is all about evolution. People don't quite see this while you're in the midst of it because it's microevolution, but web pages from the 90s don't all render properly these days. They don't all work right, and a lot of them are lost and only available through webarchive.org. JavaScript had enough at the beginning, enough good parts, to use Crockford's phrase, or enough genetic material from other languages. First-class functions, prototypal inheritance from self. The inheritance of first-class functions from Scheme is really kind of a fraud, because Scheme is different in many ways, and I couldn't make those differences manifest. I couldn't do the Scheme thing in JavaScript. I was under these marching orders to make it look like Java. I had 10 days to prototype it. So Scheme was more of a spiritual than an actual influence. But first-class functions are very powerful, and they fit with an event handling sort of programming model. I was inspired by Atkinson's HyperCard. So that's why you see onClick in JavaScript. HyperCard had this pattern for event handlers called on page, down, or whatever. So JavaScript had enough good at the beginning to survive. Now, if you think back, though, to the mid-90s, JavaScript was cursed because it was mainly used for annoyances like little scrolling messages in the status bar at the bottom of your browser, or flashing images, or things that popped up windows massively. We could have put in controls for those, and we should have. Eventually, browsers, Firefox kind of championed this, led this automatic suppression of annoyances that made it all much better. And with Moore's law compounding, and with JavaScript getting some evolutionary improvements in the standards process, it became really quite fast enough and good enough in 2004 and 5 to beget the Web 2.0 revolution. That was, I think, tied in with Firefox's retaking market share from IE, and developers realizing there was a client side to the programming stack that could be expressive and powerful and could be fast enough thanks to faster computers, mainly.
You must have had some training, some kind of
I'd done a lot of
set of experiences that kind of got to the point where you could pull from Scheme and
I had implemented, I was a sort of a language buff when I first entered computer science. I was a math physics major originally and ended up math computer science when I finally got my undergraduate degree. So I was programming formal language theory applied to recognizing languages, like lexical analysis, parsers, automatically constructed parsers from grammars. I love that stuff because it was all very pretty and clean theoretically, and it still is. It hasn't changed a lot. There's been only 1 or 2 innovations since my time in university in the early 80s. So what that gave me was the ability to quickly knock out a sort of a language interpreter. I could do the parser and the scanner. I could generate bytecode because Netscape wanted to do a server-side embedding in JavaScript, even though it could have been Treewalker or something that interpreted parse trees. I made a bytecode for it, and it was an internal bytecode, not the Java bytecode that's become a handicap for Java, I think. And I knocked all that out really quickly because I'd done it before. I'd done it at Silicon Graphics to build sort of network monitoring tools to capture packets based on expressions over fields at the various protocol headers. I'd done it for fun, just to make my own languages. And finally, I got to do it really quickly. The speed was an issue for me. It was partly, we were all feeling like Microsoft was going to come after Netscape because they had tried to buy Netscape in late '94 for too little money. I'd heard about this before my time at Netscape. But we also were in a weird game theory with respect to Java, because even at Netscape, some people thought, well, if we have Java, do we really need a second language? They didn't see the benefit of the Visual Basic companion language for a much larger cohort of programmers or amateurs, designers, beginners. To write Java as to write C++ for the Microsoft platform today took a lot of education and greater pay. It was a higher price proposition. To get people gluing components together and designing pages and filling gaps using JavaScript, as they did with Basic and Visual Basic and Microsoft's Windows, was cheaper and wider spread. It also enabled this user innovation toolkit approach, to use Von Hibbel's phrase again, because JavaScript was malleable, because there were so many web designers, you would see different schools of thought on how to use it emerge. And this has become quite clear over the last 10 years with the various JavaScript libraries. And I think that's actually an advantage, as I said earlier, to JavaScript, that we're not telling you, here's the one way to write it. Here's the one true object-oriented paradigm. Here's the only way you should ever make a reusable abstraction. It's not unmixed, right? It's hard for beginners. People reinvent certain wheels and make mistakes doing it, or don't like having to acquire a library. But you see jQuery, a very popular library, because it gives people this very sweet query and do paradigm. And again, it's not mandatory with JavaScript, but a lot of people learn that and they think that is JavaScript. They think jQuery is a language, or they think, you know, jQuery is the tail that wagged the dog. jQuery is great, and John Resnick used to work with us at Mozilla, but there are so many good libraries out there now, and they're actually shrinking and becoming more compositional, which is a good trend. So JavaScript, by being malleable and sort of fostering user innovation, I think has played a unique role. If I had done something more rigid, I think the odds are greater it would have failed.
I just can't imagine how you would have escaped from the object-oriented pattern of C++.
Partly I had to, because if I'd done classes in JavaScript back in those 10 days in May in 1995, I think I would have been told this is too much like Java, you're competing with Java. You know, somebody at Sun would have yelled at Bill Joy more than they did, and it might have killed the deal. So I was definitely not only under time constraint, but under marketing orders, make it look like Java, but don't make it too big for its britches. It's just this sort of silly little brother language, right? The sidekick to Java.
But then you put in primitives.
I snuck some stuff in, yeah.
You put some primitives, you know, like closures and all those other things that it's like you can build what you want.
Yes, and that kind of went under the radar for a lot of people, and it wasn't all even there in a good working order in the first release. But over the next few years, it became not only well known, I would say more standardized and well known. Over the next 10 years, it became evangelized, like Crockford's a big exponent of the closure pattern and the good uses you can make of closures. So people find the malleability and the expressiveness and the power compelling enough that some people actually resist any version 2. They say, I don't want you to add cliches or common special forms for patterns that I'm more happy writing myself or acquiring as a library myself.
You've created an abstraction that implementers can do crazy things with, right? And people can rethink what the interpreter is really supposed to do.
They can.
And they can just say, okay, here comes V8. And we thought about a lot of things differently, right?
Optimizations that haven't been tried. I knew about these optimizations because I'd studied Smalltalk itself, but nobody had gotten the time and the money. Google was maybe first. There were other efforts going on in parallel, and Apple and Mozilla have kept up as best they can, but V8 deserves a lot of credit for pushing this forward. It wasn't quite as first on the scene as they like to claim, because it was all coming together in 2008, but it has been very helpful, and it has shown people what can be done. What's interesting to me is that you then go and put different, more intensive workloads on the language, and you see there's a new V8 that should come out of somewhere. It may not come out of Google because they may have tired of optimizing JavaScript. In fact, I believe Dart is a response to that by the principals who did V8. They want to do a language where they don't have to worry about all this crazy compatibility. May not succeed, and it also doesn't give JavaScript the next level of performance. But I believe that level is there, and it's still improving in performance much more dramatically than a language like Java, where the gains are a percent or a fraction of a percent on the standard benchmarks. But a lot of HTML5 development now, quote unquote HTML5, JavaScript, CSS, web APIs, beyond what's in HTML5, is taking off. You're seeing like Zynga doing HTML5 only games. It's really coming faster than some thought. And I talked to venture capitalist Fred Wilson of Union Square in New York, said, yeah, it's here. He thought it would take years. We've turned that corner. And so you call it HTML5. What it really means is it's the web stack. It's the same stack you use to write web pages and hosted web apps. You can write apps that run in your device, apps that are maybe hosted, maybe offline, maybe the line is blurred so that you can associate them with a URL, but you can also take them on the plane without any fear that you're going to lose anything by disconnecting from the internet.
Netscape is, of course, known for its Netscape Navigator product, first commercial browser on the web. So, first tool, the first generation really used to get on the web. And that was successful for a while. And then competition became quite stiff from Microsoft. The different way to compete would be by building a shared asset. Instead of Netscape versus Microsoft, that Netscape would gather contributions of volunteers and other commercial partners, and build a product that would be shared. And that group of people knew that to be open source, you had to be real. You couldn't just say, oh, we're open source, love us. You really had to manage it differently. So at the time, there were 6 or 7 or 8 of us who were employed by Netscape as Mozilla.org staff, and another 100 or 150 employed by Netscape as Netscape engineers building the Netscape product and contributing their work to the Mozilla open source project. So we were all in the same buildings, we all went to many of the same meetings, but we had slightly different goals. Because although we call it the Netscape product, Netscape had been purchased by AOL already. And so the client itself was diminishing in importance. And the importance of the Netscape client was to push traffic to the AOL websites. But we, of course, at Mozilla.org were an anomaly because our charter was to build a successful open source project. And so that worked for quite a while. There were tensions. These were the dark years for Mozilla. We came to understand we needed to rebuild our core technology. That took a long time. While we were doing that, market share continued to slide. And there was a set of tensions over what does it mean to run a real open source project. And as it turned out, there were 2 competing views. And one view was that open source is phenomenal. We're very happy that the code is out there. Anyone is very welcome to take that code and use it. We absolutely want to build a large and engaged contributor community, but all decisions and all authority will be held by the management group, and we'll make those decisions as we think best, which is, of course, to benefit the client we're trying to build, which was the Netscape browser. We at Mozilla.org were convinced it wouldn't be successful, that building a product to benefit AOL only wouldn't generate the kind of interest either from individual volunteers or from commercial partners that we needed to be successful, and that we found the difference in perspective from the volunteers made the quality of the project much higher. They were under immense pressure to ship this product because the company needed it, and not only was it difficult technically and in an engineering sense, but we at Mozilla.org were saying, and there's these other things, right? You may think it's good enough, but we're telling you it's not because this is the feedback that we're getting, and you need to change some of the development processes and management practices. And so they thought, well, I'm not sure what they thought, but we experienced it as, no, we really need to keep going on the way that we're going till we get this product shipped. But unfortunately, the Mozilla community was correct, because when that product shipped, it was a failure. That was Netscape 6, universally acknowledged as a bad product, and pretty universally acknowledged as the end of the Netscape product line. That all those people that had held on and hoped through the Netscape 4 days and waited and waited and waited for the update, once they got it, pretty much gave up. So that's what we experienced. So that certainly didn't help us. That was unfortunate. It did reinforce our view that, our view of the world wasn't crazy. And so we continued on, and it was still long and slow to get technology and product that we liked. And the tensions continued. The management tensions continued. The failure of Netscape 6 didn't make anything easier. And certainly for the AOL folks, it really didn't make things easier either. And we fought a lot about the UI. I think UI is a constant source of tension. But in our case, it was worse because some of these fights would be, it makes sense to AOL to put something in the product, in the interface of the product, either a button to an AOL site or something that has an ad in it or some feature that a partner is paid for, so it generates revenue. We think It might send people to our site. Some of our users might really like it. So it all made sense from their point of view, but if you're not building the AOL client to benefit AOL and you're trying to build an open source product that is used for many people, then of course those features are a big negative. And so those were very fierce fights because the management of the client group had very clear opportunities in hand that they wanted to build into their product, and we were this small group saying no.
And they're diametrically opposed.
We're pretty opposed in that case, and we would say, no, you can't put it into the core product. You're welcome to have a build system on your own and add it in later. And that's how we ended up doing these things. So we did develop a system for it, but of course it's awkward. And you're always rubbing against what should go where. And it turned out, even in the very early days, that the open source Mozilla versions of the product got a lot more testing than the Netscape versions. And we also tried to build in some quality mechanisms that, again, seem normal today. So you can't, you get hired as an employee, you don't automatically get the right to check your code into the tree, right? Someone has to, look at your qualifications and say, at Mozilla and the way we work, we understand your coding level, we understand you know how we work, we understand if something goes wrong with your code, you know where you need to be, all of these things. And that's a very difficult setting for a hiring manager to say, well, I've just hired you, and you can't be as efficient as you think you can because there's yet another vetting process by this other group. So I understand, why it was difficult. But on the other hand, as an open source project, if you can't control the quality of the code and you don't have any say in it, you're not very real. The AOL client fortunes declined, and the Netscape browser declined, and declined precipitously after this Netscape 6. And so AOL was interested in laying off people, and in one of the big layoffs I was included. And that was in 2001. And that was seen as a power struggle as well. Because by that time, the fights back and forth about what we were building and who was making decisions were pretty well known within the engineering organization. It's hard for them not to be. I mean, it's true anywhere, right? But in some cases, the fights and the bugs are all very public as well. But and so I was laid off or fired, depending on your, how you want to describe it. And as it turned out, it wasn't really possible to take my place. And I continued as a volunteer, and the Netscape engineering organization, it was very clear whose leadership they were most interested in following. And so we had to work out a way in which the management at Netscape AOL that remained and I worked out sort of a way to work together enough so that they could ship the product they wanted to ship, but that I continued to lead the project. And I think that was a surprise, not so much to me, I think. And so I worked as a volunteer on the Mozilla project, for a number of years, including the years in which we shipped our first product, which we called Mozilla, and which we were very proud of technically. And for its day, many people were surprised at how good it was, but it didn't have a good user experience. But eventually I ended up working on another open source project with Mitch Kapor for a while, and that was lucky. He had started this open project and reached out to talk to Brendan and I about it to learn something. And the day that he was scheduled to come down and talk with us was the day that I was laid off. And so it was an odd sort of timing.
By any chance?
Yeah, that was Chandler. It was pre-Chandler, but OSAF. So I worked on that for a while, and Mitch was always a supporter of Mozilla, even before Firefox, when he didn't like the product. Right? But he recognized that we were an important part of the ecosystem. And that went on until 2003, when AOL decided to stop investing in the client almost completely. And fortunately, they knew that just killing it wasn't good. They knew enough about Mozilla and the name and the brand to think it would be good to do something with it. And so eventually, I ended up working with them, and some of the people there knew Mitch. as well. And I was working with Mitch, and they knew him, and so we all, spent a chunk of time trying to figure out what was possible. And my partner Brendan was still at Netscape, very eager to make a move, and many of the key people we wanted were also desperate to keep working on Mozilla. And so we ended up getting a $2 million seed money from AOL, and Mitch was helpful with that, and a few other things. The trademark, name Mozilla, and the 4 giant servers, which were so important to us at the time, and which had taken us almost 18 months to get through the purchase cycle at AOL. And so I think we still have those boxes sitting around because they were so important to us at the time. And so in 2003, the Mozilla Foundation was formed, and Mitch was the first chairman because he had done so much and had so much to offer. And Brian Behlendorf and guy Chris Blizzard, who worked on Mozilla forever, and Brendan and I were on the board. And AOL understood that there were 3 or 4 people that would be leaving when they did some kind of reorg, when they closed down the client group, and that those people would be coming to join us. And of all the people that we thought would be most helpful at Mozilla, they all came. That was about 9 or 10. So we were, and Mitch continued to support me and one other person in Mozilla part-time. So we were maybe 10 or 11 people. And and Brendan and I had always felt that we needed employees. It was exciting. It's a little scary because we knew that $2 million wouldn't go that far and that we had a lot of work to do to make ourselves real. We were still 18 months away from shipping, 15 months away from shipping Firefox. So that part was scary, but it was immensely exciting. One of the friends of Mozilla showed up, and they had a big lease and a little bit of space they could sublease to us. So we found a funky little room way in the back, not even a sink, very odd, but we were really happy with it. And we worked away on building our product. At that time, we made what was a pretty fundamental change that was critical, and we decided unambiguously to be a consumer product. That seems obvious, but when you're a bunch of developers, it's not that easy. And it means that you have to strip out a lot of the things that are clunky for a general consumer. You really have to be determined that you're building for a general consumer, not yourself. And I think many open source projects probably don't want to do that and shouldn't try if you don't want to, because you have to keep at it. So we started doing that. Out of the blue, some visual designers appeared from Prince Edward Island in Canada, and so we started to get nice looking logos, which we'd never had before, and visual elements. And then we tried to figure out what to do with the start page, because we knew that Mozilla development tools weren't the right answer, and we just took us forever. And we looked at all sorts of things and finally decided the one thing we knew that everybody did was search. We'd have people who say, well, it's obvious you should have the BBC, at least in English language versions. It's obvious. And then, our engineering guy would look up and say, well, it's not obvious to my 17-year-old daughter that that's what she wants. It's not obvious to my son either. So, but everybody used search. So we thought, we have the search box. Maybe we should put that on the start page too. Make it easier. Maybe it'd be more obvious to people about search. So we went to talk with the search providers. We had a very fruitful discussion with Google. I think they also saw the value of having a Mozilla browser in the world. They were very explicit about that, and I believe them. And so they were also open to doing a business arrangement. And so often people ask how Mozilla gets paid, and we're like most businesses on the web, search and ads. You do a search, you'll see ads. If you follow those ads, revenue is generated. It goes through the system and we get a little piece of it, as do other browser makers. So it's very similar to the business model on the web. And we did something that I believe had never been done before, which was to make sure that Google and Yahoo were right there next to each other. Like, you don't see them next to each other. You have to click on the arrow, but they're there. And today people laugh at me when I say that, because you only see one. But I negotiated that. And that was an absolute, utter, I will walk away from the deal term to everyone. Because I don't think I'd ever seen it before. And I wasn't you know, if you get on a plane and you want a Diet Coke, but the plane only has Diet Pepsi because that's their deal, you're angry, and if you want a Diet Pepsi and you want a Coke, and I used that example. I said, I'm not going to have Firefox users angry at us because they wanted one or the other. You know, you have to agree. You're both going to be in the product.
But it also is your values, right? It is
Yes.
your values front and center.
Yes, because the choice is there. We can do it. And to not do it would be to take away a choice that somebody really wants, and it matters to someone. So we have that choice in the search box, but we still didn't really know what to expect. So we shipped Firefox, and our sense that we were onto something turned out to be far more true even than we knew. We'd seen a rise in interest from 0.8 and 0.9 that was pretty noticeable, but once we hit the release version, it just exploded. And part of that was it was the perfect product. This time we had a product at the right time in the market. You know, internet capabilities had grown enough. People could actually download a browser easily, and more people had bandwidth and ability to do so and the comfort level to try it. So that was good. We had a beautiful product, and it was an important product, and the alternative was horrendous and dangerous and awful. And so all of that combined to create this giant excitement. And so Firefox market share climbed by, a percentage point immediately and started moving in these huge numbers. So it was a completely viral storm with nothing driving it other than, the product and the need itself. And so that took everyone by surprise. We were hoping to be able to generate a few $1 million to support ourselves for the next year. We had 10 or 11 employees. You start to add that up. So we were hoping to make enough money to do that. And it turned out, we generated that amount of money before the end of the year, the 6 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever it was before the end of the year. And so things got even more stressful and more hectic at that point, because now you've kind of got the proverbial tiger by the tail. We're still 12 people, right? So that immediate need to grow and the sense of pressure and stress combined with elation and success is probably, I don't know, maybe it's like having a child, right? But it's that combination. Doesn't immediately get easier.
It was a little easier to be anonymous than nervous.
Yes, that's for sure. We certainly see that. And so by the end of Firefox shipped in 2004. We just passed the 8-year anniversary. And by the end of 2004, it was pretty clear that we were a different organization. We were, I would say, still struggling with a different set of problems, but we had changed the nature of the problems really quite fundamentally. And, we'd done so in a way that our users loved. By 2005, we were in a really different world where we began to be able to actually influence others. And that's always been the goal. I mean, market share is nice, and it's nice when people love your product. Right? Market share is a validation that you've produced the right thing. And so that's awesome on its own. But the more important, maybe not more important, equally important goal is to be able to influence not only ourselves but others in the industry so that we start to see more of the things that we care about.
So that was a series of action-packed videos. Brendan and Mitchell have done a great deal. And if you look at the current HTML5, JavaScript, really some of the work that Brendan and Mitchell have done have created this new world that we live in right now with these highly interactive applications, JavaScript, Ajax. It can really all trace its moments back to, its creational moments back to these folks who A, created the clever technology, and B, fought to keep it from becoming too proprietary. And so a lot of people gave up on, say, their own personal benefit to believe in a cause that was the greater good of society through open source. Now, the thing to also think about, just kind of in the back of your mind, is if it wasn't for Microsoft, would Netscape have been successful in its original strategy to make the web and both the servers and the clients make them proprietary? They were going to sell web browsers. They were selling web browsers from $70 to $100. You used to be able to go to a store and buy a web browser. Your computer didn't come with a browser. As a matter of fact, the first time that Microsoft put the browser in with their operating system, they got sued for it. But by Microsoft trying to catch up, they had to give their browser away free, which made it impossible for Netscape to charge for the browser. And so in some ways, not that Microsoft was trying to make the world safe, but they basically put hundreds of millions of dollars into blunting Netscape's strategy and making sure that, well, they didn't make it, but the net result was the creation of Firefox and Mozilla and the World Wide Web Consortium and a much more fair marketplace. So the World Wide Web Consortium, it was created in October of 1994. CERN made a conscious decision, even though it knew that the web had been created there, that the sort of future curation of the web and what the web meant was not something that a physics lab should take on. And so Tim Berners-Lee went to MIT. MIT welcomed him with open arms. They funded him. They helped him create the World Wide Web Consortium and have done a wonderful job in leading the charge in defining the standards that define the standards that define what HTML is, what CSS is, etc. Now, in October 1994, there was no way to know if this was going to be successful. Again, it was somewhat of a reaction to Netscape, who had this sort of like, bunker mentality. The Netscape was going to take it all over and own it and push all these open people away. Tim and Mitchell and Joseph and all these people did not want that to happen. They felt it should be free for everybody and open, and many browsers and many servers and everything should interoperate, and standards were the key to that. And the World Wide Web Consortium was going to be the vehicle through which that happened. But they didn't have any power compared to Netscape, and Netscape had all the money. But IBM and Microsoft were not particularly fans of Netscape either. And so they early on joined the World Wide Web Consortium and gave it enough credibility to eventually sort of take over in terms of being very respected, and the standards produced by the World Wide Web Consortium are high quality and very respected, and they're a shining light to keeping the web safe for the rest of us. And let proprietary companies do their proprietary thing, but the World Wide Web Consortium is a real important part of today's web. And so we finally come to the point where you can assume the web, where the web was just there. There was a bunch of browsers, there was a bunch of servers, there was some open source stuff and non-open source stuff. And I want to briefly introduce you to Tim Berners-Lee. This footage was taken by Richard Wiggins, not me. Caught him at a conference, and we only got about a minute of his video.
Last month I was off in Boston for the 4th Annual World Wide Web Conference, and I had the opportunity to talk to the inventor of the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee, and I asked him a little bit about where are we going with this web stuff. And we have just a little bit of footage from Tim telling us where that's going to be.
You didn't see nothing yet, but you wait until people assume the web. When the web becomes something you can assume, when the infrastructure is all laid down, when we have an information space, then it will be time for the next revolution, and who knows what that will be.
It's hard to imagine a greater revolution than what we've seen. I mean, I go to the smallest places and everybody's putting up a web page.
Right, the web could only take place, the web revolution could only take place because the internet, which had been a quieter, smaller revolution, but that had been the internet itself quietly being deployed throughout the world, had happened because the internet was something people could assume the web revolution could take place. When the web is something you can assume, then maybe a cultural revolution, a nicer cultural revolution than the cultural revolution, perhaps, or maybe we'll find ways of doing things better that we hadn't imagined.
Pretty neat, Rich. One of the things that I liked about it was he just said his idea was the next step is something completely different, a cultural revolution as compared to just a little more technology.
I think you can see that Tim Berners-Lee is a real bright guy with a real strong vision of the future and a real deep commitment to the web and the internet being an agent of change in the world. And I think that it's going to continue to be that unless proprietary companies can get an upper hand. And so it's really incumbent on all of us to protect the freedom of the internet. And there's believe me, there are organizations that think they should run the internet and the web. They just are. They never have stopped. So we're at the point where the web is all here. It's quite amazing. And before we move on, I want to characterize just a little bit about the people you've met so far, and talk about some of the common things that they have between them. And in a way, I got the book The Wisdom of Crowds here, one of my favorite books. Each one of these people, when you listen to them talk, they would quite often talk about all the other people doing all the other work, and they rarely consider themselves in any way heroes. They rarely consider themselves as the great innovators. They always see themselves as part of a collective curiosity. And there were many things that I haven't told you about that were curious explorations that helped inform it. And this was really research, and until sort of the late 90s, it was just a question of how to do it. And at some point after the late 90s, it switched to what to do with it. And at that point, we have a whole different group of people that start really entering the world. And one that's one of the earlier ones and has benefited greatly from it is Jeff Bezos, and he's the founder of Amazon.com. And if you listen to Jeff, you will hear that he talks very differently. He comes at it from a business perspective. He's not necessarily trying to make the world a worse place. He's trying to make the world a better place. The fact that you can get, all these books like the next morning, that's kind of cool. So what Amazon does is really wonderful. It's more efficient for society. It's economically beneficial. But he has a profit in mind. He is saying this web exists. Browsers exist. Protocols exist. How can I take best advantage of it? Richard Wiggins caught up with Jeff in 1997. So just look at how smart this guy was in 1997. Everyone else figured this out much later, but Jeff Bezos is a really, really bright person. So here's Jeff Bezos.
Hi there, who are you?
I'm Jeff Bezos.
And what is your claim to fame?
I'm the founder of Amazon.com.
Where did you get an idea for Amazon.com?
Well, 3 years ago, I was in New York City working for a quantitative hedge fund when I came across the startling statistic that web usage was growing at 2,300% a year. So I decided I would try and find a business plan that made sense in the context of that growth. And I picked books as the first best product to sell online, after making a list of like 20 different products that you might be able to sell. And books were great as the first best, because books are incredibly unusual in one respect, and that is that there are more items in the book category than there are items in any other category by far. Music is number 2. There are about 200,000 active music CDs at any given time. But in the book space, there are more than 3 million different books worldwide active and in print at any given time across all languages. More than 1.5 million in English alone. And so when you have that many items, you can literally build a store online that couldn't exist any other way. And that's important right now because the web is still an infant technology. Basically right now, if you can do things using a more traditional method, you probably should do them using the more traditional method.
What kind of inventory do you keep?
We inventory the best-selling books. At any given time, we're inventorying in our own warehouse only a couple of thousand titles. And then we do almost in-time inventory for another 400,000 titles or so. We get those from a network of we order electronically from a network of wholesalers and distributors. We order those today. They're on our loading dock the next morning. Then for another 1.1 million titles, we get those directly from 20,000 different publishers, and those can take a couple of weeks to get. And then there are 1 million out-of-print books in our catalog. We have a catalog of 2.5 million books altogether. Those 1 million out-of-print books, some of them we can get and some of them we can't, but we find them if we can, and then we ship them to our customers. We do kind of a search on those.
What's almost-in-time inventory?
Almost-in-time inventory is the phrase we use to describe a whole selection of books that we offer. It's basically the things that are, below the 2,000th best-selling book up to the 400,000th best-selling book. Those are titles that we can get from a network of more than a dozen different wholesalers. So if a customer orders a book from us today, we order that book from our wholesalers today, and that book shows up on our loading dock the next morning. And then we can ship it to the customer.
They say one of the toughest things to do on the internet is to capture mind share. What was your secret? How did you do that?
Yeah, even more generally, I agree with you that capturing mind share on the internet is extremely difficult. Even more generally, it's the late 20th century, not just the internet. Capturing attention. Attention is the scarce commodity of the late 20th century, and one of the ways that you can do that, and it's the way that we did it, was by doing something new and innovative for the first time that actually has real value for the customer. That's a hard thing to do, but if you do that, then newspapers will write about what you're doing, customers will tell other customers, and you'll get a huge sort of word-of-mouth fan-out, and that can really drive and accelerate businesses, and that's what happened with us. In the first year of opening Amazon.com to the public, we didn't do any paid advertising, and all of our growth was fueled by word-of-mouth and media exposure.
I saw little ads at the bottom of the column of the New York Times.
That was our very first advertising. We don't do that anymore, but at the very beginning, we did little tiny ads at the bottom of the front page of the New York Times.
I thought that was very clever. It's sort of using a URL as a macro, because I read
that it expands.
We're a bookstore, click here.
Right. That's a great way to think of it.
And it worked very well, apparently.
I don't know, the problem with that kind of advertising is it's extremely difficult to track.
Put a different URL for every...
That's the problem, is that you want people to start to learn your URL, so you don't want to actually use a different one. And it's very easy. One of the great things about online ads, we do advertising today in maybe 40 different on different websites. We do banner ads, and that advertising is very easy to track in terms of knowing how effective it is. So we know for each piece of creative in each venue, not only how many click-throughs we get, but how many sell-throughs we get, and how many dollars of revenue it generates per ad dollar spent on that creative in that venue. And that is a sort of a marketer's nirvana in a certain sense.
Well, it's an exciting place to be on the web right now.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, it's just incredible. What's really incredible about this is that this is day one. This is the very beginning. This is the Kitty Hawk stage of electronic commerce. We're moving forward in so many different areas, and lots of different companies are as well. And the late 20th century is just a great time to be alive. We're going to find out that I think a millennia from now, people are going to look back and say, wow, the late 20th century was really a great time to be alive on this planet.
So, if you're a stockholder of Amazon, I think you're in good shape, because he's a bright fella and he's always looking for how to really do the right thing and give us products that we really like. Now, in this, we sort of evolve the modern internet, and much like Jeff said that investment was growing at 3,000% a year or something like that. There was this mania in 96, 97, 98 where people just bought and bought and bought, and the notion that communications was going to be so valuable led to, in a sense, an overbuilding of the fiber optic plant. We have a massive amount of fiber optic in the ground right now, and our ability to send more data through the existing fibers by just upgrading the equipment at the two ends, that's growing very rapidly as well. And so we're in this really weird world now, where a fiber optic between Ann Arbor and Chicago, 180 miles, is not that much more expensive than a piece of copper wire that goes 30 miles in 1960. And so distance is less and less important in the internet. It's why long-distance phone calls don't cost any money anymore, because long-distance and local are not that different, because there's so much fiber in the ground. But just one thing I want you to think about and wonder about is, will we run out? We are living off of the overbuilding that happened in the late 90s, when they put so much in and they've been able to upgrade it so effectively. But we might run out. And where will the money come from to dig the next set of trenches to put the next round of fiber in? We'll have to see. So if we take a quick look at, this is a graph of the growth of the servers on the World Wide Web. And if you take a look, we start in 1990 with one web server, December 1990, with Tim Berners-Lee having one web server. And then it sort of doesn't grow, and then you sort of see kind of like this takeoff in the last 2 years, late 2 years of the 1990s, where you go up to about 20 to 30 million, from what, I don't know, 1996 is less than $250,000 and less than $250,000 hosts, you see the kind of the crash, the boom, and the crash where it wasn't growing. And then you sort of see another new graph, which is really, this is when everybody had to be on the internet. Every little store started being on the internet. Every web one had to be a web server. This was kind of the big ones coming on, and this was sort of like the flame out of the exuberant growth of the late 90s. And this exuberant growth gets so exuberant that it really changes the stock market in the United States and the rest of the world, to the point where, you know, from the early 90s to 2000 was the longest period of expansion. And there's a lot of factors for this, but one of the factors is, as we began to use communication and computation to make commerce more efficient, that triggered a great deal of growth. It also triggered over speculation, right? And so the kind of this part here, the crash, the dot-com crash, was a bit of the over speculation working its way out. Probably if they hadn't over speculated, it would go like this instead. But it can't be like that. You go crazy, 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 oops, 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 oops. And then we sort of had a crappy economy for a while after that. But again, the web, the internet, and all the technology that I just talked about really put a stamp on the entire world's economy in the 1990s. So I could go on and on and on and on about this stuff. Open source is a big part of this. I will put links up for these videos that I've got. These are 3 open source luminaries that I've interviewed. Richard Stallman is the Free Software Foundation. The GNU, which is much of Unix utilities are written this way. The compilers are written this way. He is a tremendous advocate for open source software. Also, we meet Brian Behlendorf from the Apache Foundation, and the Apache Foundation was formed based on the web server that was created at NCSA, became the first web server that was the Apache web server. So that lineage goes all the way back to Joseph Harden and the team at NCSA. And then Rasmus Leerdorf is the inventor of PHP and one of the many very popular web programming languages for building websites. And so I'll put the links up for these, and you can take a look at them.
We got our start in the early days of the web as a group of disaffected webmasters who were using a piece of freely available web software, but had difficulty with it. We were fixing bugs. We were sharing these bug fixes with each other, like baseball trading cards, if you will, these patches, as it's called. And one day we discovered the group that put out the web server that we were using basically folded when all their developers left to go join a brand new company called Netscape. So a bunch of us decided that, hey, we're dependent upon this software. We don't want to become full-time web server developers, but we want to be able to use this thing that we've had for free and be able to improve it and all that kind of stuff. We looked at the license of the code, and the license said, here's the software, do whatever you want with it. Don't blame us when it breaks, right? And we said, hey, that's a pretty good bargain. Why don't we pass the same bargain on to the next group of people, right? So we formed a mailing list, right? And this was mostly, again, webmasters and people working at some early internet service providers or website design companies or places like Amazon or the Internet Movie Database. And we combined our patches together and decided to call it a Apache server for that reason, and went forward. And really the model of how we worked was based upon kind of us as a group, as peers, proposing ideas, vetting each other's ideas and patches and fixing bugs, as a group, as a team. None of us had met in person. Well, some of us had met, but as a group, we didn't meet in person until 1998, really 3 years after we got our start. And long after, by the way, we'd become the most predominant web server product on the planet. And yet at this time, still, no money, no dime, not direct to us from this piece of open source software, but plenty of us, made our living off of building things on top of this piece. And that's really the story, I think, of kind of successful open source projects writ large, which is people working together on common technologies to solve common problems, so they can go off and make money on other places, or so they can have fun. They can try new ideas. They can, be experimental, right? And that's really the same story of Apache and of Linux and all these other open source projects. It turns out to be not that hard to be able to work together when people have the same common goal, which is let's build a product that does all this great stuff. One thing that we did do that made it easy to make some of these decisions was to have a very modular API, which made it easy for us to be able to say, hey, if you want that special cool feature, do it as a separate thing and make it successful, and we'll decide whether to bring this into the product once it's become successful or not, right? Another key thing that plays into this that is true of all open source projects is that an open source license, like we had on ours, that Linux has, etc., carries with it something called the right to fork, which means that if I were to go all, Colonel Kurtz on the project and start saying we're going to go here, and no one else wanted to follow, well, all of those other people could decide to pick up the code and go start a different project somewhere else, if they couldn't kick me out, which is probably what they would have tried to do first, right? This right to fork, means that you don't have to have any tolerance for dictators. You don't have to deal with people who make bad technical decisions. You can take that future into your hands, and if you find a group of other people who agree with you, you can go on and create a new project around it. So I think that rule, that right to fork, limits the kind of excesses that we see whenever we start to talk about how do groups make decisions and conflict arises. How do you deal with that conflict? And it means that your style of leadership isn't so much one of control and plotting moves ahead of time, but instead one of being able to get people on your side, convince them that you're going to value their efforts, value the contributions that they make.
And up next, we're going to start digging into how this all works rather than what it is, how it came to be. So we're going to talk about what it is rather than how it came to be. And so thank you for your time so far, and I look forward to seeing you at the next lecture. Oh, hi. Sorry, I was in the forums. I guess it's time for this week's video. So this week we're moving from history to technology, and in a sense we're going to tell the same story again. We'll sort of start at the beginning, but we're going to start from the bottom and work upwards. So in a sense we're kind of talking about the same things, but just from a more technical perspective. Don't worry, you'll be fine. We're not going to there's no math, I promise, there's no programming, don't worry about that. So of course I appreciate IEEE Computer Magazine, who I write for, to let me use the articles that are associated with some of the videos, as well as the folks from Open Michigan who have helped me. So, hang on a second. No, hang on. Got a phone call. I'll be right back. Okay, well that's been sent. Sorry for that interruption. Again, I thank everybody for the use of the copyright materials. Part of my hidden agenda in this class is that you will be able to look at this XKCD comic and you'll understand the humor. So I'm going to stop for a moment and let you look at it and see if you get the humor. Okay, so maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but hopefully by the time we're done, you'll have a better chance of getting the humor. So if you recall, the most academics throughout the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the best they had access to was this store and forward networking, where you would send a message and it would go into a computer and it might sit for some time, then it would find its way across a network and it would sit for a little while longer, find it and hop. And there's these multiple hops. We call these hops. And each of these would be a couple hundred miles perhaps. And to go from, say, Michigan to Stanford, there might be 15 or 20 hops. The hops are as much defined by geography, where we're all trying to optimize the cost of these long-distance connections. So the thing that really characterized store and forward networking was that there wasn't a lot of sharing one message was being sent across one of these links at a time, and all the other messages just kind of waited in line. Now, the innovation that happened in the research networks in the 60s through the 80s, ultimately embodied in the ARPANET, was the fact that they were going to be packet networks. First, how do we share one link so that a long message doesn't clog it up? And how do we deal with outages more dynamically? With the idea that eventually you could send a packet across the country and back into a computer and back out in maybe a half of a second. And that was seen as something to do rather than somewhere between 10 minutes and a day or two. So how to do this efficiently? It was a research project, and it was a research project that lasted almost 20 years, and 20 or more years, and one of the neatest things about this is they were able to throw it away and rewrite it a bunch of times so that they could put something in production, see its flaws, see what was good about it, then they had the money from DARPA to throw it away and rewrite it. Now, by the late 1970s, it had, 100-ish computers on it. Here's a picture. And these are not the schools, these are the computers. These are, listing all of the computers that are there. And so the engine, the innovation that they spent 20 years perfecting was the notion of packet switching. So how can we simply move data simultaneously across a connection? And the essential brilliant idea is break the message into packets. And again, to sort of review, here I have a message, and I have postcards that only can handle 10 characters, and I'm going to send this "Hello there, have a nice day" message to Daphne in California. And so I have 3 10-character postcards. I basically put a from address and a to address on each postcard, and a sequence number on each postcard, 1, 2, and 3, and I put 10 characters on each. And then I stick them in my mailbox. I just put them in, put the sign up, and then I wait. Now, let's just say, that the post office person comes and picks this this first one up, and it goes to Chicago from Michigan, and then it goes to Omaha, goes to Denver, and then the second one kind of falls on the floor, and it ends up going to Charlotte, North Carolina. And then they're like, why is this here? And then they send it to Atlanta to get checked, and then they make sure, and this one goes, and number 3 ends up going to St. Louis, and then Tulsa, and then Colorado, and this one gets routed back to Charlotte because they weren't sure why they sent it to them in the first place, and then they send it to Memphis, Tennessee, and then this one makes it to California, and then this other one sort of goes to Phoenix, and this one finally gets to Dallas, Texas, and this other one goes finally, and then this third one goes to Tucson, Arizona, and then Las Vegas, Nevada, and finally it makes it, right? So these poor little postcards that I put in, they have each a different journey, right? It's a little adventure for each of the postcards that they go through. And so I don't see how this works on my end. I put in 3 postcards. I numbered them 1, 2, 3. But on the far end in California, Daphne opens her mailbox and has scribbling all over her mailbox. Oh, the shame. No, actually, we'll get rid of the scribbling. So Daphne opens up her mailbox, and she doesn't know how these packets got there, I mean postcards, how they got there. Out comes the first one. She goes, oh, it looks like I got a message from Chuck, but I've only got part of it. Then out comes the second one shortly thereafter, and then after a long period of time, finally the third one comes out, but it's actually the second one. And now she understands that she's got the entire message, and she reassembles it, and away we go. And so this is the basic notion of how all those postcards can share the infrastructure. They can all be in flight at the same time. They can take different paths. You don't have to connect them all together like trains, basically. And this led to a shared network infrastructure. And so the computers that were in a store and forward network went from sort of big, powerful computers with disk drives to really tiny computers with a single purpose of forwarding packets rather than long-term storage of message. And so the store and forward had long-term storage of messages in the routers. But I mean not in the routers. In the store and forward, the old one, long-term storage was somewhere in the network. But this was only short-term, right? Short-term storage. And so when a packet comes out, It simply has to find its way through a series of hops. It still hops, and it's still connections, but basically it has to find its way across the internet. And then we would take whole campuses, like University of Michigan, say, or Stanford, for example, and then we'd have sort of various kinds of local networks on those campuses and computers on the campuses and servers and various things, and they would route all their packets, all their data out to the internet, and then the packets would find their way across the internet, and then we might have a home connection as well that might connect. And so the shared network infrastructure focuses only on packets, not reliability or anything else. So this notion of hops didn't go away. As a matter of fact, I don't know how many hops it took to get from Ann Arbor to Palo Alto in using BitNet. I'm going to guess it might have been 16 or 20, and these days it takes 16 or 20 hops. The difference is in the internet, the 16 or 20 hops happens in 1/100 of a second or 1/10 of a second. So the notion of hops and the notion of intermediate computers is still present in the internet and the TCP/IP networks that we use today. And so your message sort of leaves you the host that you're in, hops to the first router, and then hops to however many routers, ... This is more of a ... thing, and then finally hops its way out to the far host. And so this is sort of either your computer, maybe Stanford's web server, and then there's this series of routers in the middle that it hops through. Okay? And so the problem of what data goes between here and here is you got to solve a lot of problems, right? All kinds of problems. And so in order to simplify the solution or break the solution into simpler, more manageable parts, they came up with a layered network model. Now, this is a cartoon, and computer people love drawing cartoons and saying this is our architecture, this is our framework, this is our approach. Sometimes they're helpful, sometimes they're not helpful. Sometimes the cartoon is just kind of a cartoon. But what's usually being communicated in these kinds of pictures is they're taking a big problem and breaking it down into some subset, some set of smaller problems. So the whole problem that they've got to solve of getting data reliably across the whole country is that big. And if we can break it into 4 pieces and work separately and come up with ways to let these pieces interact, work separately with each one, then maybe we'll have a better solution. Okay? So take a problem that's so large and so complex that we might not be able to solve it and break it into 4 smaller problems, gives us a better chance of solving the 4 problems. Now, there's a certain art to picking how you break the problem up. And there's more than one network model. The one that we use in the internet is the TCP/IP or Internet Protocol Suite model, and we'll meet some of the people who designed that. There was also a model called the 7-layer OSI model, Open System Interconnection model. So there's a model out there that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layers, and they all have names, and they all have purposes, and they all have definitions. This was not This was not very popular, and I doubt that it's many places, because the TCP/IP model is the one that kind of won. And so that's the one that we're going to study, but that doesn't mean that that has to be the only one, but it is the one that has become popular on the internet. So once you break the problem down from a big problem into 4 small problems, you have to develop documents about how these layers work together, how various computers work together, how routers work, all these things. And so early in the process of the development of the ARPANET, they created an open process to build these specifications, where they would invite engineers from all kinds of companies and universities and who knows what, any expertise, to show up at a meeting several times a year. I mentioned the IETF meeting when I was talking about the history of the internet and the Tim Berners-Lee BOF that only 15 people showed up to. That's this meeting. It's the Internet Engineering Task Force, which is just a bunch of engineers that get in many rooms and solve a bunch of problems. And so the standards that come out of this, and you can go read them, they're all open documents. They're very throwback documents. They've got this text thing, and it's got all this like beautiful uppercase that reminds me of back when printers didn't have lowercase. And these are documents that describe how most of the components of the internet work together. So, The layered architecture that I just described, where you have a computer and then it sends data out the back of it and then hop, 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 hop through routers, and then the data arrives at the destination computer, and then the destination sends it back and it's hop, 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 coming back, and it comes to you. We're going to expand on this a little bit. So each of these hosts on the two ends is going to expand to this much right here. So that's one host. That's another host. And each of these routers is going to expand into this. So this bottom picture is just an expanded version of this upper picture, so that we can see how the internet layers work together. So when you send a message in on your computer, this is all software, application, transport, internet, link. So this is all software, and then it comes out the little plug on the back of your computer, right? So maybe your computer has a little plug like this on the back of it, right? That's an Ethernet plug, and here's an Ethernet wire, and I plug my local area network in, right? And so this right here is that right there. That's kind of the plug. It might be Wi-Fi, which means it's kind of like air, but if you have a wire like this, then it's a little more tangible. And there's something on the other end of that wire. This is a very short wire, but there would be a router on the other end of that wire. The router takes the data off the wire and then forwards it, just like a post office, intermediate post office would do, onto the next link. Onto the next link. And this would be multiple hops in here. They're only showing 2 hops. And then finally, it's on the last link going to that computer at Stanford. And then it goes up through these 4 layers of software and then goes and does whatever it's going to do. Now when they send you the response back, it kind of goes the other way. Chop, hop, 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 and back up and back to you. So if this was you in a web browser, you know, and then here's me, and here's a slide I've got, right? This web browser, and you move in your cursor in the web browser, is sending stuff back and forth to the Coursera servers, kind of here, and that's what's happening, right? So as we look at this picture over here, this left column is the host you're coming from, the right column is the host you're going to, and the routers are these things in the middle. Okay? Okay. So let's start looking at all 4 layers. We are going to start at the bottom, at the link layer, and then we're going to move up. So if you recall, when I talked about the basic reason why we even have a layered architecture at all is to simplify the problem. To simplify the problem. So the idea of the link layer is it only worries about getting the data across one hop, right? Only worries about getting the data from across one piece of wire. What like voltage goes on these little wires, and how we send the stuff, and if more than one computer is using the same wire, how do we share? And it's a complex enough problem, but we don't worry about the whole world. We worry about this one link layer. And so the link layer is sort of like the connection out of one computer and into another computer. And this might be fiber optic, might be 40 miles, or it might be 40 feet for all we know. But it's one link, okay? And then a router pulls it off that link and then forwards it onto another link. If you go to the post office, you could think of the person who picks your mail up from your house with the thing on their shoulder. That's one link. Then they put it in a truck, which takes it to a place that puts it in a semi-truck, and then they puts it to another place that puts it on a train, and the semi-truck and the train and the postman or postwoman are these little link layers. Each person or semi-truck is not taking it all the way, they're just getting a little farther. So that's the link layer. So the link layer doesn't worry about the rest of this stuff. The stuff that is defined on this wire really doesn't even care if there's a World Wide Web or anything. Its job is to get data across one foot. That's what its job is. Is it up? Is it down? How do we share? It doesn't care. It's got a very narrow view. So what it means is we can zoom in on this problem, right? We can zoom in and focus and ignore everything else. So the link layer basically asks questions like, I've got some data inside the computer and I want to send it out. How do I encapsulate it? What if this is shared? How do I deal with that? And common link technologies that we see are like Ethernet or Wi-Fi or cable modem, DSL, satellite, or optical. Right? These are all links layers of one form or another. So if you're going back to this Ethernet link layer, which is one of our favorites because it's kind of ubiquitous, other than wireless, it's probably Ethernet is the most ubiquitous link layer. So when the manufacturer builds an Ethernet or a wireless adapter, they actually build into it, which is probably right here, I don't know, it could be right here, they build into it a serial number. So they mark this as having a serial number. And you can actually, whether you're on Windows or Mac, you can work your way down to find the serial number for your actual manufactured piece of equipment. So there's one on the Mac, that's an example one on the Mac, and that's an example one on the PC. They tend to be 6 two-digit numbers concatenated together, often with colons, or in this case in Windows it shows dashes. And so this is a Raspberry Pi, and all the Raspberry Pis are going to actually have similar prefixes and then serial numbers within that prefix. And so the Raspberry Pis get manufactured. They come out of the manufacturing line with this sequence number just kind of going chug, 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 up, 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 up. And then they get shipped to all corners of the world. And so these numbers are not the numbers for this to get across the world. All these serial numbers at the link layer are good for is to get across one connection in case that connection is shared. And if you were to plug this into a hub and you're plugging other computers into that same hub, well then you're sharing that connection. And this computer might see the traffic for that other computer. And so we use the physical addresses so that this computer knows which of the packets belong to it on the piece of wire. So wired Ethernet or Wi-Fi, certainly if you're sitting in a room with a bunch of Wi-Fi computers, you're sharing the air. So you have to come up with rules how to share this, how to share nicely, and how to behave. So the way it works is and this Ethernet could easily have a bunch of other computers hooked to it, right? Because it's really shared, and so they're all sitting here, they're all talking simultaneously, you know. But we have a pair of computers that want to talk, so it's not just one. It's got a bunch of folks sitting here. Just draw bunches of folks. They're all talking, or all potentially talking, and we got to figure out how in the shared medium, like this is, think of this as a hub, and they're all connected into this hub, including the two we want to talk. They're all connected in the hub, including the two that we want to talk. And how can these two make sure that the data goes, is this data that's sent with the intention of going to this computer, this router, how can it make sure that it gets there? Well, if it knows the address of the sending and receiving unit, it just encodes that in the packet. And that way it sort of goes by all these folks. Let me change colors here. The packet we send goes by all these folks, and even if they all heard every one of the packets, they all know that it doesn't belong to them because they all have a different number, and this is the only one that responds to it. So that allows them to share the wireless or the wire and share the wireless or the wire and have it all work out for them. So that's the idea of the link layer. Now again, remember this might only be 50 feet or 50 yards or 50 meters. We'll make it meters. It's only 50 meters, but you still have to share the network in that 50 meters. And then the router takes it off of that and forwards it on a different link. And that's how we get across the country. But that's the next layer up, and let's not worry about that for now. So the idea is, think about one link, whether it's fiber optic or cable or wireless or Wi-Fi. And so what are the kind of problems that you have to solve on this link layer? Well, so one of the things that's cool about many link layers is, like wireless and Ethernet, is they can be shared. And it makes it really easy to just plug new computers in. So you just sort of like, here's a hub and you just plug another computer in and it's on the network. But they have to come up with a way to avoid the chaos when they're sharing. And so the way Ethernet does this is with a technique called carrier sense media access with collision detection. And as you'll see, a lot of the things that we do on the internet have a lot to do with courtesy, meaning that we're just nice. And if everybody's nice, it all works out. Kind of like driving in a car. Just Everyone can't run through the stop sign at the same time. Somebody's got to stop, got a green light, your turn, my turn, whatever. This probably wouldn't work so well with cars, because sometimes you do have a collision of packets, you just have to wait. Packet collisions don't crush your car, they just slow your data down. So, here we go. This is basically carrier sense media access with collision detection. The first thing you do if you want to send some data, say we got some data inside our little computer and we want to send it out, knowing that there might be other data going by, the first thing we do is we listen. We listen to what's on there. If it's not silent, we just wait until it goes silent, and then we start sending. So if someone's already using it, why crash into their data and crush their data? Because it's shared. There's only one. You can't both be sending at the same time. So first you listen. Once it's silent, you begin transmitting data. And then what you do is you also listen to your own data. And if your own data is coming back, then it's sounding pretty good. And then if there is a collision, because there's a chance that two computers will want to send at the same time and they'll collide, then what they have to do is back off. And they have a sophisticated random number calculation so that they back off not always the same amount. Each computer backs off a different amount, and they make it so that it's fair. So one computer is not always backing the most off, so it's very fair. So it's when you detect a collision, you retransmit after a random backoff. First, you avoid collisions, but in the rare case that you have a collision, then you do this. And so I want to introduce you to the person who invented Ethernet. Ethernet. This is Robert Metcalfe, and he was working at Xerox Palo Alto Research Center, PARC, everyone calls it PARC, and they were building what is most considered the first computer, the Alto computers. They were connecting line printers, or fast printers to these. Xerox was building the first laser printers, and they needed something faster, and so they just started building it, and they built this thing called Ethernet. Now it's a little different than the Ethernet that we see. The first Ethernet that they built is a little different. You can see a picture of it down here. If you ever go to Xerox PARC and get in, you'll go see this little museum they have. It used a single piece of cable that ran along. They just ran it down the hallway, and they would connect a tap in, and then they would use that to send the data. So it would go down the hallway, and a tap would come out in each office, and they were truly sharing the media. This is not shared except when you plug it into a hub. That's what makes this shared. And it was inspired by an earlier wireless network where they were doing not collision detection but retransmission called Aloha. And a lot of early packet network inspiration comes from the Aloha net come from University of Hawaii. And because they didn't have anything except wireless, but they did have wireless, they did a lot of really cool early research on wireless. And so let's go ahead and meet Bob Metcalfe, the inventor, one of the inventors of Ethernet.
I was extraordinarily lucky and happened to be at the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center when a problem evolved that had never before occurred. The problem had never occurred, and that was the problem of having a building full of personal computers. And I was the networking guy, so they turned to me and said, network these puppies. Now we had just finished starting the internet. It was then called the ARPANET, which was packet switching. And it was pretty clear we wanted this network to connect to it wasn't yet called internet thing. So it would be packet switched, we were pretty sure.
At the same time, we were building, arguably, I don't want to get into that argument, the first laser printer, which in our case, the first one, whose name was Ears, that's a whole other story. It was a page per second, 500 dots per inch, and if you do the math, that's about 20 megabits per second. So the existing methods of interconnection had a lot of problems. One is they were all home run, so all these wires, one from every desk, would all come to this one place in the building and put a big rat's nest. We called it a rat's nest, by the way. Two is they generally ran at 300 bits per second, or if you really rev them up, they go to 14.4 kilobits per second. And that wasn't even close to 20 megabits per second. So, and we wanted to be able to keep the printer busy by sending documents from all these PCs, which hadn't been built yet.
Except in Park.
Well, they hadn't been built even at Park at that point. So we were building the printer and we were building the PCs all at the same time. So I started work on this. Now there was an effort before mine called Signet at Park, and it was being done by Charles Simony, my friend. And but he wasn't a networking guy, so they sent me in to pick up Signet from Charles, and he was going to go off and do something else. And by the way, the other thing he did is he wrote a text editor, a word processor called Bravo, which then became Microsoft Office.
Wow.
So Charles is a billionaire, and he's been to the space station twice, the International Space. So maybe I shouldn't have kicked him off Signet. Maybe I should have done Bravo. I don't know. Anyway, so I immediately decided that Signet, by the way, Signet stands for Simony's Infinitely Glorious Network, was in fact infinitely glorious and had too many moving parts to be a LAN. By the way, the word LAN wasn't invented until 1990, and this is still 1973, so the word LAN was way in the future, so that's an anachronism. Anyway, the Signet had too many moving parts for a LAN, and it was in the course of investigating how to organize this LAN that I ran into quite by accident, by a packet radio network at the University of Hawaii. It was called the Aloha Net. And what was beautiful about the Aloha network is it solved a distributed problem. That is, how would we share a radio channel back to the mainframe in Hawaii at the university if we were just a bunch of terminals scattered among the Hawaiian Islands, and they couldn't really easily talk to each other to get coordinated? How would they coordinate their sharing of this inbound radio channel? And Norm Abramson there at the University of Hawaii devised this very simple randomized retransmission procedure where a person would type. By the way, what they would type was a card image. It was 80 columns wide, back from the days of card batch processing. So you would type in your card image and hit send, and then your terminal would send it in toward the mainframe, and then would wait a short time to see if there was an acknowledgement returned on the outbound channel. And if there was, everything was hunky-dory. But if there wasn't, that probably meant the two terminals had decided to send at the same time. So then as many terminals as participated in that collision of transmissions would then randomize and then retransmit at a random time in the future. Thereby, if they overlapped here, they very likely would not overlap again in the future because they would choose different random numbers to count down. So that's randomized retransmission multiple access. So since I was trying to avoid this big rat's nest of wires and only wanted to have one wire, just one wire, not 16 or 32 or whatever the alternatives were, just one, I wanted a distributed solution to how to share this cable, and the Aloha network produced that using randomized retransmissions. So then actually, you know, there's sort of two stories here. One is a hardware story.
Right, I was wondering about the hardware.
There's a hardware story and there's a software story. And the hardware story is not that interesting, but it's there. So one of the first things I did was to buy a kilometer of cable, or it may have been a mile. I don't know if I'd gone metric yet, but so a spool of coax cable about this big with the two ends sticking up. So I got a pulse generator and I hooked it up to one end and hooked it around back into the oscilloscope and started launching square waves down the cable and watching what came out. I thought that would be good preparation for building a network. And what came out the other side wasn't a square wave. It was sort of lazy rise times and lazy fall times. But if you put a digital gate, you could recover the square wave. That is, you just use the digital threshold, and so out of this gate came a square wave. So you could recover at the end of a mile of cable this square wave. So I kind of had some confidence then that various stations connected to this cable could inject their square waves, and the other guys could recover them. So that hardware wasn't that hard. In fact, it was a straightforward.
So the first hardware was kind of relatively straightforward.
Very straightforward. And the square wave, by the way, was called Manchester. What we'd do is we'd take the bit, we'd make a packet of bits, right, and then we'd send them one at a time down this cable, and we would encode them. And the encoding was also simple. It was Manchester coding, meaning for each bit, the first half of the bit would be the complement of the bit, and the second half of the bit would be the bit. So you would have a transition in the middle of each bit cell, which is a very simple modulation scheme. So as you're sending the packet, the cable's wiggling, and you can recover the signal at the other end and clock those bits into a shift register, then clock the shift register into the memory and collect a packet that way.
And that all took just some soldering to make that all happen, basically.
Well, I don't want to. It got a little bit complicated when you wanted to put 255 of them on a mile of cable. You had to be a little bit careful about the impedance of the taps, because a square wave coming by a tap might generate reflections that would then interfere. But the beauty of Manchester encoding was that while you were sending a packet, there were constant transitions. So if you listened, you could tell whether a packet was going by, and you didn't have to listen for long. You only had to listen for about a bit time, and then which turned out to be 340 nanoseconds. So you could wait that long and tell whether there was a packet going by. So one of the first differences between the Ethernet and the Aloha network, there are a lot of differences, but one of the first ones was carrier sense. In the Aloha network, you couldn't tell if somebody else was transmitting at the same time as you, but on the Ethernet you could. And the advantage of that was, you might as well, if you're sending and somebody else is sending at the same time, you might as well give up because you've destroyed each other's packets, so punt. Then that recovers that bandwidth that would otherwise be lost to just continuing to transmit a damaged packet. And the other thing was this Manchester code meant that the cable was on half the time and off half the time. That is, the driver, sort of an open, what we used to call an open collector driver, would either yank the cable up to 3 or 4 or 5 volts. I even forget the voltage now, but it was under 5, I'm sure of that. I had a rule, I never went above 5 volts. You would yank the cable up, and then during the other half of the bit, when you weren't yanking, you let go. So for example, in each bit cell, you got to look to see if anyone else was transmitting when you had stopped. And if there was somebody else, then you had a collision. So that was the second feature.
So it was really a digital signal. It was really a digital signal. It wasn't a modulated signal in any way, right?
No. Well, it was
the best you could send a digital signal over coax cable.
On-off with the Manchester encoding. Right. So the Manchester encoding is akin to a modulation scheme, but it's the simplest one you can think of.
It's very baseband.
Yeah, and it is very baseband, but it's a sort of modulation scheme that a computer scientist would come up with, as opposed to one of those fancy radio people.
Right.
So, and by the way, I took a lot of gas from all those radio people. Why did you use such a simple scheme? You wasted. You would have wasted all that band. You wasted all that bandwidth. That cable was capable of carrying hundreds of megabits per second, and you only carried 2.94. What a waste of the cable.
Exactly.
Well, there was plenty of cable to waste. So we've talked about carrier sense and collision detection, and the scheme would be that each packet would carry 2 addresses: the address of the destination and the address of the source. And each of these would be 8 bits. And so on the back plane of the little personal computers with wire wrap, you would wire wrap in a code between 0 and 255, and that would be the serial number of the machine, and then you'd read that off the back plane and put it in the packet. So each packet had 2 addresses. This is different from the Aloha net, incidentally, which had 1 address, because the channel was only going, there were 2 channels. So 2 addresses, and we added a cyclic redundancy checksum on the end of the packet, which we implemented in hardware, so that you, in addition, so you could tell if the packet had been damaged. So if there was a collision and the terminal, the contending stations backed off, there would be a hunk of garbage on the cable zipping around. But when it was received, the checksum wouldn't add up, and you just throw that chunk of garbage away. The day that I was launching pulses down this spool of cable, I was doing some soldering, and I was doing some knife work to get the insulation off the copper. And across the room was a young grad student who was doing something else, and he noticed me not being good at this. And it turns out he was very good at it, because he had worked in a television studio and he had worked in cable television, so he knew all about skinning wires and coaxes. So he came over to help me, and that was his name was David Boggs. And then we started working together and invented Ethernet together. So he was slightly more hardware and I was slightly more software, but there was then a third guy who was even more hardware than David, who was the picofarad guy, the guy who would put those last few passive components on the end just to be sure that that connection to the coaxial cable would be clean for transmissions. So you wouldn't, every time you tapped into it, you didn't put a big lump of impedance on it.
The tapping seems like a counterintuitive thing to me. I mean, everyone would think that a star is the right thing, but you were going to tap into that, just tap.
Well, one of the problems we decided to solve was the rat's nest problem.
Yeah.
We did not want a rat's nest, and every time we installed a new PC, we didn't have to home run a cable back to the rat's nest. So we wanted to put one cable down the middle of the corridor, and then every time you want to put a PC, you just run up and tap into it. And we didn't want the network to go down while you were tapping into it, because we wanted 24/7 access to the network, so there had to be a way to tap into the network without bringing it down. So that led to a device we found in the cable TV industry.
Oh, okay.
It was called a Gerald tap, and it was basically a vampire tap. You'd drill a little hole in the outer casing of the coax, and then you would screw in this tap that would puncture the insulation and go right to the copper and tap in. And you notice in that operation, you're not breaking the copper. So the network continues sending, you tap in, and you're now part of the network.
So that came from the cable industry.
It did.
Oh, okay.
So a guy named David Liddell, who had done cable TV installations when he was in grad school in Toledo, suggested that we use the Gerald tap since it was already being made in volume and worked just fine as far as he was concerned. And it allowed us to solve the rat's nest, what we perceived to be an important problem, the rat's nest problem. The Aloha network ran in the kilobit per second range, like 4800, or I don't remember the numbers, but kilobits per second. Ethernet then started at 2.94 megabit. And in those days, by the way, T1 was 1.544 megabits per second. So in 1973, Ethernet was already twice as fast as T1. Of course, T1's still around, oddly. But then we went from 2.94, we briefly went to 20 megabits per second inside of Xerox. And then when we bumped into DEC and Intel for the standardization process in 802, we decided on 10. We came down from 20 to 10 so the chips would work. And then we went from 10, and later I helped found a company called Grand Junction Networks that introduced the 100 meg Ethernet. And I remember being at my coffee table in Palo Alto, I think it was. I forget the year. No, maybe it was in Woodside. But we were trying to think of how we would make a faster Ethernet. And there's some math that shows that as you go faster, the efficiency depends on the diameter of the network, and as you go faster and faster, the efficiency goes down, the diameter of the network in bits. And we were trying to go up a factor of 10, and then I don't know who it was, one of us observed that, wait a minute, we've been assuming that Ethernet is a kilometer in diameter, but we're all going to hubs now, so that we only need 100 meters, not 1,000 meters. And that was the factor of 10 right there. So by changing the collision interval, you maintain the same efficiencies, theoretical efficiencies, by just assuming you're going 100 meters instead of a kilometer. So that got us to 100 megabits per second, and now gigabit, 10 gigabit, which I guess is the mainstream now, and then 100 gigabit is now beginning to run 100 gigabits per second. You can't be a computer scientist and build that kind of digital now. You have to actually be a hardware engineer to run it 100.
I think at that point you're pretty much a radio person. Yeah, so.
But then after 100 gigabits comes terabit. So I've already begun giving talks on terabit Ethernet.
Welcome back. So I hope you enjoyed that. Now I want to make it real clear that when I give you a 15-minute video of an amazing inventor and computer scientist, you don't have to remember every word that person says, okay? It's more important to get the gist of it. I try to cover the things I really want you to know in my slides, and you might want to listen to it more than once or listen to my slides and then go back, but I don't want you to memorize it. I wanted to give you smart people. I want you to hear from the smart people who did all this cool work in their own words. But when we hear from them in their own words, they're sometimes pretty technical. So just relax and enjoy listening to these people and understand that you're not going to get everything. But hopefully you'll come back and you'll get more and more later. So the idea was that he really started with this idea of wireless, which was we're going to share one medium. And the wireless and the wire, the Ethernet wire that he built, the coaxial cable that he built, was like a giant radio, except it ran in the ceiling. And so the design ended up really simple, and that's been good for Ethernet over the years. And later Wi-Fi is a variation of Ethernet. And so it turns out to be sometimes it's best to build something simple, but that just make it go really fast and make it really cheap. He also formed the company 3Com, which was one of the first manufacturers of PC cards. And so back in the day, you would go buy a PC and you would go buy a 3Com card and you'd plug it in the back of your computer. And so there was a time when San Francisco Stadium, Candlestick Park, was named 3Com Stadium, and our friend Bob Metcalf was involved in all of that. So he's done many things throughout his life, and we're honored to have met him. So we started with this 4-layer architecture that says we're going to break down a big problem of cooperating applications across various kinds of networks. We're going to break it down, and we just got done talking about the link layer. It's literally 20,000, maybe 50,000 engineers have spent the last 20 years figuring out how to make this work, because the layered architecture lets them think, although it was informed. They have 20,000, 50,000, I don't know, 20,000 engineers that think about that problem, and they ignore the rest of the problems. Okay, they ignore the rest of the problems. That's great, because they've gotten really good at this one problem. Now we're going to go like, I don't know how many engineers, let's just make it up, 5K engineers, think about this next problem. The next problem is called, oh, my color's got to change. The inter-network layer. It is the notion of forwarding each of the postcards with a from and a to address, forwarding enough times to get them all the way across the network. That's the next problem we're going to solve. We're going to stop thinking about the link layer. We're just going to assume it works. It's just magic. That's what a layered architecture gives you. You don't worry about the stuff above you. You don't worry about the stuff below you. You focus like crazy on the stuff that you're focusing on. So, the link layer only works on one link, right? It worries about one link, and there might be 15 or so of these links. But the internet layer worries about all the links and the proper sequence of links to follow to get from UM to Stanford. That's a kind of complex problem. We're not even going to worry about reliability. We're just going to worry about if I had a postcard with a from and a to address, a packet. Can I get it there? How will I forward it? I assume the link layer is perfect. So the internet layer is the first end-to-end, because if you recall, this vertical box, set of boxes, is the host starting computer, and this vertical set of boxes is the destination computer. So in this little Raspberry Pi, all four of these things, application, transport, IP, and the link is all part of this one gadget. Okay? So IP is best effort, and it's okay to drop data if things go bad. And that's one of its most charming features. But what it had to introduce, in addition to the Ethernet addresses, or the media access layer, MAC addresses, is an address of the destination. Now, if you remember, the MAC addresses, the addresses for the link layer, come from the manufacturer. The moment this equipment is manufactured, it is burned in a serial number. But these move all around the world. If this runs here at the University of Michigan, it needs one address to connect to the network, one IP address. And if it runs at Stanford, it needs a different IP address. So we have to be able to change these. They're assigned differently. So it's the worldwide number that is your like postcard address. It's like a phone number, right? So wherever I'm at, you call my phone and this gadget rings. So it's address, well, that's actually kind of a bad example because I use the same phone number. Okay, ignore that. Phones use magic. They use crazy magic. So in computers, they're not as cool as phones. You have to change the address everywhere you go. We'll talk about how you change the address everywhere you go. The IP addresses are based on where the station is connected. They do get reorganized once in a great while, but not very often. And you can even go to various websites on the internet and say IP address lookup is the most common search. And it will tell you something about where you're coming from, right? And it'll kind of be sometimes really weird because you might be at a Starbucks and it might send it all to St. Louis and it might say, oh, you're coming from St. Louis even if you're not. So you can look it up, and you can look up other addresses as well. You can say, oh, here's an IP address. I'm going to look this one up. First it starts by looking yours up, but you can put in different addresses. Like in this particular one, if I put a different address in here, it will actually go look that address up. So the IP address format, it's 4 numbers that are separated by dots. Each of the numbers can be between 1 and 255. And it's just a representation of a 32-bit number. Back in the day, they kept the numbers small because they didn't want to use all the computer memory. And so this is an example of an IP address. 4 numbers between 0 and 255 separated by dots. Okay? Now, the address is broken into 2 parts. There is the network number part, which is the prefix, and then there is the computer number within network. Okay? And it's kind of like phone numbers were before cell phones, where the area code was where the phone was, and then this was within that area code where to find it. And even the older days, these were actually geographic too, right? So these numbers would be neighborhoods or whatever. These days it's all electronic, so that the precise mapping of a phone number to a geography is less precise, and that's why you get a cell phone number and you move to a whole new state, you keep your old cell phone number because it's become electronic. But in the early days when it was actual relays and switches making the phone numbers work, they actually had to do with where. It's actually kind of fascinating how phones work. I ought to teach a class on like how phone switches worked in the 1800s. Actually quite fascinating. Because they were surprisingly simple. That's the interesting part. How simple turn of last century phone numbers were. So, let's get back to IP addresses. There's 4 numbers. Some part of those 4 numbers is a prefix. We call that the network number. And when the packet is in the middle of the network, it doesn't really look at these numbers. It only looks at the prefix. So it kind of thinks of all the packets going to a piece of University of Michigan as 141.211 ***, and then we assign these numbers within Michigan, and then this number is assigned to us by the Internet Authority that assigns numbers. So we say, hey, we need some more, and they give us a prefix. Then within that prefix, we get to set up all the other things. So this network number, which is the prefix of the IP address, is the way that a packet is routed through the internet as it progresses through the internet. And so it's sort of like if I start with my computer here at U of M, and that's my number, that's my actual number, and here's a Stanford computer, and that's its number, right? And I send a packet, and I say, okay, this I'm gonna send it from 141, 211, 144, 188 to 69, 67, 149, yada yada. As soon as the packet enters the network, it doesn't throw the data away, but it stops thinking about it. It only looks at the prefix. And so it greatly simplifies what the routers have to do as it goes across the hops in the internet. It's greatly simplified because it only looks at the first part. It doesn't have to look at the whole thing. And then it starts making decisions as to how to get there. It says, okay, I'll hop it over here. Then it's like in Kansas City and says, oh, what am I going to do here? And I'll pick one of those two links and I'll go over here. And then as it exits the network, it dumps it somehow onto Stanford's campus. And then it finds its way. Oh, it didn't find it to this one. It found its way to that one. There you go. Unpredictable computers. So within the Stanford campus, these numbers mean something, and the Stanford campus uses those numbers to get the thing to the actual real computer. And so it's sort of use this prefix. It has a real number, but then it uses the prefix in the middle, and then the real number reappears at the end. So that's called a network number. And it greatly simplifies. It's complex enough to be in the middle and have to worry about all these things coming from Kansas City and Beijing and like where these things go. To have to look at each one and know where every computer is crazy. So that's why they call it the inter-network protocol, because it says there's one network, there's another network, and the only thing I care about is the network number, and I am the inter-network protocol, IP, inter-network protocol. I'm just getting these things from one network to another network, and then it's up to that network to figure out how to get the darn thing to the right computer within it, and it's up to Stanford to figure out how to get it to the right computer at Stanford. So these things are called the network number. It's the prefix of the IP address. Now the key thing that it's really a beautiful, beautiful design because the center of the network is both exceedingly complex in one way, that it's so big and so fast, but exceedingly simple in the other. It just has to move the data from point A to point B. And if you think about it, it's even simpler. If we look at it from the perspective of this router, the router here I've got circled, right? It just received a packet. It looks at the network number, and it actually doesn't even care to some degree where it really belongs. It only has one of two choices. It's going to go this way, it's going to go that way, right? Which one's better? And it turns out, if you look at it, either one would work. Turns out this one is better, but if I went this way, it would just take an extra tenth of a second or something, right? So it turns out the decisions that are made don't even have to be perfect. You can make the wrong decision, and the network automatically corrects. That's part of the goal of the network. And so it really simplifies and limits the need for each router to understand the entire network, which makes these routers, I draw them small on these diagrams on purpose, because we think of them as small and fast and only solving a really tiny problem but doing it really super awesome. So routers maintain what we call router tables. And they maintain a list of network numbers and the best outbound route for each of the network numbers. Now the other thing that they do is they pass routes back and forth. And this is how they adapt to errors, right? They get updated dynamically. They ask each other for the best place. If they see a network number they haven't seen before, they ask their neighbors, then their neighbors' neighbors, and they go, oh, God, okay, I got a good way to get to 67,149. And so there's all kinds of communication, but it's relatively slow and it doesn't have to be perfect. And so router tables are what routers have, but they're indexed by the network number of the packets, not the host of the destination. So that's an amazing improvement in the performance and efficiency of the Internet core, the IP core. So it's really quite simple, right? You basically have a local area network on your campus. This might actually be your house too. House is kind of like a campus. And you can do all the crazy things you want, hundreds of computers, hundreds of servers, and thousands of laptops, and you get one address that is the address of your campus. It's the network number of your campus to the rest of the world. And then all over the world, people can send to you, and by simply looking at the prefix, data makes it to you. Keeps this really simple and really fast. Okay? So it's beautiful. That's with a network number. One area code, one network number. It's the only thing that has to be kept track of. A whole campus can be characterized within the core of the network as basically a single network number. Now, the reality is it's usually a few of these because they get given to you in smaller chunks, so you end up with 20 or 30 of these things for your campus if you're a medium to large campus. Okay. So now I want to talk a little bit about the problem of computers that move around. So you have a laptop and you use it at your local coffee shop, and then you close the lid and you go home and open it, and it works at home. And then you close the lid and you go to school and you open it and talk to wireless at school and it works. It's like, hey, Dr. Chuck, you just told me that I have to have this address and I can't talk on the internet if I don't have the right address, and the packets are routed based on the prefix of this address. Why is it that I can be 3 places, coffee shop, home, and school, and it seems like everything works? Well, that's because while your computer has an Ethernet address that's baked in at the factory, most computers are configured when they first open up and connect to a Wi-Fi to ask, instead of having an IP address configured in your computer, they send a request out to say, hey, I'm new here. Is there anyone who will give me an IP address that I might use for this particular location? And if there is an access point, say at your Starbucks, it says, sure, use this one. You're at Starbucks. That's a good number for Starbucks. Now it turns out that the prefix of this is exactly the prefix that the world sees all this traffic to Starbucks. So there's actually kind of a real address, okay, and it gives you an address. Okay, so you ask, when your thing comes up, it asks, what can I get? And then it's told what address to use. So you're using one address while you're at Starbucks, a different address at home, and a different address yet again at school. So that's called the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Now it turns out with schools and homes, and there's just too many computers to give every computer a real address. And so we have these special addresses. They're called the non-routable addresses. So you'll probably notice if you go to one person's house, you will have an IP address of 192.168.something.something. Go to a different person's house, it'll also be 192.168.something.something. And you go to your house, and it's 192.168.something.something. And you're like, how can that work? I seem to have the same address. Well, that's because of a technology called network address translation, where each of the home routers actually has a unique and distinct address, but you're not seeing it. It's giving you a temporary address, an address that really can't run at all on the internet. It only lives within the house, but then as your packets leave the house or leave the Starbucks, the real address is put in, and then when it comes back, the real address is taken out and your local address is put in. So they're called non-routable addresses because if they ever escaped into the real internet, they'd be like, oh, those are for your house. They're not supposed to go very far, and I don't even know where they go. They go nowhere in the core of the internet, but they go properly inside your house. So the way this ends up working is if you are at your coffee shop, the coffee shop has an address. You associate with their base access point. It gives you a non-routable address to use locally, and then as your traffic gets sent, this address is changed to that address. You never see this happening. It's done as the packet goes through the base station. And then when the packet comes back, it comes back with this address, but then as it goes to the base station, it switches back to this address. So even though this address is not the real address the network sees, they see you having this address here. So if you would do an IP lookup from a coffee shop, the coffee shop will be identified. You will see the IP address here. And if you looked at your laptop would not have that same address because it's being translated in the access point. So then you go home. And at home, your access point has a different address. But your computer asks your access point for an address, and it gets a local address that's generated locally. And again, there's a mapping. It's called NAT. N-A-T. I don't know, change the color. N-A-T. Network Address Translation. So as the packet goes through, it takes out the one address and puts in the second. Data comes back, it takes the address out and puts the local one in. And the same thing happens at school, right? So you're at school finally, and you get a different address. They're not the same, but you look and the prefixes are the same. It's like they should be the same place, but they're completely different because your school has a different address, and there's a translation that goes back and forth as the data goes around and around. So just for the distance of the local Wi-Fi or whatever, use these 192.168 numbers, and then they're translated to the real numbers by your network access points. So these are illegal inside this network. So if it ever saw a 192.168, it would just throw that packet away. They're only for very local connections. So with that, I'm wondering if by now you know why this is funny. I'll give you a minute. Okay, so the reason this is funny is she traced the killer's IP address and it had a prefix of 192.168, which means the killer had to be within a relatively short radius, using likely the same Wi-Fi access point, which means it was close. Very scary. Hope you think it's funny. Of course, XKCD is never exactly funny, but it hopefully makes you smile a little bit. So up till now, I've been talking about this cloud network that's magic, and the packets take different routes, and we don't know, but they show up. Remember the mailbox, like they just show up or don't show up, right? So it turns out that sometimes we as engineers want to take a look at what's going on inside the internet. And it turned out that there was a feature they added early on to help diagnose problems in the internet that we still use today. And it's so convenient that it's built right into your operating system. If you have a Macintosh or Linux, Traceroute is built in. And if you have Windows, you've got to install Traceroute. So just say Windows install Traceroute and you'll find something. But there was a problem. So if you recall, I said that each router sees the world very narrowly and simply sees a packet and makes a decision, one place. So let's say that here comes a packet on the way to Stanford, and these routers are sort of strangely configured. This router thinks it should go there, this router thinks it should go there, and this router thinks it should go there. Well, it comes in, it goes like, oh, well, I know where that one goes, there. So if you end up with this misconfigured router situation, you end up with your data going round and round in circles. It would actually like crush the network because it's like a whirlpool. You can't even notice that it's happening because there might actually be, 10. There might be a bunch of them, and then it comes back and you send it around again. So you're filling up all your bandwidth. It's never going to get there unless something changes, unless something crashes. It's not going to change because these routers think that's the best thing to do. They're mistaken, but they can be mistaken because they're operating with imperfect information. So how would you solve this problem? It's like the routers are imperfect. So they solve the problem with a thing called the time to live field. So much like the network address translation tweaks the addresses on the way in and on the way out, the time to live is a field that routers change. Every time a packet goes through a router, it subtracts 1 from this field. And it starts with a number between 25, it can be as high as 255, but it's usually like 25. And what happens is every time the packet goes through a router, the number goes down by 1. So if it would be come in here as 255, then it would go through here at 254, then 253. It would come back, it'd be 252. And what would happen is eventually it would get to one of these guys and it hit 0, and they would decide, okay, you've been running around too long. We will throw you away. So the number goes down, and it always goes down, but then when it hits 0, they throw the packet away. They say, you have been through 255 hops. Chances are good you're never going to get to your destination. So the traceroute command sort of cheats. Normal packets are sent with a TTL or time to live of like 30 hops or 40 hops. But what traceroute does is sends broken packets. It turns out that when a router throws away your packet, most of the time it is courteous. And it sends you back a notification. It says, hi, I got your packet, I decremented it, subtracted 1, and it got to 0, and I threw it away. Sorry about that. Here's who I am. I mean, I really feel bad about throwing your packet away. Maybe you want to figure something else out. I don't know, something must be messed up. Can't be my fault, but I threw it away. So what traceroute does is it first sends a packet with a time to live of 1. So the first router goes like, whoa, this has been around a long time. Sets as 0, throws it away. Then sends a note back. Then traceroute sends a packet of 2 across. It goes hop, hop, and it gets thrown away, and a little note comes back. So you can kind of build a map by sending enough packets and getting kind of a return rejection from one of the routers. It would have got there. So if, for example, I do a trace route from the University of Michigan to Stanford, if I did it now, it'd be a different set of things. I get this output. And if I take a look at this, this is the hop. So there's the first 1, 2, 3, 4 through 14. 14 hops. So it takes 14 hops. Now, interestingly, again, I don't remember what the hop count was in the store and forward days, but it's quite a few. And that's because it's optimizing geography. And so you can see the first hop is on my campus. Then the second and third hop are bouncing around my campus some more. Now, we don't quite know where this one is, but now it's on a national network called Internet 2, Internet 2, Internet 2. This is probably going across the country. And then it ends up on CNIC, which I think is sort of California's network. It bounces through California a couple times. Let's see, HPR LAX, so that's Los Angeles. This is, I don't know where that is, Los Angeles. Now it looks like it's making to Oakland. I don't know, there's probably some meaning to these things. So it's making it through Oakland, and then it's going to Stanford from something Oakland, I don't know. But now it's on the Stanford campus, and now it has 3 more hops to get across the Stanford campus to the Stanford campus's web server. Now what's also going on here is it's keeping track of how long it's taking. It sends each one a couple of times. And so these are milliseconds. So milliseconds are thousandths of a second. So 534 milliseconds is a half a second. 490 is a half a second. So these are like half a second, half a second. Oh wait, no. Sorry, not half a second. That'd be 4,000. Well, 1,000 milliseconds would be 1 second. So I got that all wrong. So 0.49 milliseconds is like half of a thousandth of a second. So that's fast. 6 milliseconds is 6 1,000ths of a second. 76 milliseconds, which is 9 hops away. That's 76 thousandths, or 7 100ths. So it takes about 7 100ths. Yeah. So like 77 over 1,000. So no, 7 100ths. Sorry, 7 100ths of a second. It's less than a tenth of a second to get through 14 routers from Michigan to Stanford. Less than a tenth of a second. Pretty impressive. Now, if I do a trace route from Ann Arbor, Michigan, to East Lansing, Michigan, Michigan State University, we have a very close connection. I mentioned the Merit Network, where we've had a close connection for a long time. So not only is it fewer hops, it's only 8 hops to get to Michigan State. If you look at the hops here, I'm bouncing around the campus for 3. I'm bouncing through the state for 2, and bouncing on the Michigan State campus for 3. So it's a total of 8. 3 hops to get across my campus, 2 hops to get across the state of Michigan, and 3 hops to get on campus. And it's really fast. It's 9 1,000ths of a second, which is less than a hundredth of a second. So really fast. You can kind of see it. Now, if you ran this trace route more than once, this might change. It doesn't change too fast, but legally it could change. I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to be the same. It's highly likely it's going to be the same, because the most efficient way is not going to change within a few seconds. But if you start in the middle of the day and you do it the next day, it might change quite a bit. So it'll be something to play with. Run it, print it out, run it again at midnight, run it at noon, see if your trace route is different, right? Be interesting. So here's an example of a trace route from University of Michigan to Peking University in China. And so it's, again, it's it bounces through the state of my campus for a couple of hops. Right, my campus for a couple of hops. It bounces around the United States for a couple of hops. And then it starts crossing the Pacific Ocean. It goes, there's traffic actually went through Seoul, Korea, and then it ended up in Beijing. Now the interesting thing is you can see that it looks like it's taking about 61 thousandths or 6 100ths, just almost a half of a tenth of a second to get across the country, and then it starts taking longer. And then by the time it's going all the way to China and back, it's doing 256 milliseconds, which is about a quarter of a second. Now the big difference here is likely not traffic. It is likely the speed of light. It is how fast it takes light to get across the Pacific Ocean. So it takes a while. The reason I think it's most likely that these numbers, when they're sent, are pretty consistent. With heavy traffic, there's all by the data fast, the speed of the link too. It's low traffic because these are very consistent. So, every time, pretty much all the time. So that suggests that we're not waiting for any traffic. We're getting through as fast as we physically can, which is some combination of the speed of the link and the speed of light. So, we just got done talking about how we add to every packet this global number, the IP address. It has the prefix of the network number. In the internet part, the internetwork, where it's really moving data from one network to another network and leaving it up to those destination networks how to move it, we end up really simplifying the postcard, and the postcard ends up being a really apt example. But the key thing, especially when thinking about the 4-layer architecture, that the reason that I think TCP/IP succeeded was in this real complex problem of moving data between billions of computers. It kept the part in the middle real simple. It doesn't try to be perfect. It doesn't try to retransmit data. It doesn't try to store it. It doesn't try to keep it in the right order. It doesn't try to say that if this packet went here, I'm going to make sure the next one goes there. If the two packets, if one gets ahead, we don't really care. It means it really fast and really scalable. And by keeping it simple and really fast, it solves really an amazing problem. But we yet have other problems to solve. So I want to close this lecture by introducing you to another person. So Vint Cerf was a graduate student as the whole notion of packet switching was being sort of examined both in the federal government at the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, and in higher education, both in the United States and Europe, UK, and elsewhere. And so Vint Cerf was kind of at the right place at the right time, and we can be very thankful for that. He's credited as being one of the fathers of the ARPANET, which of course begat the Intranet. And so Vint is going to talk to us, in a sense, going back even pre-ARPANET, and bring us up packets and what packets mean, and then how that all flowed into the ARPANET, and how the ARPANET evolved to become the Internet. Enjoy.
Packet switching was an idea which was specifically studied by Len Kleinrock at MIT, who was actually looking at message switching, and he did a brilliant dissertation on the use of queuing theory to analyze what networks of queues would look like using this message switching approach. And his analysis, although he'd never used the word packet, is as equally applicable to packet switching as it is to message switching. So that's one important milestone in around 1961. In 62 or thereabouts, Paul Barron is doing work for the RAND Corporation and is deeply concerned about the ability to preserve command and control in a post-nuclear environment. We were seriously worried that the Russians would actually launch and that we would suffer a nuclear attack and that we had to be able to respond, and we needed command and control for that. So Paul, in 1962, before the existence of integrated circuits or anything else, is saying we really should be digitizing and packetizing voice, and then using sort of pole-mounted radios that are able to transmit in all directions to create a highly connected environment, so that if holes were knocked out of it by nuclear explosions, you would still, if it's a fabric that's in any way connected, information could get from one end to the other. So he envisioned the notion of a message block, and it was dynamically routed. He used hot potato routing. If you got something, you got rid of it as fast as you could. He chopped up the speech into little 20-millisecond pieces. He didn't talk so much about data as I remember it. This was supposed to be a highly resilient voice network for command and control. I may have just done him a disservice because later he was very much conscious of the importance of data communication too. So that's around 1962. It gets documented in an 11-volume series called On Distributed Communications, and he can't sell it to anybody. The traditional telcos, AT&T in particular, and the people at what was then the Defense Communications System, or Defense Communications Agency, laughed him out of the room, said this was a silly idea, it couldn't possibly work, and so, you know, he should just go away. So he never got anywhere with that, in spite of all the documentation. In '66, Larry Roberts, along with one other guy whose name I'm now not remembering, does a point-to-point experiment to test packet switching. It was between the ANSFQ7 machine at System Development Corporation in Santa Monica and the TX2 machine at MIT, at Lincoln Laboratories, which is where Larry was. They demonstrated on a 2400 bit per second line, that you could move packets back and forth. Then in the 64 or 65 time frame, a man named Donald W. Davies at the National Physical Laboratory in London also gets the bug, tries to get money from the Science Research Commission in England, and gets only enough to build one node, the one node network. So he builds this packet net. He invents the term packet to describe what these objects are, and it works. He's got a bunch of terminals and other things hanging off of this one node. So in a funny way, he built a local area network, if you like. But it was based on physical wires. So those three guys introduced packet switching. Larry and whoever it was that he worked with demonstrate that it's possible to get two very distinct kinds of computers to talk to each other using the standard way. J.C.R. Licklider is a psychologist, actually, at MIT, but he's convinced in the early 60s that computing is important to non-numeric processing, that it will allow people to work together and collaborate in ways that they never could before. He comes and starts the Information Processing Techniques Office at ARPA with this bee in his bonnet. And who does he encounter? He encounters Douglas Engelbart at SRI International, and the two bond, basically, because Engelbart was all about non-numeric computing and the ability of people to build up the superstructure of communications and documents and interact with each other, hyperlinking, the mouse, the portrait mode display, black on white presentations. I mean, the guy had a World Wide Web in a box at SRI, and Licklider understands that. Licklider's sending out notes to his little community of people talking about the intergalactic network. I mean, tongue-in-cheek. So he really gets credit for having put this meme in place at ARPA. Then Taylor comes along to pick up the responsibility for running the IPTO from Licklider, and is all hacked off because he's got 3 terminals in his office at the Pentagon connected to 3 different machines, and he says, why can't there be one terminal talking to all 3? We need a network. And so as he's pursuing this idea with Charlie Hertzfeld, who's the head of ARPA at the time, Charlie hands him $1 million over a 20-minute conversation. And now Taylor's got the problem, who's going to actually do this? Because Taylor's not a technologist either. He's another, kind of psychologist type. So he decides to get Larry Roberts from Lincoln Laboratories, who did that packet thing, and Larry doesn't want to come. So he goes and complains about this to Charlie Hertzfeld. Charlie calls up the guy that runs Lincoln Laboratories and says, we pay for a significant fraction of your research budget every year. You should tell Larry he should show up. And in fact, I thought that maybe Larry had been forced to do this, by Charlie. I think it was probably a little less awful than that. But Larry was persuaded to come down. Eventually, of course, inherited the operation of the office from Bob Taylor. But in the meantime, is the guy responsible for initiating the internet, or the ARPANET project. So they write an RFC, or an RFQ, request for quotation. A bunch of responses come back, probably on the order of a couple dozen. I don't know personally for sure how many. I know that I wrote one of them with my colleague, Steve Crocker, while we were still at UCLA as graduate students, but we were consulting with a company called Jacoby Systems in Santa Monica. Jacoby Systems wrote one of the responses. Bolt, Beranek, and Newman wrote another response, primarily written by Bob Kahn, who'd come to BB&N from MIT. So the responses come back and they get evaluated, and 4 of them end up, and the Jacoby Systems one isn't one of them, or if it was, it didn't get selected. BB&N got selected. So Steve Crocker and I kind of hiked back to UCLA as graduate students, and the next thing we know, Len Kleinrock, who's at UCLA and who'd written this original dissertation work on packet switching, has come to UCLA to teach and explore queuing theory, is a close compatriot of Larry Roberts, because they were both at Lincoln Labs together. So he gets the Network Measurement Center piece of the ARPANET project. And Steve Crocker and I and John Postel, all of us from the same high school in Santa Monica, or in San Fernando Valley, end up in Len Kleinrock's operation running the Network Measurement Center. So I was the principal programmer for that. Steve Crocker took the responsibility for managing and leading the network working group that led to the protocols, host-to-host protocols. And John Postel eventually becomes the keeper of the documentation. He's the RFC editor, which Steve Crocker started, requests for comments. He's the guy that becomes the numbers czar, which is keeping track of address spaces and allocations, and eventually becomes the domain name manager or the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority when the Internet happens. That hasn't happened yet. This period of time of the ARPANET program brings us up to 1972. And this is an important moment in this whole history because the first demonstration of the ARPANET happens in the Washington Hilton Hotel basement in October of '72. A whole bunch of people from the interested networking community, packet switching community, attend, not only in the US, but from France and from England and Italy and Germany and elsewhere. That group of about 25 or 30 people convenes, sees the ARPANET in operation, sees applications that were being done, including Doug Engelbart's stuff, and then forms this international network working group modeled after the working group that Steve Crocker managed to build the ARPANET system. And at this point I become the chairman of that group because Steve is busy at ARPA doing artificial intelligence. At the end of that year, Bob Kahn leaves Bolt, Beranek, and Newman and goes to ARPA. I leave UCLA, where I'd been working with Kleinrock and Crocker and Postel, and I go to Stanford. So Bob is at ARPA, I'm at Stanford, and in the spring of '73, Bob comes out from ARPA and he says, I have a problem. He says, what's your problem? He says, well, we got this ARPANET. He says, yep. But we also are working on other networking capability to make command and control work for the military. If you're going to be serious about putting computers in command and control, they have to be mobile. They have to be in armored personnel vehicles and tanks and all these other things. They have to be seaborne, so we can have ship-to-ship and ship-to-shore communications, which means satellite. And so we need mobile radio, we need satellite, in addition to the fixed wire systems that are represented by the ARPANET, where you have fixed installations that are not moving around. So you have all these different technologies, and Bob's brilliant idea is not to build one network with all those technologies embedded in it. Instead, he breaks them apart and says, let's build a packet satellite network, which optimizes the use of satellite, takes into account that it's got a half-a-second round-trip time. Let's build a packet radio network, which optimizes a system whose connectivity is changing with time as things move around and as you get variable delay and also variable interference. So these were three different packet networks. Then the problem is, how do you hook them together? You wouldn't have this problem if you put all the technologies into one net, but if you put them all into one net, it makes it really hard to do control over all these highly variable parameters. So instead, he says, break them into different networks and connect those together. So we design and build a gateway, which today we call a router. And that concept also introduced a whole bunch of other things, like how do you refer to another network? Each network thinks it's the only network in the universe. This is true of the proprietary networks like SNA and DECnet and so on. And you didn't have a vocabulary that said, take this packet and move it to another computer on another network somewhere else that you might not even be connected to. So we have to invent an internet address space in order to solve that problem. We have to find a way to allow packet losses in this path to be recovered, which is where TCP now becomes a manager of reliability on an end-to-end basis instead of relying on each net to be reliable. The ARPANET was built on the assumption you could build a reliable underlying net. The internet was based on the assumption that no network was necessarily reliable and you had to do end-to-end retransmissions to recover. So during this 1973 period, Bob and I get the first paper written and published in IEEE Transactions on Communications, May of 1974. And I think mostly nobody paid too much attention to it. Meanwhile, ARPA is funding us to go make this actually work. At Stanford, I am working with my graduate students, some who are at Xerox PARC, some are at Stanford, on the detailed specifications of TCP/IP. We published that in December of 1974, and it's the first time the word internet shows up in print anywhere. It was the first papers we talked about internetworking. So internet shows up in a complete spec in December of '74, and it's also got bugs, but we don't know that yet. Until we start implementing it in 1975 with two other organizations. So Bob Kahn says, we can't have just one implementation. Bolt, Beranek, and Newman becomes one of the implementers. University College London and Peter Kirstein's group in England is the second or third implementation. So we have three implementations of TCP/IP. In fact, by this time it's only TCP. We haven't broken off the IP part. Three implementations are going. We instantly find problems with the design, and we start evolving. So over a period from 1973 to 1978, we go through 4 iterations of the design and implementation and test until we have a fairly stable thing. And then we standardize. And so 78, we fix everything. Now by this time, the internet protocol has been split off because people like David Reed and Danny Cohen are saying, we need to have real-time communications that is not necessarily reliable, but which has low latency. So voice communications, radar tracks, and all that. You don't care where the missile was 2 seconds ago, you want to know where is it now. So, and in the case of voice, if you lose a packet, you just say that again, I missed something. So we split TCP into TCP and IP, and we create something called User Datagram Protocol, which is parallel to TCP, and it is the real-time, low-latency version of the reliable TCP. All of those little components, IP, TCP, and UDP, now go into the internet architecture starting in 1978, and we start implementing. For the next 5 years, we do everything we can to get TCP IP implemented on every operating system we can find. It goes onto the IBM machines, it goes onto the digital machines, HP, it goes into Unix. We have a Unix version built by Bolt, Beranek, and Newman. We send it out to Berkeley, to the Berkeley BSD release guys, and Bill Joy says, I don't like that code. He writes his own, puts it into BSD 4.2, and that's the version of Unix that carries a lot of TCP IP to the academic world, because at the same sort of time frame, Sun Microsystems comes along and builds these fantastic workstations, and they want to use open source, or at least open protocols, and open operating systems. So they adopt Unix, and the TCP IP comes with it, and they use Ethernet as a way of connecting the workstations together. So they are the engine that's driving the academic community, which are all gangbusters for workstations and high-speed local networking. So all of this, of course, places huge demands on the ARPANET backbone, which is only running at 50 kilobits a second, and eventually leads to the need for higher speed. NSF jumps into the fray, seeing how valuable all this is for the academic community, and concludes that it should build a network that runs even faster, and it does so, and it's called NSFNet.
The domain name system, it really doesn't have a great place to fit in this architecture. It is the thing that converts user-friendly names like www.umich.edu to like a network-friendly address. These network numbers and IP addresses are important because they encode the geography of the connections of the internet. But we humans really don't care about the geography of the interconnections of the internet. www.umich.edu or www.facebook.com is what we want to remember. So I like to kind of think of the domain name system as kind of like sort of somewhere either between the internet and the transport, or between the internet and the link, or somewhere like in this area, somewhere here. And it's certainly not in the application layer. It's not the link layer. It uses the link layer. But basically, it's kind of a little add-on to the side. So the domain name system is for user-friendly names. Okay? So let's talk a little bit about just how it works, because domain names are what we use all the time, and IP addresses are what computers use all the time, and routers use. Routers really have no knowledge of the domain names. They simply move data based on the IP addresses. Numeric addresses are tough for people to remember. I remember in the old days we would have little post-it notes on our computers, and that's how I would keep track. Oh, there's a new Minnesota just put up a server. Let's put that number on my little post-it note. So the fact that they were numbers didn't bother us at all, because there was only 40 of them, but quickly there was more than 40. And each campus, even in the early days, only would have one network number, but now campuses have 20 or even 40 network numbers. Multiple groups of addresses. They're groups of addresses, but there are many of them. They get reorganized. You move a server from one place on campus to another, like the Michigan web server. If it was on our North Campus, it would have one address. If it was on our main campus, it would have another address. And so you don't want people to know what these IP addresses are. So they invented this notion of a domain name system. The name, the visible name, that we could switch the mapping from the name to the IP address transparently. And so the domain name system is like the internet's address book. And it's a big distributed database that's fast. It uses caching so that it's locally fast even if the network is partially down. IP addresses reflect the technical geography, and they read right to left, at least to the point where the network number is kind of the physical attachment point for the campus or business, and then this part is the attachment point within that campus or business. And so the most specific, the least specific to most specific goes from left to right. Domain names, on the other hand, are like organizational structure. The least specific is on the far right, and then it goes more specific as we go left. So edu means educational institutions. umich.edu means the particular educational institution, University of Michigan. si.umich.edu means the School of Information at the University of Michigan. Not all schools, it's just a particular one. And then www is a particular server at that school. And it reads like a postal address. So if you think of where I teach, 2455 North Quad, it's kind of on Earth, and it's on the country USA, and it's in a zip code. It's in the state of Michigan. It's in Ann Arbor, and then this is the building, and then this is the room number in the building. So we go from very general to very specific. So domain names read, in a sense, right to left. Phone numbers and IP addresses read left to right. The other thing that's interesting about domain names is that they're owned. They're owned from right to left. And so there's a hierarchy. And basically an organization owns edu. The organization's name is EDUCAUSE. It has conferences and other things, but one of the things that it does is it owns in the public trust the name edu. So University of Michigan could go to edu and say, hey, could I have umich.edu? And they would say, let me think about that. And then maybe they would give it. And they did, because University of Michigan, nobody else had it, and it seemed like a good name, and University of Michigan was like an accredited institution of higher education, so they would give it to them. If I wanted to say, like, hey, I'm Dr. Chuck, and I want to create Dr. Chuck University, and I could have drchuck.edu, and they would go like, no, you can't. You're not a university. You're not an educational institution. So they might say yes, they might say no. Things like .com and .org, they're kind of a catch as catch can, and so the first one who gets there tends to win. There's some situations where if I got Coca-Cola.com and had no particular use for it, and Coca-Cola owned the trademark Coca-Cola, they could take it away from me unless I had a legitimate purpose for it. It's harder for me to imagine a legitimate purpose for Coca-Cola, but Target.com might be a club for target shooting, and it would be difficult for Target to say, sorry, I got to take your target shooting club away, because that's, even though it's not as big as Target's company, it's a legitimate use. So at each level, once the University of Michigan is awarded the University of Michigan, it creates a mechanism to award subdomains within that. And so there is actually a committee at the University of Michigan, and if we want, like our learning management system is called ctools.umich.edu, if we want that, we have to go to the committee and convince them to give it to us. A top-level domain within the University of Michigan. We got one. The School of Information, where I'm a faculty member, is si.umich.edu, and they gave us that one. I could go to that committee and I could say, hey, I want to be drchuck.umich.edu. And they would say, no, you can't. So then the School of Information, where I teach, has si.umich.edu, and they have a committee, and they can give out subdomains within that. So you get the picture, right? So I could go there and I could say, hey, can I have drchuck.umich.edu, si.umich.edu, drchuck.si.umich.edu? And they would say, no, but you can have csev.people.si.umich.edu. So once you own one of these things, you can give out subdomains. I do own drchuck.com, and if there was high desire for something underneath drchuck.com, then I could have my own little business selling domains under drchuck.com. Nobody seems to want any of those things. But, some people have mail.com and other things, and so each one of these is a new potential for expansion. And so that's kind of how the domain name works, right? It is this mapping between these names. There is sort of this right to left ownership of these names, and you have to ask people to get those names. And so that's a real quick overview of the domain name system. Hello and welcome to the transport layer. We're working our way up from the bottom of our 4-layer architecture up through the top. So we're kind of at the halfway point. We've covered the link layer like Ethernet, and then we covered the internetwork layer, which is kind of like the postcard layer. So let's review the magic of IP. Right? The magic IP is this postcard layer that bounces these packets with from addresses and to addresses through 15 or so hops, getting them there, getting packets to their destination network from one network to another network as well as it can. And then when it gets to the destination network, it finds the final computer on that network. The magic of this is there is no interim long-term storage inside the network. All the long-term storage is outside, and now we're going to talk about that. So one of the things that makes IP so fast is that it is not demanded to be perfect. It is not demanded to deliver data in order, and it's not demanded to, there's no requirement that it doesn't lose data. It's fast and barely ever loses data, but when it does, there's a layer to recover, and that's what we're going to talk about next. So the Internet Protocol is this multi-hop. Packets can take multiple paths. They can make use of all kinds of crazy links. But now we're going to move up one, right? We're going to move up to the TCP layer. So the TCP layer is both simple and complex. The purpose of the TCP layer is to compensate for the possible errors in the IP layer as well as make best use of available resources. So if the overall network from here to here is extremely fast, we want to send data really fast, right? If on the other hand, the overall network from here to here is really slow, we want to send data slowly and be efficient. Because remember, part of the goal of the TCP/IP networking is to share effectively. And so we need to be aware of whether our network is fast or slow. And those are the kind of problems we solve with the TCP layer. How fast is the underlying network? How reliable is it? And if something goes wrong, what do we do to deal with that? So the key idea in TCP/IP is that when we send some data, we break it into packets, and then we send each one, and then we keep them until they get an acknowledgement from the other side, and then and only then do we throw them away. And at some point, if a packet gets lost, it can be sent again and again and again until it finally is acknowledged in the destination system. And so that's basically what TCP does, is it figures out which packets have or have not made it across the internet layer. So here's an example scenario. So we got a message, it's broken up into 5 packets. We've got sort of the first 100 characters, the first characters, the second and third packet. Now, what TCP does is it speculatively sends a few packets. It says, okay, let's get ahead, because if you sent one and waited, then you might not make best use of the network. So you kind of guess and dump a few packets out there. And so you send, let's say we send 3 packets, queue them up for sending, and as fast as we can send them out the back of our network, we start spooling them out the back of their network. And somehow 2 of them make it across the internet to the destination, but somehow that poor second packet, just like every time I'm doing a lecture, the poor second packet never gets it. You don't want to be the second packet in one of my lectures because you're going to get it. But somehow the second packet has gotten vaporized. Now time passes. And the receiver gets this sensation that maybe something's missing. And so it sends an acknowledgement back. And it says, I'm going to send a note back that says, look, I'm ready for 200. I do have 100 and I'm ready for 200. Matter of fact, I may even throw away 300 because it's been so long. So I want you to start me over at 200. But the sender all of a sudden knows that 100 has been sent. And so it knows that it can throw this one away now, right? It's been acknowledged. So there's an acknowledgement stream that goes back and forth. So now the sender says 200 and 300, and then they make it across. The receiver says, I've got 200, this the 300, and then they send 400 speculatively. 300 makes it, 400 makes it, and the receiver says, I got 400, which means now it can cross off 300 and 400, right? Check those off and throw them away, and then send 500 across, and then at some point check those off. It's got 500, and now the sender can sort of like check everything off, everything's been sent, and it's been acknowledged, and we know. And so that's kind of an oversimplified view of the kind of bookkeeping that's going on both sides of a TCP connection. And so this right here is, in a sense, the genius of the internet. The storage requirements in the middle, the routers, this is the IP basically, the network of networks. We didn't design these to require a lot of storage. We wanted them to be fast, we wanted them to be agile, we wanted to be dynamic, we wanted to be clever, but we also gave them right to fail. So we didn't demand storage. We didn't say, hey, hold on to packets, all over the place. Just store up piles of packets. Piles of packets would pile up in these. We don't ask that. No router has to keep the packets. As a matter of fact, routers are supposed to throw packets away to communicate back and forth between the system that maybe things aren't working so well and don't use me to get to California. On the other hand, with hundreds, maybe hundreds of thousands or millions of routers, but billions of computers on the outside. So we need a way to make this reliable. So we need to have memory to store the packets while they're in flight so we can retransmit. But we store the packets in the computers that are outside. And there are billions of these computers. There are billions of them. Every computer that you carry around, every laptop, come here. Every time we add another computer to the network, we add storage for packets that are being sent. So when your computer or a phone is sending across the network, it is responsible for retaining its own copies. It does not expect the inner part of the network to do so. And that is absolutely brilliant. So it's what really makes this work. And so that's kind of a great oversimplification of what's going on. And it turns out that there is still a lot of engineering to make that happen. So I'd like to introduce you to another of the innovators that we meet in this class. His name is Van Jacobson, and I met up with him at Xerox PARC. He did the work we're going to talk about while he was at Berkeley. And in the late 1980s, there was this prediction that the internet was going to die. And it seems obvious that it's a good idea now, but back then there was a bunch of folks that felt like academics weren't smart enough to make a network. And they were like IBM and Digital Equipment that thought the vendors, should make the network and we should just pay them to use their network. And as the NSFNet was coming up, and more computers were being connected, and the backbone was so slow, it started to fail. And it looked like the predictions of all of the computer vendors that said academics couldn't build a robust, scalable network were going to be true. And so Van Jacobson tells the story very differently, but the way I saw the story happening and unfolding in 1987 is Van Jacobson saved us. The network was crashing, and we all installed Van Jacobson patches, and the network got better. And in my recollection, this was the last time it appeared that the entire internet was going to crash. So we named it the Van Jacobson Protocol, and he doesn't like to call it the Van Jacobson Protocol because he's a shy and unassuming guy. But I think he saved us. And so this interview is him describing sort of that moment back in the late 80s where he invented the slow start algorithm that really is part and parcel of every TCP implementation that you have on every computer that you use. As a matter of fact, it's being used to do flow control on this lecture right this second as we speak. So here's Van Jacobson.
there were lots of campus Ethernets because they were really easy to deploy, and you could put them in a department, and then you could run a wire between two departments and you had a bigger network. And so we'd grown up networks sort of by agglomeration in lots of different university campuses, and NSF came up with some money, said, oh, we've got a little bit in our budget where we could get some 56 kilobit lines and tie those campuses together. And they did that, made the NSF Net Phase 1. But now you're tying together 10 megabit campus infrastructure with 56 kilobit wires, and it was wildly popular because people that couldn't talk could suddenly talk, and they're sending emails and moving huge files, and just everybody's really excited about this technology. But any one of those campuses could oversubscribe the net by a factor of 1,000. So we had a lot of packets piling up and getting dropped. At the time, I was a researcher at Lawrence Berkeley Lab, which is in the hills up above the Berkeley campus, and I was also teaching on the Berkeley campus. Even back in those days, which was mid-'80s, we had for every class there was a messages group, like a little news group that was set up. All the assignments would be put online. And I was trying to get course materials from my office in LBL down to a machine in Evans Hall at Berkeley, and there was like zero throughput in the net. It was one packet every 10 minutes or so, and it seemed unbelievably bad. And I went down and talked to Mike Carrolls, who was heading the BSD group, the people that develop Berkeley Unix, and he's getting reports of these problems from all over the country. From in those days, the easiest way to start running TCP/IP was to bring up Berkeley Unix, because there was a ARPA-funded, very nice implementation in it, and everybody was seeing poor performance. So we talked for a long time that day and on succeeding days about, well, what's going wrong? That is there some mistake in the protocol implementation? Is there some mistake in the protocol? This thing was working on smaller scale tests, and then it suddenly fell apart. I think we struggled for 3 or 4 months just going through the code, writing tools to capture packet traces and looking at the packet traces and trying to sort out what's breaking. And I remember the two of us were sitting in Mike's office after we'd been pounding our head against the wall for literally months. And one of us, I can't remember which one, said, the reason I can't figure out why it's breaking is I don't understand how it ever worked. We're sending these bits out at 10 megabits. They're zipping across campus. They're running into this 56 kilobit wire. We expect them to go through that wire, pop out on the other side, go through. How could that function? That turned out to be the crucial starting point. That at that point, we started saying, well, what is there about this protocol that makes it work? How does it deal with all of those bandwidth changes? How does it deal with the multiple hops? So this picture, that direction is time, this direction is bandwidth. So that's a fat pipe and that's a skinny pipe. And the scale at the time is, this is a 10 megabit pipe and this is a 56 kilobit pipe. So here the difference is about 3 to 1. It was really closer to 100 to 1. And so time, seconds times bits per second equals bits. So each of these little boxes in there is a packet, it's the number of bits in a packet, and if you scrunch it down in bandwidth, it's got to spread out in time because the number of bits doesn't change. And so, see the burst of packets, a window's worth of packets gets launched. It's going to fly through the net till it hits this fast to slow transition. And then, because the packets have to stretch out in time, they'll have to sit there and wait as they're fed into the slower wire. And you, they pop out the other side, they get spread out by this bottleneck, by the slower wire. Once they're spread out, they stay spread out. Right? There's nothing to push them back together again. They hit a receiver, it turns every data packet into an ACK. So you've got a bunch of ACKs that are going back towards the sender, and they remember what's the right spacing for that bottleneck. So the ACKs get back to the sender, and every ACK gets turned into a data packet. So we can see the data packets flowing back. And this is after one round trip time. Now the packets are coming out perfectly spaced, so they go by, a new one goes into the net in exactly the time it takes a packet to exit from the bottleneck. So these ACKs are sort of acting as a clock that tells the sender when it's safe to inject every new packet. And they're always going to be spaced by whatever is the slowest point in the net.
And the key thing is how can you get to steady state sort of most quickly without wasting?
Yeah, and the issue, the failure we saw was this works perfectly after you've exchanged a round trip time worth of packets. But when you're starting up, when you're here, there's no clock. And so the hard part on TCP is not getting it running, it's getting it started. Because once you've got it running, you've got a clock that tells you exactly what to do. So if you turn them on suddenly, you get in this repetitive failure mode where you saturate the buffering that was available at some gateway, and then when you retransmit, you do the same thing again, so you're always losing packets. But if you turned it on more gradually, then you wouldn't overload the buffering, and you'd get enough of a clock going so that you'd control the amount of backlog to fit the available buffer, but you'd still be growing the number of packets in flight so that you'd eventually get you start with a kind of sporadic clock, but you'd eventually fill in the details and get a per packet clock.
How did you get it to the point where it was in all the TCP/IP implementations on the planet? Because they kind of have to cooperate in a way.
So remember, it was a much simpler time when you're talking about all the TCP/IP implementations on the planet. At that time, there were like 4. So there was the Berkeley Unix one, there was the MIT PCTCP, there was a BBN one that was used in butterflies and imps, and there was a Multics one. I took the couple of TCP kernel modules that we'd been working on, packaged them up in a tar. I had this horrible driver hack that would let us snarf packets from the kernel, and I mean, it was really a horrible driver hack. It was the way you said what you wanted to snarf was by ADB in the kernel. You wrote in binary some new values. These are the ports that I want to look at, and the driver would capture those into a circular buffer, and you'd read kernel memory to pull that buffer out. Craig Laris and Chris Tork, who were working in my group at LBL, and we're both longtime kernel hackers, were just embarrassed at this, and they put together a really nice, clean driver thing called BPF, the Berkeley Packet Filter, that would let you pull packets out of the kernel via a very efficient I/O control interface. And so we bundled all of that up, and on the TCP/IP mailing list, which in those days was, TCP/IP was very experimental, it was very leading edge, and pretty much everybody who was playing with it was on that mailing list. So announced that this stuff was available. A bunch of people FTP'd it, tried it, it blew up. sent kernel core dumps and bug reports and fixed the bug reports and put new versions out. And somebody would immediately come back and say, panicked here, do you want the K core? And I go, oh, no. Embarrassed. Put out a new version, go out, somebody else would come back and say, panicked here, and fix that, and just cycled like that. And after about a day, we got a version that didn't immediately panic, and then started working on the actual algorithms and a little bit of tuning to make sure that it actually did good all the time and didn't do any harm. Just completely a community effort, and sort of when the community was saying this mostly does good and never seems to do harm, that's pretty much what Mike needed to put it into the kernel. So he took the community developed modules and rolled them into the BSD release.
So basically, the transport control protocol has a responsibility of compensating for the imperfections of the IP layer. Data can arrive not out of order, it can arrive not at all, and so the TCP layer marks the data in a way and stores the data in the source computers until it is acknowledged by the destination computers. And so TCP buffers this information, and the buffers are kept on the edge, and this allows the internet to grow in wonderful ways. So this results in a layer that really provides us what seems to be an end-to-end connection. So we can send data in one end, a stream of data, just send it in, just roll it in, and out comes a stream of data. It comes out in the same order, it comes out reliably, and we can stop thinking about it. And again, the whole goal of this layered architecture is so that we can pretend that the complexity inside this box is simple. So it's not simple inside, but we, the applications who are going to make use of this transport layer, can pretend it's simple. Okay, and so I put in H, and an H comes out, and I put in an E, and an E comes out, and I put in an L, and an LL comes out, and an O comes out. And it's hundreds of thousands of engineers and billions of dollars of research that makes it work, but it just is simple. It's been oversimplified. So now we've talked about the link layer, the IP layer, and the transport layer, and up next we're going to talk about what we do once we have reliable pipes connecting one application to another. So now we're going to talk about the application layer. And up to now we've been talking about these bottom layers, and we've been sort of working our way up. We talked about the link layer, the IP layer, and the TCP layer. And each of these layers works with the other. The IP layer depends on the link layer, the TCP layer depends on and adds value to the IP layer. And now we're going to talk about the application layer that is going to make use of the services of the TCP layer. And the services of the TCP layer are basically to give us a reliable, sequenced, end-to-end stream that can start in one application in one computer and end in an application in a different computer and have a two-way communication. So I can send the word hello from one application, and then all kinds of billions of dollars of hardware, hundreds of thousands of engineers, 40 years of engineering design, and out comes hello on the other end. And what's beautiful, and this is the beauty of the four-layer architecture, is we just pretend this is magic. This is magic. We send something, and out it comes. With that magic available, with that billions of dollars and 40 years of research magic available, now what would we do? Right? Now what would we do with that magic if we had it available to us. So TCP is giving us this reliable pipe. We're going to think about now, we're going to ignore all the rest of it, right? We're going to ignore all this part. All we're going to say is we have an application on this end of our computer. Now remember, this is your computer, and say this is the server, right? So this is you, and this is the server. And all the software runs in it, all the software is running in your computer, and all the software is running in the server. So the question is, what are we going to do between these two things? Okay, how are we going to ask for data? And this application is the client application, and this application is the server application. Client and server are not necessarily the same, very much the same. Client and server are likely very different applications. The client is like, give me information, and the server is responsible for giving the information to the client. So the client is often making a request, and then the server is making a response back. And so this client-server mechanism, this application-to-application communication, we can build a mail system with it, World Wide Web, or we can stream videos much like we would be streaming this lecture back and forth. But we're going to focus on the World Wide Web because it's really simple and really elegant, and it's probably the easiest one to understand, and it's the most popular. But there are many other protocols going on, file transfer and others, but the World Wide Web protocol, HTTPD, is the protocol that is the most popular. So there are two basic questions that the application layer has to solve. One is, which application gets the data? And this is done using a mechanism called ports. And ports allow a IP address or a single computer or a single server to serve up multiple services, and then for a client to be able to dial up, much like a telephone extension, and pick the service that they're interested in. Once you've connected to the service that you're interested in, like the World Wide Web service, then you have to know the protocol to talk to that. Ports in TCP are like a telephone extension number. Again, like I said, you can connect to an IP address, but then you can connect to a port within it. And so if you think about a telephone number and an extension, it's sort of a further refinement. An IP address gives us a particular server, a piece of hardware connected to the internet, and then a port within that tells us what application we're going to talk to. So let's talk about ports and connections. So if I have a server, and this is kind of an arbitrary server, here is a single server, www.mich.edu, and it has one IP address connected into the cloud. We can have many clients talking to it, and we have many services running on this server, like sending email or logging into that server or retrieving web pages or retrieving my mail from that server. And there are ports. So incoming email is done generally in port 25, remote login is 22 or 23. Web servers, depending on whether they're secure or not, are 80 or 443. And the personal mailbox is on ports 109 or 110. And so these computers don't just connect to an IP address, but they connect to a port within an IP address. So some common TCP ports that we have are the ones I just mentioned, and you can take a look at these on the internet, the various ports. Okay? Now, once we have a connection to the web server or to the mail server or to the post office server, we have to know how to talk to it. And that's what's called an application protocol. And that is the rules for conversation, the rules for conversing. So TCP gives us this reliable connection. We now can connect to the server that we desire to connect to by using ports. And the question is, what are we going to say across that connection? And what we say across that connection, who talks first, what do you send, what comes back, depends on the kind of server that you're talking to. We're going to play mostly with the World Wide Web. Oops, I clicked the wrong button there. The World Wide Web server, because it's the simplest and it's the most obvious as to what's going on. So the World Wide Web clients and the World Wide, which are otherwise known as browsers, the World Wide Web clients and the World Wide Web servers communicate using a protocol called HTTP. As a matter of fact, if you look at the top of your URL, it's http:// something, right? And And so basically, there is a specification for how this is done. So when they wrote down, I'm going to write the first web browser and the first web server, they also wrote a document about how that piece of software would talk to this other piece of software. And it's a very simple concept. HTTP has a protocol where you make a connection from the client to the server. The client requests the document, the server feeds out the document, and then the connection is dropped. Okay, so it's very simple. We'll actually simulate this. This is called the HTTP request response cycle. Okay, and so the way it works is you're in a browser and you click on a link. The browser is an application. It's the client running on your computer. So this is kind of your computer down here. Okay, you click on a link, then the browser makes a connection to the web server and sends a request for the document. The web server looks up, does whatever, and sends the document back, and then the document is displayed on your screen. Okay, so let me show you sort of how this works with a web browser. So here is a canonical web page. So here's a browser. Here's the URL that I went and got. You can get this URL as well. You can even look at the source. So if you look at this source, there is my HTML, but one of the things that's in this source is a link. And if I hover over top of this link, oops, I gotta do it like that to hover over top of the link, you can see at the bottom of my screen, you can see it's going to tell you that we're about to go retrieve page2.html. Now, this browser is running on my laptop. It is a web client. It is an HTTP client. And I'm about to click on this piece of software running on my computer, and then it is going to make a connection out the back of it, retrieve a document, and then show me the other document. So it's going to happen real fast. I'll click on second page. It requested and got a document back and showed me the document. So that's the contents of the second document. Okay? And so that is the request response cycle that is triggered by me making a click somewhere in my browser. The browser sees the click. It opens a connection. This is sort of the internet over here. It makes a connection, requests a document. The document comes back, and then the new document is displayed. The request response cycle. Click, request, response, display. Click, request, response, display. So let's take a look in some more detail as to what's really going on here. So the command that is being sent up to the server across this connection, remember this part here is the internet right there, the command is a get command. And the document is based on the URL I clicked on that the browser knows about, and says get/page2.html. And then what comes back is HTML. And that is a markup language that describes how this page is supposed to be shown. So let's say that we wanted some more detail on how this really worked, right? Let's say we want to write a web browser and we want to be a good citizen and we want to talk properly to the web. Well, we would go back to the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, and we would go grab the document that says, hey, if you want to write a browser, this is what you do. This is what you do if you want to write a browser. Go grab RFC 1945, which is the Hypertext Transport Protocol version 1.0. Now, I'm sure there's more complex superseded versions of it. But if we read it and read it and read it, we spent a lot of time, we'd get down to section 5.1.2, and it would say, if you are making a request for a document, this is the request line. It has the letters GET followed by a space, followed by the URL you're looking for, followed by a space, followed by the version. Okay? So that is the rule. That is what you're supposed to send down this connection. I'm going to give us some more examples on page 24. And so we could read all this. And we could write a web browser. But what we're going to do is we're going to fake being a web browser. We're going to cheat. We're going to hack it. We're going to pretend to be a web browser. We are going to send the commands to the web browser. Now, I'm going to do this on a Macintosh. You could also do it on Windows if you installed a Telnet client. Okay? So the key is you install a Telnet client. Now, most people would say Telnet is insecure, and it is. It's a very old protocol because all it does is it opens a TCP connection to a host on a port that I specify, and whatever I type goes across that TCP connection. So it's a great way to hack, especially older, less secure protocols. So because HTTP is generally a public protocol, it's not really highly protected, so it's much simpler to hack it. Hacking secure protocols requires writing software rather than typing commands. So if you're on Windows, you have to install Telnet, T-E-L-N-E-T. So what I'm going to show you in a second is I'm going to show you hacking, and I'm going to Telnet to www.drchuck.com port 80. What I'm saying is connect me to this server on the internet and connect me to port 80 because I want to do HTTP connections. And then I will send one command. I'm going to send that command, and then the web server will give me back the page. Okay? It's probably easier for me to just do it. So let's take a look. I am going to simulate what the web browser does when it's requesting, well actually we'll go to the second page, and when it's requesting the first page, it's doing a GET for page 1. Okay? So that's what we're going to do, except now we are going to do it in a terminal. So I'm going to type Telnet, oops, I always typed this wrong, T-E-L-N-E-T, www.dr-chuck.com, port 80. Okay? So now I am connected to the web server on drchuck.com. I could, for example, type, yo, what is up, dude? Now that would suggest I have not read the protocol specification for the HTTP protocol. So I do not know that I'm supposed to type the word get here. I'm going to type, yo, what is up, dude? And it goes, you are not from my country. You are not from my planet. I do not know what you said. Of course, the way web servers are saying this is they're saying, bad request. Your browser sent a request that this server could not understand. The request header is missing a colon separator. You do not comply. Go away. But we did talk. It just told us that whatever we were saying is gibberish to it. And that's okay, because we have read the document. And so we can do it. So let's do it. So now I'm going to do a telnet to drchuck.com on port 80. Go to Dr. Chuck, hook onto port 80 so we can talk to the web server. And now I am going to behave. I've read the specification. I'm going to type gt get space, one space, http www.drchuck.com/page1.htm http space 1 dot, I think there's a slash there. Oops. Oh, no. Get it right. /1.0. I think I got that right. So that is what I'm supposed to type if I am a real browser. Now I have to actually type another new line. So I'll type another new line. And now, whoa. Oh, I gave it the wrong page. Look. I told it to get page.htm. So let's do it again. I'm not very good at this. My browser is much better at it. So I type get http www.dr-chuck.com/page1.htm space http/1.0. I believe that's it. Let's hope I got it right this time. And then another enter, and another enter. Yay! I got it. So this time I type this, then I type this. Now it gave me some header information. It's saying things like 200 OK means I like you. What the time is, when this file was last modified. It's an HTML file, and it actually shows me the HTML text. And so we have just hacked a web server. You can do this to like Facebook.com and do a get. If you get the right thing, it'll give you stuff. You could go to various sites. You can fake browsers. Now, you're only going to get so far because at some point these servers know that you're not a browser, because a browser actually sends a little more stuff than what we just sent. But you get the picture, okay? It's a protocol where we have rules, and if we type the right thing, if we type the right thing, we know what the specification tells us to type, we are rewarded with the information on that server. If we comply with the server's request, we can talk to it. If we know how to talk to, we know what port to talk to, and we know what protocol to talk to that port, we can write a client that meets the needs of that server and extract the data. So this is, I like command lines. I like sort of old school user interfaces. And this is a scene from one of the Matrix movies that you may recall. I can't put it in here because of copyright requirements. I might have the URL, or maybe students will come up with the URL. You can probably search for the Trinity hacking scene. People put it up and then it gets taken down and someone else puts it up. So let me tell you a little story about this scene. This scene was actually written by a former student of mine who worked on all 3 Matrix movies, doing IT work on the movies. And they were in Australia shooting the second set of 3 movies. And he saw this scene. And the scene was supposed to use a Minority Report style way for her to hack into the power grid and shut it down. And he said, that's not the way that you hack into computers. All good hackers use a text-based interface, some old thing, and that's a throwback interface. So the Wachowski brothers told him, rewrite it. So he actually downloaded the exact hacking software. It's called Nmap, which stands for Network Map. It is mapping the ports. It probes the ports and sees what's on the ports, see what version of the software is on each of the ports, figures out what the weaknesses of those things are, and even automatically exploits the weaknesses. So he wrote a script that downloaded this thing that automatically breaks into computers. By the way, the good guys use this and the bad guys use this same thing. The good guys use it to test all the computers on their campus and make sure that they're okay. And the bad guys use to break into the ones that the good guys aren't smart enough to fix. And so this was kind of cool, and the people who wrote Nmap were really quite amazed when they saw the movie. They even figured out what version it was and things like that. And so it actually triggered a series of follow-on scenes that used actual real hacking software, Nmap hacking software. So I don't know if we've got a URL for this or not. Whatever our URL I come up with, even the one the Nmap people come up with, whatever it is, it goes away because of copyright. But you can find it because someone always puts it back up. So, okay, so you can go and maybe the Nmap people will know it, or maybe you just have to search for the Trinity hacking scene. So you can use Telnet and you can legitimately hack a web server. So basically the application layer is a rich place. And there's lots of things that happen in the application layer. We have this pipe abstraction. It's kind of like a string with 2 tin cans, and we can shout into one end and stuff comes out the other end. Later we'll talk about adding security to that. And we use these port numbers to allow multiple different servers or services on a computer that we can connect to. So we've kind of now reached the top of the architecture of the internet. We've talked about Ethernet, the link layer, and the fiber, and all the diverse wireless, all the wonderful things that happen there. The internet layer, which is this kind of geographical hopping thing that's unreliable. The TCP layer that retransmits automatically if necessary. And then the application layer, which is what we do with all this networks. It's really impressive that this came out of research work from the 1970s, and that most of the architectures that were really present, most of the ideas of the architecture from the 70s are really still present with us today. As the NSFNet came out, these architectures evolved a little bit, the last few tweaks, and there have been tweaks going on ever since, but really the last few critical tweaks happened in the late 1980s. The number of web hosts, or the number of hosts on the internet, goes from 6 in 1969 to sort of 1 billion in 2011. And it's pretty impressive that roughly the same architecture that was designed with 6 computers is still mostly functioning in mostly the same patterns all these years later with the billions of computers. And so if you start looking at the network now, it almost looks like a live creature with veins and nerves, and it sort of almost pulses. And you'd see things like you can search on the internet for how the internet reacted to Hurricane Sandy when like New York City was just like shut off for 3 days. The internet just kind of like routed around it. Yeah, a lot of stuff went across the Atlantic Ocean from New York City. And yeah, it found different paths. And, you know, yeah, New York was down, but the rest of it wasn't. In many ways, pretty amazing. And we certainly see other situations where governments try to shut the internet down by going into the server rooms and shutting off, you know, what they think is the only connections, but then more connections pop up. And so it's very much almost a living thing. It's billions of computers and hundreds of thousands of routers, and it's hundreds of millions of simultaneous connections going on all the time, including the one we're doing right now probably. And it's trillions of bytes of data moving across, and it's not perfect, but it kind of works. You can think of it as like the largest collective engineering thing that we've done together as humanity. We built this, it's all one thing, and yet it's so many different pieces. And we just kind of keep gluing them together and gluing more things on more things. And it really was created almost like life itself. It's very organic. It's designed to heal itself rather than be perfect. Because things that try to be perfect are fragile and they break too easily. But things that are designed to heal can heal. And you're never perfectly correct. You're never all the way up and you're never all the way down. And so that's what's interesting about the internet. Oops, went the wrong way. And so we kind of come to the end of this where we started out with like machines and pulleys and gears and spraying oil at Bletchley Park and typing a few characters on a keyboard to this thing where we sort of just take for granted that we can watch basketball anywhere on the planet just with a couple of swipes of the key. And in a sense, it's just that same human urge to communicate at a distance. And so the last thing that I'll close with is another video from Van Jacobson. Now, this is about a technique he calls content-centric networking. And not everybody agrees with Van Jacobson on this. You can ask people and they'll say, it's a good idea. I don't present this as the future. I present this more to get you thinking that there is a future that might be different than the present. That what I just told you, that seems like, oh, it's perfect. And when Vint Cerf in 1969, he figured this out and it was the perfect thing, right? And the answer is it might not be. And we as engineers and we as the people of the internet, we must understand that in 20 years it might be all different. Because 20 years ago it was all different. And 30 years before that it was different yet again. And so nothing's perfect. And so we should never be complacent and assume that what we have is trivial or perfect or even the right answer, so we should continue to question. And so it's really interesting to hear again from Van Jacobson, who sort of did this great innovation in 1987 that saved us, and yet he thinks that these are issues and they're issues that need to be saved again. And I think in many ways he's right. The question is not so much whether he's right or wrong. The question is, what will the ultimate solution that we pick be produced? So take a look at Van Jacobson and what he is thinking about as terms of the issues in the future that we're going to need to solve when he talks about content-centered networking. Hello and welcome to our security lecture. I'm Charles Severance, and I encourage you to grab the PowerPoints and remix them and use them in your own courses. Use the videos, use everything in your own courses. You don't have to teach this whole course, it's quite a bit. So let's start out by meeting some nice people. These people are Alice and Bob, and they simply want to communicate some information, left to their own devices. And they don't want the rest of the world to know about what they're communicating, and so they want to encrypt it some way. Now, in the cryptography world, they all call these two people, the good people, Alice and Bob. And they simply are A and B, kind of very computer-esque variable names, A and B, and Alice and Bob. And then there's some bad guys. right? There's the bad guys, and often they are called C, like Carol or Carlos or Charlie or something like that. They're even Chuck. Even Chuck is a bad guy. Or Dave or Eve for the eavesdropper. And the idea is somewhere in the middle here, you have some person with bad intent. Here we have Trinity from the Matrix, and she looks as bad as you can look, right? So Alice and Bob seem to be real happy people, and they're just trying to get things done and send some information without being bothered. And then Trinity's there, eavesdropping. But there's other things. You can eavesdrop. You can sort of redirect the message and change it. There's all kinds of things that the bad guy in the middle is going to do. And so Alice and Bob are far away from each other, and they have to communicate securely. And it's a literal gauntlet of problems that they have to face, and various people with bad intent, with bad purposes. Sometimes just wanting to see what's going on versus wanting to change what's going on versus completely redirect communication. So Alice, Bob, and then a whole series of bad guys and gals with various evil intent.
I think computer security is the most exciting part of computing right now because it has something that nothing else has. It has an adversary relationship. If you do graphics or operating systems or anything, there's no one trying to thwart you at every turn. And that's what you have in security. And that's what makes it exciting and interesting. And that's what makes it something that's forever changing and involves psychology and economics and computing and law and policy and so many things. So I think it's a great area to be in, to work in. I think it's not going away, right? As long as we have adversaries, as long as we have human beings and ne'er-do-wells and evildoers, we're going to need security. So it's always going to be like that. Preparing is interesting. In a lot of ways, security is a mindset. It's a way of thinking about the world. And if you think about the traditional definition of a hacker, right, someone who sort of cobbles stuff together, you hack this tool and it works, and you put this piece together and this here and that, and it all works, and it's a great hack. But I'm a security guy. I'm going to say, well, turn this like that, and it doesn't work anymore. And you'll say, well, don't do that. And I'll say, well, no, I'm the attacker. I get to do that. I get to do that whenever I want. I get to do it at the most inopportune time. I get to do that in a way that makes your system fail as badly as possible. And you have to think that way. Not about how to build something, not how to make it work, but how to make it fail. And how to make it fail in precisely the right way, to do precisely the right sort of damage. And that's a way of thinking. There are some people who go through their lives looking at systems and figuring out, oh, I can break that. Oh, here's how to break that. Or you walk into a store and you see the purchasing system. Oh, I can steal something, here's how. You walk into a voting booth. Oh, I can sort of defeat this. Here's how. You might not do it because, of course, that would be illegal, but you think that way. And that mindset, I think, is essential for security. Once you have that mindset, then it's a matter of just learning the domain, right? Learning the systems, and whether it's a self-driving car or a voting system or a medical device, right? It's going to be embedded code interacting with the real world in a way that involves people and society. And I can teach all that. You can learn all that. So I remember a class in security. I forget who did this. One of the assignments was, come in tomorrow and write down the first 1,000 digits of pi. Okay, so two things about this test. One, you can't memorize 1,000 digits of pi. You have to cheat. And actually, the students were expected to cheat. But if they were caught cheating, they would fail.
Okay.
That's interesting, right? That teaches that mindset. It allows you to think outside the box. How am I going to do this? Am I going... And there are lots of ways people cheated, and I sort of urge people watching to go Google this and to look at some of the stuff written. It's a great way of trying to stimulate the mindset. Can you teach it formally? I don't know. It's kind of like, it's a way of thinking. And I think the more security classes you take, the more you exercise that mindset. A lot of the hacker conferences will have capture the flag contests. I remember an early one where they had to build their own private network to cut down on both network latency and federal violations. Right? That's why you do it. But you're going to learn a lot by breaking other people's systems. And yeah, that's probably going to involve illegal activity. And agreed, this isn't the best way, or maybe it is the best way, it's not the most socially acceptable way. But here we have this clash between the tech imperative and what society wants. So many of our systems are black boxes. I mean, you can go and try to hack this, right? Your smartphone or your computer, and there's a lot of stuff you can learn. But really, it's going to be more fun if you can hack somebody else's cell phone or somebody else's computer. I want it to be open-ended. I want it to be, follow whatever it is you're interested in. The neat thing about security is it can go wherever you want. There are so many different sub-disciplines. And I'm often asked, should I study forensics or cryptography or network security or protocols or embedded devices or SCADA systems? Study what you want. And whatever interests you, follow that. Because really what you're learning is how to think like a security expert. And honestly, if you get a job and they make you do VPNs, you can pick up VPNs. That's easy. And it's the way to think. So do what you want. And what we're learning right now is that demand is greatly outstripping supply. Right? That people who have expertise in security have a guaranteed career because there is such a demand for it and there is such a lack of supply.
Have you written any of your books kind of aimed at those kind of pre-computer science students or early computer science students that would sort of be a good read?
I tend to write my books for general audience.
Okay.
So I think of my parents, my friends. So computer experts, yes, but really for a more general audience. Okay. So going back to something like Secrets and Lies I wrote in 2000, it's about how network security works. Right, 15 years out of date, but it's still a good introduction on the basic concepts of how to think about security. Later cryptography engineering, how to engineer crypto systems. My book, Liars and Outliers, how to think about security as a way to enable trust. Very non-technical, but very much here's how security is embedded in society. Right, my latest book is about surveillance. Data and Goliath talks about what's going on in the world of surveillance and how we can regain security. So to me, all of these books are for someone who might be interested in this field. Because what they're going to do is spark interest in different directions. Right? They're going to give people ideas they're going to go and research further. And that's how you get your passion. That's how you get your calling. It's not that someone gives it to you, that you notice it going by and saying, hey, that's kind of neat. I want to do more there.
So it's always fun to talk about security because, the question is you, and what does security mean to you, and what does it mean to me? And whenever you're thinking about security, you got to figure out sort of who is out to get you and why are they out to get you. And for us average people, we are so boring that literally pretty much the only thing the world wants from us is they want to steal our credit card numbers and then buy stuff with them for just a couple of days before the credit card company shuts them down. Now, if you're running for public office, there's a whole bunch of your opponents that are going to want to break into your email, and that happens, right? Those kind of shenanigans happen. So if you're interesting or influential or running for public office, you have a different problem than if you're just kind of a mere civilian like us. And so at the end of the day, you can worry about security and you can kind of wear tinfoil clothing or something, but at the end of the day, you and I are so boring that nobody really cares. But it's good to assume that they're out to get you, right? That you try to be as secure as you can and be aware of your environment and be as secure as you possibly can with your information and with your communications. So who is out to get us? Well, the government. So now we're going to actually turn the tables, right? In the very first lecture, we were the good guys. The good guys were the ones who were trying to break the cryptography. And the bad guys were the ones that were trying to hide their bad messages. And the government were the good guys in Bletchley Park. And they broke the codes and they saved Western civilization. Yay, good guys. Well, now we're the Germans. We're the Japanese. We're trying to communicate. People are watching. And guess what? It's the same people. The government's most likely interested in what you're doing. Again, most of us are so boring the government doesn't really care at all. But the government has probably the best security breaking equipment on the planet right now, better than the criminals. And so it's just an interesting flip of the model, right? Where now we are trying to communicate, and the government, with all of their bombas and little rotating devices sitting in some warehouse somewhere that we don't know, is taking our private communications and they're trying to break them. And we are in a war trying to make our communications more and more secure, while the government says, whoa, we have to invent like electronic computers. Because we have to have bigger computers, because the people, us good guys now who are doing the encrypting, we are trying to come up with more and more clever ways to encrypt. And the government has to keep coming up with ways to decrypt. And you could cast this as criminals versus good folks. You could cast it as governments versus governments. At the end of the day, it's an arms race, and it's rather symmetric as to which side you're on, right? I mean, we started out with the people trying to hide the information were the bad guys, and now we're the good guys. Why are we the good guys? Because it's us. As soon as we decide it's us, we're the good guys. Here's a little picture I took a couple of years ago when I visited Bletchley Park. This actually led to the video a year and a half later. And in this, my friend who works at the Open University, who also does massively open online courses, that's Joel. He's now retired. He's the tour guide there, and a dear and personal friend. And another of my dear and personal friends, whose face you can't see, is right here. His name is Chuck. He currently works at Shazam in London. And he and I just got away for the weekend and went up to Bletchley Park and took a tour. Now, just a little interesting connection. I sort of mentioned in a previous lecture about the Matrix. So you notice that Chuck here is wearing a jacket from the movie Matrix. I mentioned he was the one that wrote the hacking scene with Trinity. So here we all are together. We're at Bletchley Park. Alan Turing had an office in this. This is one of Alan Turing's offices at Bletchley Park. Here's Joel, open teaching and learning. Here is Chuck, worked on the Matrix. And here's Trinity, right? Except that now Trinity's our enemy instead of our friend. Although in the movie we are rooting for Trinity, but we're the ones trying to protect what we're doing from the Trinities of the world. We're the good guys now, and Trinity is the bad gal. Okay, she's the bad lady trying to break into our stuff, and we're protecting ourselves against Trinity. So tables have completely turned. Okay, so before we go too far, you'll run into your organizations with lots of people who are like security experts, and I find security experts generally very annoying because they think they're smarter than they are. Security experts have this theory that more security is better. And the reality is that perfect security is unachievable. If you want perfect security, lock yourself in a room and whisper to somebody, oh, wait a sec, and then the guard will come in and hear you, or whatever. There'll be a microphone. So the notion that perfect security and that your company can spend more and more and more money of its budget on security just because the security expert thinks that you should is really kind of a fallacy. Security is a cost-benefit analysis. And so if you think of credit card companies, what's the security of this number? won't show you the number. But what if I lose this number? What's the consequences? I've had many credit cards that got compromised. I don't exactly know how. They've got software inside of the computer companies that catches, like when all of a sudden I live in Michigan and a bunch of charges at the New Jersey Walmart are showing up and I never got on a plane. I'm amazed at how rare it is that your identity actually gets lost permanently. So I'm really impressed with how the banks are capable. And so they have this number that makes it real convenient for us to buy. We can type it into a web form. We can do all these things. And 1 in a zillion times it gets compromised, and so they lose $50. But billions of dollars of commerce happen. So there is always a security versus cost. If basically, for me to use this credit card, I had to have sort of a personal guard from the company with me all the time, it'd be very expensive for me to buy stuff on Amazon and have it shipped to my house. And so understand that when you start getting into conversations with security, professionals, sometimes they're the kind that understand that security is naturally imperfect and everything is a cost-benefit analysis, rather than more security is always better. So more is not always better. That's just my little speech about security in case you get stuck in a conversation with some pompous security expert. They're mostly pompous. So, database administrators are pompous too, but hope you're not a database administrator or security expert. But the best security experts that I've ever met are the ones that understand this, and they can characterize every issue in terms of a cost-benefit analysis, and then you know that you've run into one that's really smart and bright. So, the terminology that we're going to use for the rest of the segments of this lecture, we're going to be solving 2 basic problems. One is confidentiality, and the confidentiality is the leakage of information. So if I was to want to send this credit card number to one of you watching right now without the rest of you seeing my credit card number, the mere revealing of that information is the problem. So I want to come up with a way to send it to you so that no one except the one person that I want to see it gets it. That's confidentiality. The other problem is one of integrity. And that is, in a sense, knowing that that the information that you've got comes from who you thought it came from, and B, that it wasn't modified on the way. So there are things like digital signatures that sort of fall into this category, and other mechanisms that we'll talk about. So these 2 themes of confidentiality and integrity will run through the rest of the lectures that we have on security. Okay? So coming up next, we're going to start diving right in. So the first topic that we're going to talk about is confidentiality, encryption and decryption. And of course, this was what was going on at Bletchley Park in World War II. So the terminology that we'll use in this is plain text and ciphertext. And the idea is, whether it's text or other information, there is the information that we actually want to transmit, whether it's a credit card number or something else. And then there is the encrypted version of that, and we'll call that the ciphertext. And the ciphertext is what we assume is revealed to intermediate parties, whether they are stopping it and changing it or they're just watching it. It's still, the ciphertext is the stuff that we are, just by the nature of the communication, we are forced to reveal it, or there is a probability that we'll reveal it. So it is hopefully unintelligible, and hopefully it is difficult to go from the ciphertext to the plain text, except if you are the actual intended recipient, or impossible. Encryption is the act of going from plain text to ciphertext, and returning the ciphertext back to the plain text is decryption. And there is a key, some kind of a key, which is really sort of some data plus a technique, plus an algorithm that goes back and forth. So there are 2 kinds of systems that we'll talk about in the upcoming lectures. One is called a secret key, and the other is called a public key. The secret key is the one that we talked about at the very beginning. The secret key was really used from the Romans and Caesar on up to World War II. The public key encryption really is much more recent, in the 60s and the 70s, and we'll talk about that later on. So the first thing we'll talk about is the shared secret or secret key. The secret key is also called symmetric key, which means that both parties have to be in possession of the same information. You basically use the same key material to encrypt as you do to decrypt. The public key is asymmetric, which means you use one key to encrypt and a different key to decrypt. We'll get to that later. And so the problem that secret key has that led to the need to invent public key is the fact that you need to at some point have a secure communication, whether you're sitting in a room together and you hand each other code books, whatever it is, you have to have a way to distribute the key in a secure manner. The public key, which we'll get to later, has a way of distributing the key using insecure medium. And you'll see when we get there, it's like so obvious and clever, you wonder why nobody thought of it until, very recently. So here is the path, right? You have some plain text. You have, say, the word candy that you want to send. You're going to encrypt with a shift where you just go to the next later letter. So C becomes D, A becomes B, N becomes O. And so now we have the D-B-O-E-Z. That is the plain text coming from Alice. Alice sends it in the dangerous, nasty wide world of, routers or radio with Morse code or whatever it is we're going to do. Whatever it is we're going to do, where the message might be intercepted by somebody naive. Now, they're not intercepting the plain text. We assume that this part here is secure and this part here is secure. It's only dangerous while it's in flight somehow in the middle. And we only worry about Eve getting it. And then at some point, because Bob has the key, which is subtract 1, Bob goes from each of the ciphertext letters back to the plain text letters, and voila, out comes the plain text again. And so Eve's problem is Eve is only handed. Well, no, sorry. Eve is not given the key. Eve is given the ciphertext and nothing else, and she must, like Bletchley Park, must derive whatever it is. Derive the key, derive the plain text, whatever it is. That's Eve's goal. The Caesar cipher is the kind of the oldest, most widely used forms of encryption. It uses the notion of a shift. The shift number is just, as I shown, a shift of 1 means A becomes B and X becomes Y and L becomes LM, L becomes M. So you just take and move a fixed position down the L. This was used for a surprisingly long period of time. And there's some pretty good YouTube videos that kind of you can, if you want to see more about sort of the how this works and the math behind it and how you break it, it's pretty fascinating. I mean, finally, it's completely breakable, and we're actually going to break it here pretty soon ourselves. So the Caesar cipher. So I want to pause and let you see a YouTube video here from a beloved movie called The Christmas Story, where little Ralphie gets his Little Orphan Annie secret decoder ring, and Little Orphan Annie sends a decoded message, an encoded ciphertext, through the radio. Everyone can hear it, but only those people who have the secret decoder ring can decrypt the message. And you can see that it is a Caesar cipher. It has a shift. You will note that the first thing they say before they say the encrypted message in the radio is that you're supposed to connect B and 13 or something like that. And then you rotate the two wheels of the secret decoder ring to the B13, and then you can read across the secret decoder ring and decrypt the message as it's decrypted, and then he slowly decrypts it, and then, of course, there is the delightful moment where he realizes the crass commercialism or the complete lack of interesting meaning in all of this. So, without further ado, let's take a look at Ralphie and Christmas Story. Be right back. So I hope you like that. And so off we go. We're going to have a secret decoder ring for this class. I would love to be able to send you all, come down. I would love to be able to send you all a little mechanical wheel to move the stuff back and forth, but instead I use the internet, and I'm going to send you a PDF. And at this point, you might want to pause the video and grab this PDF. Okay, grab it, secretdecoder.pdf, drchuck.com/secret-decoder.pdf, and download it. And you might even want to print it out, because we're going to, at this moment, do a code breaking exercise. Okay, and so let me tell you how to use this secret decoder ring. So the top line here is the plain text, and if you recall, Caesar Shift has a shift number, and so to encode, you go from a plain text. Let's say I want to do Chuck. Right, I want to encode Chuck, and I want to encode it with a shift of 2. So a shift of 2 means we select this, and we basically go C is our plain text, and then down we go E. So then we go E is our first letter, and then H is our second letter. So we go down, and that means H becomes J. Yeah, and so U becomes W. So now I'm doing my encryption. So EHW is the encrypted ciphertext. So let me clear that and write back down here. Oop, give me different color. EHW. Now to decrypt, remember you need to know the shift. So we somehow communicated separately and securely what the shift was. And so now we have received our ciphertext. We received our ciphertext, and we need to decrypt it. Okay, and so we know that the shift is 2, so we go to E, we go in the shift row, and then we go up to the plain text row, and that says the first one is C. Then we go to H, we go to the encoded text row, and we go back up to the plain text row, and so that's an H. Oh wait. It's not HW. What am I thinking? This should have been a J. I got this wrong. Sorry about that. So that's wrong. Here's a J, moves up to the H. Then the W, let's see if I got W right. Yeah, so W is my last ciphertext, and it goes up to the U. Okay? Dot, 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 dot. So you see the pattern that our encoding is plain text down to shift position, and our decoding is shift position back up to plain text. Okay, and so this is our secret decoder ring. So go grab it and download it so that you can participate in the next exercise. So now you are going to be cast in the role of Bletchley Park. Okay, ready? So here is your first code breaking exercise. Okay, so here we go. So you're Bletchley Park, right? You just intercepted this ciphertext, UPBTU. Whoa, it's encrypted. It's clearly meaningless. So how are you going to decrypt it? Well, the technique is take a look and decrypt it with all the shift numbers, right? You're going to do this by hand. You're going to be a computer yourself. You're going to do all the shift decrypting. And just like in Bletchley Park, you know you succeeded when the plain text makes sense, right? When the plain text makes no sense, then you haven't succeeded. But at some point, the plain text makes sense. So what you need to do is take your secret decoder ring, and you need to decrypt it with a shift of 1, a shift of 2, a shift of 3, a shift of 4. And if you have your family members around, you can print out multiple copies of the secret decoder ring, and you can assign different shifts to different family members. So you have to decrypt this 26 times. You have to decrypt it 26 times, and then you look at all the 26 decryptions, and then you decide which one makes the most sense. Okay? So don't peek. Decrypt this one. I made it easy on you. Okay? So we'll stop now and give you a little bit of time to decrypt this one. Don't start pause until you actually have decrypted it. Okay? Okay, this is your last chance for spoiler alert. So here we are. We're about to decrypt it. Here we go. I did make it easy on you. It was a shift of 1. It was a shift of 1. If you started at 12, you're kind of foolish, right? So you started at 1, and you go like, oh, great. So now I'm going to decrypt it. I'll start at 1. Here's the plain text. This should be PP. That's the plain text. So I'll start with U. If it's 1, then I go up, and it's T. And the second one is P. So I go up, and it's O. T-O. Keep going. It says toast. So you say to yourself, well, that's a word, so it must be it. Well, hello. What are you doing here? Do you want to say hi to my students? This is a cat. This is my Eddie cat. He likes to come up into my office and look. So, do you know anything about encryption? You know anything about encryption? So, you use a shift of 1, and then you go from the encryption text up to the plain text. Okay, you are clearly not interested in my lecture. So that was my cat. Hello. Sorry, can't open the window for you because I'm doing a lecture. Okay. So you're gonna like just keep bugging that window until I kick you out of the other room, aren't you? So you're gonna have to get kicked out. Out you go. He was gonna keep hitting. That until I opened it for him. Okay. So now you've broken this code, and again, just like in Bletchley Park, you only knew that you broke it if it made sense. And so luckily, in Bletchley Park, the messages were longer, and they were often looking for canonical things that they would say every day. So here we go, and so that's the breaking of that one. And it turns out that shift of 1 was the thing that we did. So here is your second task. This one's longer, and it's not a shift of 1. And so this is a situation where you really would have to get your whole family going on this, right? Where you got to do 26 decryptions of this, and it will, make sense to you. You decrypt it 26 times, right? And so this one's going to be harder. I guess you could just decrypt one word, but it's just not a shift of 1. But now we're going to do another trick, okay? So I don't want you to try all 26, because there's a mistake in this. There is a leakage of information that makes it so that you can figure out what the right decryption to try might be. So this is English. This is an English sentence. So stare at it for a while and find a more optimal way to decrypt it than trying all 26 shift patterns, okay? So there's a way to optimize this, a way to cleverly figure out what might be the best shift, or how not to have to decrypt the entire message 26 times to reduce the complexity. And that's because we've leaked some information here that should be pretty obvious to you. Okay, so let me give you a moment to break this one. It shouldn't take you too long, and you shouldn't have to force your whole family to decrypt this stuff. Okay, so here we go. Give you a chance to decrypt it. Okay, this is your last chance before the reveal. You ready? Here we go. So here is the decrypted text. The shift turns out to be 13. It's a shift to 13. And the weakness of this whole thing is this, right here. In the English language, what is a single character? We're not encrypting the spaces, you'll notice, because the spaces come across. So what is the one single character word that we have in the English language that's capitalized? Well, that's usually I. I need a jet. Money and a jet. What is the one thing that we do in the English language that is a single character word that is all lowercase, that's lowercase typically, unless at the beginning of a sentence, and that is the letter A. So basically you didn't have to decrypt the whole message. You see some weird pattern and you go like this, I just have to figure out, and then you go look, and you look in the row 13, the plain text, and you go like, oh, where does, you go look at the I because you guessed the plain text, and then you just look down until you see the V, and within seconds, literally within seconds, if you do it right, within seconds you know it's a shift to 13, and then it's a trivial matter to convert it. So you could figure out the shift code within seconds. And this was how Bletchley Park figured it out. And this is why the known plain text was so important, because you'd only have to figure out like one letter if you knew what the plain text was. And often they would know by length and certain other things, oh, this is, I think we can guess what this plain text was that this particular operator would send. And this has to do with the leakage of information. It's not the mathematical perfection or lack of perfection in the security key. It's some other leak. It's some other thing where they're going like, oh, wait a sec, I can take advantage of something. It was just equally encrypted as any other message, but because I gave you this clue of an uppercase single character word and a lowercase single character word, lowercase single character word and uppercase single character word, I greatly reduced the amount of effort that you had to put in. Okay? Now, what's cool about this, you can go to this website, www.rote13.com, is that long ago, before Facebook and before Twitter and before all these things, we had these things called news groups. And they were kind of this weird kind of collective email list that we had. And this was like in the 80s. And it was even used in store and forward networks, where it was kind of like Facebook and store and forward networks, meaning that it might take 4 hours for you to see the status update, but we kind of would subscribe to these collective things. And there was one that was basically the dirty jokes. And the thing about dirty jokes was part of what we were trying to do in this thing was you weren't supposed to swear. And there was software that would filter out swear words from, if you put a swear word in to a dirty joke, it would not forward the message. And so we had to have a way to encrypt messages that included swear words so that we could tell dirty jokes to each other for those who wanted to subscribe to the dirty joke list. And so they came up with this rote 13. So we came up with a simple Caesar cipher with a shift of 13. 13 beautifully, of course, is 26 divided by 2. So it's a symmetric shift. The shifting in by 13 is the same as shifting out. So of all the Caesar ciphers, a shift of 13, the encryption and the decryption are exactly the same calculation. And so we would type our dirty joke into rote 13 and convert it to rote 13, and we would send it in rote 13, and then we would, if we wanted to decrypt it. But what became funny after a while was we were so used to reading rote 13 that it almost became like a second language, right? We could start reading the dirty jokes in rote 13, and we would laugh before we translated them out. So rote 13 is an interesting sort of historical thing, and you can go to rote 13 and sort of like encrypt whatever you want to say, and I'll probably have some questions to ask you where you will have to do some rote 13 encryption. And so that's the end of this lecture, where we talk about Caesar ciphers and the various techniques and how Caesar ciphers work. And so we'll be back and talk about cryptographic hashes. So now we just finished talking about basic confidentiality using simple Caesar cipher, and we'll get better before we'll be more sophisticated than that, because Caesar ciphers are trivially breakable, obviously. But now we're going to switch from confidentiality to integrity. And we're worried about the message. Just to review, the confidentiality means we're hiding information. We just don't want Eve to see it, because Eve sees the ciphertext, and we want her to never be able to extract the plain text. And as we saw in the last lecture, if I'm just using a Caesar cipher, I mean, there was little or nothing I could do to stop you from doing it. All you'd do is enough work, and you would figure out the shift, and then you'd have everything. So it would take you, you'd write a program, and it would take you like 1,000th of a second to check all possible things, and you're done. So that's confidentiality. Now we're going to talk about integrity, right? And we're going to kind of assume confidentiality, or perhaps assume it's not necessary because we're transporting it in a locked box or in a whatever. But let's just say I had some piece of paper, right? And you'd wanted to know if this piece of paper really came from me. Well, we would use things like a signature, right? Or we would use a bit of wax where we would push our seal on it, and the seal only belonged to us. But really, signatures can be forged. People can steal the wax imprint thing. I mean, in Roman times, they would wear it around their neck to make sure that no one stole it. But you could also just create a fake one, so you could seal your letter with the wax. And you break the wax seal. But in the computer world, we need something, right? We need a situation where perhaps, my wife had to get a prescription. And they sent her an email with a prescription in it. And this prescription had on the end of it a digital signature. It was just a bunch of numbers. And you think to yourself, wow, here's this prescription, and at the end it just has a bunch of numbers, and that's the digital signature from the doctor. And how does that work? Well, it works surprisingly well. And that message can be forwarded. She can print it out. She can scan it. She can send it to a pharmacist via email. And as long as that signature's in there, we can know that the data originally came from the doctor, and that no one modified it to be a different kind of prescription, like a different amount or a different drug, and that would invalidate the signature. And how exactly is that done? Well, it's done using a technique called cryptographic hashing. And it is a bit of computer software, a bit of code, that takes a large amount of text and reduces it down to some small set of numbers, a large block of data to a fixed length set of numbers. And the message is the big thing, and the digest is the little thing. It's like it digests it and sort of gives you this little tiny thing. Now, the key is there are many different techniques to map from a message to the hash or the digest. And some are better than others. And it turns out that there is a long-term whole field of mathematics and computer science that's dedicated to understanding what a good cryptographic hash might be. And so there are these well-known cryptographic hashes that you may have heard of, like SHA-1 or MD5. Each of those is the result of many, many years of research of thinking through what a good cryptographic hash is. So, for example, one cryptographic hash might be, I sign it with a number of characters in the message. That would be something that says, like, well, at least they didn't expand or contract the number of characters in the message. But then at some point that would be such an obvious thing that you would change the signature as well. So you want to make it so you can't change the message and change the signature, because then you're sort of properly forging a signature. So the hash function that takes the message to create the digest, that's something that is a scientific, mathematical research effort to get the thing right. Okay? So here is an example of a hash function. Now, this hash function takes as message input on one side, right? It takes message input and this can be short, medium, or extremely long messages. And the digest is always a fixed size. It's always a fixed size, right? Some get longer than others. Different message hashing functions give different length, but they're all fixed. And they're fixed even if the input is megabytes. It can be megabytes, hundreds of megabytes. And you can still run all that through the hash function and get a digest, okay? And so the key thing is to make it so that for any change in the input, the digest also changes, okay? And so here we have the red fox jumps over the blue dog, right? And that's the hash that comes out. And if we change one letter, the V to a U, the hash changes dramatically. So this hash changes dramatically. So this suggests this is a good cryptographic hash function, right? The length didn't change. All the characters are the same, but one character changed, and the hash function changes completely, okay? And here is another flipping of characters, right? Where from here to here, let's give you a better color here. Which color is that? from here to here, the V and the E were just toggled. And yet, from here to here, the hash function is completely different. And so the hash function needs to generate quite different hashes, even with tiny perturbations of the input. You're not even allowed to change one character or add, remove character. And they know when a cryptographic hash function is bad if they can take two different messages and send it through and get the same digest. And so there's a lot of research to try to, as soon as they come up with one of these things, there is a massive amount of research to try to disprove it, to say that's a bad one. And the bad one is if two different messages come in and they come out with the same hash function, then that's bad, because it means that it's provably that the signature could use, the same signature can be used to sign two different input messages. Okay, so this hash function is a bit of computer code, right? And you know, SHA-1, you can go look on Wikipedia for SHA-1 or MD5. These are kind of classic hash functions. And when you read the SHA-1 or MD5 Wikipedia, they'll talk about the fact that it's been decided it's kind of flawed. And so there's like SHA-1, don't use it, it's not cool. Now you can use it for less critical things. You just have to be aware of what its limitations are. So like SHA-256 is better than SHA-1. So what happens is there's continuous research and there's continuous improvement in the mathematics of these hashing functions. And they're getting really good at it because we've been using these things for a very, very, very long time. Now if you want to play, whoa, let me clear this up. So I've got a simple SHA-1 calculator, and you'll be using this in the homework. The SHA-1 calculator takes as input some kind of a plain text, and it produces output when you hit the thing. So you can you put in Pony or Fluffy or whatever, or even a whole bunch of stuff, and it produces a SHA-1. Okay, so so basically, get ready to use this because the next upcoming exercises are going to use this. And you can read SHA-1 about SHA-1 on Wikipedia, and you can find out, like, yeah, it's seen as less than perfect, and you should use SHA-256 or whatever. But actually, lots of applications in less than critical situations know that, you know, for short and reasonably length strings, you know, the flaws are mathematically found, but they're not commonly run into. And so SHA-1 is not horrible. It's just been proven sort of less than ideal. And so for highly sensitive information, you would never use SHA-1. But for simple things, SHA-1 and even things like MD5 are commonly used, like for hashing passwords.
One of the things we've learned from the Snowden documents is that cryptography, broadly applied, gives the NSA trouble, at least at scale. So the NSA does a lot of cryptanalysis, and they break a lot of systems. But well-designed, well-implemented cryptography does stymie them. And it's important to understand how it does. Because if the NSA wanted to be in my computer, they'd be in my computer. Done, period. No question about it. Right? They would hack into my computer. They have a lot of tools to do that. If they are not in my computer, one of two things are true. One, it's against the law, and the NSA is following the law. And two, I'm not high enough on their priorities list. Now, what cryptography does is it forces the attacker, whether the NSA or the Chinese government or cyber criminals or whoever, to have a priorities list. And depending on their budget, they'll go down the priorities list, and the hope is you're not there, right? You are below their budget line. Without cryptography, an organization like the NSA can bulk collect data on everybody. With cryptography, they are forced to target. And that's extraordinarily valuable, because it means the FBI will go after the criminals. And the NSA will go after the agents of a foreign power. Right? The Chinese government will go after the U.S. government officials that rise to whatever level they want to spy on. The cyber criminals will just go after a few of us, and the rest of us are protected. That makes cryptography a very important tool. Now, cryptography doesn't actually provide any security, because cryptography is mathematics. When we say we trust the cryptography, what we're saying is we trust the mathematics. And I think there's a lot of reason to say that. I trust the mathematics. Everything I know about cryptography tells me the mathematics is good. Certainly there will be cryptographic advances, certainly some things will be broken in the future, but by and large the math works. But math has no agency. Math can't do anything. It's equations on a piece of paper. In order for math to do something, someone has to take that math and write code, and embed that code in a program, and embed that program in some bigger system, and put that bigger system on a computer with an operating system, on a network, with a user. And all of those things add in security. And when the NSA breaks cryptography, by and large, they don't break the mathematics. They break something else. They break the implementation. They break the software. They break the network. They break the hardware the software is running on. Right? They do something somewhere else. And again we learn this lesson. Right? The math works, but putting stuff around it is much harder. Now there's an important corollary here, that complexity is the worst enemy of security. Right? What these things do is they add complexity. The more complex you make your system, the less secure it's going to be, because the more vulnerabilities you'll have. The more mistakes you'll make somewhere in that system. And we learn again and again when we see analyses of voting systems, embedded systems, your cell phone, messaging systems, email systems, that it's always something around the crypto. Something that the designers, the implementers, the coders, the users got wrong. And the simpler we can make systems, the more secure they are. So what NIST is doing is they're trying to build standards around as much as possible. Right? So they have a standard for a crypto algorithm. AES is the standard crypto algorithm. It was a public process where multiple groups submitted algorithms, and the community as a whole picked a winner. I mean, it wasn't dictated on high, there weren't secret criteria. The AES algorithm was the one that most of us thought should be AES. Actually, there were several we thought were good candidates. They picked one, but there's a lot of trust in the process because it was a very public, open, international process. Right? SHA-3, the new secure hash standard, the same sort of process. Now, it's really fun as a cryptographer to be involved in this process. I mean, I think of it as a great crypto demolition derby. We all put our algorithms in the ring, beat each other up, the last one left standing wins. It was kind of like that. You know, we would all publish papers analyzing each other, and one of the ones left standing won. But, you know, that's just such a small part of what NIST does. They have standards for random number generation. They have standards for key agreement, for different protocols. I mean, trying to standardize these components so the implementers make fewer mistakes. But still there's a lot that you can't standardize. And those bigger pieces are where you're going to still find most of your vulnerabilities. I believe that's where the NSA finds most of its vulnerabilities. That it's out there. I mean, recently we learned about vulnerabilities in the key agreement protocols that are used to secure a lot of the VPNs and internet connections, right? And if you look at where that vulnerability was, it's because of a shortcut that was made and copied that allowed for a massive pre-computation. The math worked great.
If you want to make a standard worse, you make it super complex, and you're just building in vectors at that point.
And this is why the normal IETF process for internet standards doesn't really work for security, because those standards are compromises. Right? Let's put in all the options to make everyone happy. Let's put in as much flexibility as necessary to make the system as comprehensive as possible. That is sort of anti-secure security. Security needs as few options as possible, right? As simple as possible. You don't want compromise. You want one group to win, because that group has a self-contained vision. When you have a piece of this and a piece of that and a piece of that, there's going to be some interaction you didn't notice. And that interaction will be the interaction that breaks your system.
You didn't win AES, right? You were in it. You were in the demolition derby with your helmet on. Tell me a little bit about what it's like to be in the demolition derby toward the end, and what it's like to sort of not win the demolition derby.
So AES was an interesting process. It started out with 64 algorithms, of which 56 met the submission criteria. Then NIST whittled it down to, I think it was 15 or 16. And then the next round whittled it down to 5, and then chose 1. So it's a constant winnowing process. And Twofish, which was my submission, made it all the way into the top 5. And those top 5 were all good algorithms. I mean, there was no bad algorithms there. And the arguments were more about security margin and implementability in hardware versus embedded systems versus constrained systems, 8-bit, 32-bit. So we were making distinctions about how we thought it would be used. And to me, it came down to, I think, 3 algorithms that I thought these were all good choices. Right? Twofish was one, Ringdahl, the eventual winner, was one, and actually at this point I forget what the third is. And what I said on my blog at the time is, you know, any of these 3 are good. And sure, it would have been great to have been the winner. But there really is something, there's a lot of value in NIST picking a non-US algorithm. Right? By picking an algorithm from Belgium, it said to the world that NIST is picking what they thought was the best and not trying to pick American. So that was an important consideration I hadn't thought of at the time. So I can't fault NIST process at all. It's been great to win. It actually was really fun to participate. And you know, I would do it again. And I participated in the SHA-3 competition, which again was picked by someone else won. My entry was called Skane. And you know, these are lots of fun for cryptographers and also for students, because they give students a whole bunch of targets. One of the hard things if you're a crypto student is you have to break stuff. The only way you learn how to make things is by breaking things. It's back to that security mindset. Right? Anybody can create a security system that he can't break. So if you show up with a security system and say, I can't break this, my first question is, well, who are you? Why should I trust your attestation that you can't break it as something that's meaningful? What else have you broken? And these competitions give a whole bunch of targets so students can start breaking things that haven't been broken before, get papers out of it, get publications, get cred in the field as someone who can break stuff, and therefore as someone who can design stuff.
It's a source of new problems.
It's a source of new targets.
Right.
But this is what I said to start. Security is inherently adversarial.
Yeah.
And that adversarial nature makes it different. Right? Unlike any other field in computer science, you go to a security conference, a crypto conference, and there are going to be papers of people who break each other's stuff. And you have to get a thick skin. You have to understand that we are all learning. You know, if I produce a protocol and you break it, sure, I'm unhappy, but I've learned something. And so have you, and so has everyone else. And that knowledge is more important than my particular creation surviving. And you have to understand that and accept that, and that has to excite you.
The first application of this that we're going to talk about is hashing passwords. So you go to a new site, even Coursera.org, and it asks you to create an account and create a password. Now, you're not supposed to, but lots of people use the same password for lots of systems. And so if your Coursera password were somehow mistakenly revealed, they might get your LinkedIn password as well. And so it is considered very bad form, very, very bad form, to actually ever store your password in the Coursera database in plain text. because if the database was somehow compromised, then all the bad guys would get all of the plain text passwords and, again, maybe use them not just on Coursera, because you could change your password on Coursera, but use them on LinkedIn and Twitter and whatever, and YouTube, and steal all your accounts by compromising one account because you made the mistake that lots of people do of using the same password in a lot of different places because we're tired of making up a new password for each place. So you're not allowed to store the plain text password in the database. That's bad practice, and we don't want to do that. So the best practice is to store a hashed version of it. Take the plain text of the password when you're creating your account, run a cryptographic hash on it, store the cryptographic hash, and then when you log in next, you present to the system your plain text password, and it runs your presented password through a cryptographic hash, same cryptographic hash, and then compares it with the hashed password in the database. If they match, you must have presented the same plain text both times. This is a way that they can verify that you've represented the same plain text again without them ever storing the plain text. Okay? That's why a respectable system will never send you your password. I've almost started doing this where as soon as I go to a new system and I set my password, I set it to crap, and then I have them send me a message to reset my password. And if they send me the actual plain text of the password, it's like, and I use some crap password. I've actually got to the point where I'm tired of reusing my passwords, and my technique, I don't know if it's a good one or bad one, is I just put crap in for my password, and then every time I use a system, I have it send me a new password or reset the password. I mean, I really think we should just change it so that when you log in, it just comes to your email and you click a link. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, But a respectable computing system will never, ever, ever send you your plain text password because they don't possess it. And they can't derive it. These cryptographic hashes are not backwards. You can't make them go backwards. Let's go back here. They're only a one-way hash because this might be 1 megabyte of data, and this might be, let's see, 4 times, this is 40 characters. 40 characters of data, 1 megabyte squeezes down to 40 characters. There is no way to go backwards. The information is lost. The hash is, distinct and unique, right? But you cannot go backwards. It's a one-way operation. You can go from the plain text to the hash, but you can't go from the hash to the plain text, which is very different than encryption and decryption, right? In decryption, you had to be able to pull the plain text back out from the encrypted text. This is not encryption. This is calculating a special digest that is uniquely connected to the plain text message, but you need to run the plain text through the hash again and then compare. Okay? So let's do some homework. Well, so no, let me first show you how this works in the hash passwords. So let's say, for example, you're logging into Coursera.org and creating your profile for the first time, and it says, "Please give me your password," and you choose a singularly bad password as Fluffy. Okay, so Fluffy. And you can type Fluffy into drchuck.com/SHA1.php in another window. If you type Fluffy and you encrypt it with SHA1, you get this as the hash password. And then this is what they store in Coursera's database. And so that is, they don't know, they never store Fluffy. They would not do that. That would be so bad if they did that. So they store this, and if I get this, it's very difficult to reverse engineer it to Fluffy. It also is even harder if you make your password long. The best passwords are like sentences, not just 8 characters, but they're like long sentences of stuff that's rather difficult to predict. So this is what's stored in the Coursera database, is some ugly string, which is a cryptographic hash digest of your password. So now you log out, and this is gone. That's only in your mind. And this is sitting in the database. So you log back into Coursera, and you forget your password, so you type in Pony. If you run Pony through SHA-1, you get this as the cryptographic hash of the word pony. And you look and you compare, and you go, nope, that is not the right password. I don't know what the right password is. I can't give you a hint. I can't tell you, hey, you put shift on your password. Why don't you try taking that off? You seem to have caps lock on because it doesn't know what your password is. But it does know that Pony is not your password. Then what it does, right, so this is what's stored in the database. Then you go, oh, my secretary, that's right, I use Fluffy for my password on Coursera. So then Coursera runs that through SHA-1. It gets the cryptographic hash of the plain text that you entered, and then it compares it to what it has stored as as your hashed password, and it matches. So then it says, yay, I'll let you back in. The Fluffy only existed in your mind, unless you foolishly wrote it on a Post-it note and stuck it up on your computer, which you shouldn't do as well. But whatever it was, Coursera never stored it. Right? Coursera never stored it. Coursera only stored this. And that, again, is why Coursera can never tell you what your password is, or any reasonable site can never tell you what your password is. It can only tell you, it can only let you change it again, which is easy. Changing it again, it decides, oh, it sends you mail, you give it a new password, and it recomputes a SHA-1 for that one, and stores that SHA-1. So that's why you have to get password resets to happen. Okay? Okay, so the next thing that I want to talk about is I want to talk about digital signatures, how we can use this for message integrity. So we've got the notion of a cryptographic hash, which is a calculation takes a large block of text. So far, we've only used it on small blocks of text. Okay? But now we're going to use it on larger blocks of text, where we're going to ensure message integrity, which means we're going to figure out if this message actually came from the person we think that it came from. Okay, so we're going to use integrity now. I mean, in a sense, what the system was doing when you were typing in a password was it was ensuring that you were really the person on the other end of the line, right? Hi, I'm logging in as Dr. Chuck, and here's my password, Fluffy. That's by giving you the password, I'm proving that to Coursera that I'm really Dr. Chuck. So it's a form of integrity, right? Identification is a form of integrity, right? It's no different than showing your driver's license. It says, yes, this is really me. Okay, but now we're going to do it in a way that we're going to send a message. So it's not just a password. We're not really solving just the password problem, but we're actually going to use it to make sure that the message A came from the right person and B was not modified in transit. This is kind of the doctor signing the prescription digitally and then sending you an email with your prescription that you can just print the email and take it to your pharmacist. So again, message integrity. When you get a message, did it come from? Who did it come from? And did it come from who you really thought it came from, or was it altered in transit? Okay, so if you go back to our little example from the Christmas story, the message from Annie was eat more Ovaltine. Now the question really becomes, did it really come from Annie? Right? Because little orphan Annie didn't necessarily say it. Little orphan Annie handed the message to somebody else, and then they read it. So did that person change the message? Because maybe there was actually a secret message from Annie, and maybe Annie wrote it, and it really was an important secret message, but then somebody like the advertiser changed it and sent it to you as if Annie came from Annie. So we're not really worried so much now about the plain text, that is the fine plain text. The question is, did it really come from little orphan Annie? Because we are receiving this from an insecure medium. Like Annie is out here somewhere, but Annie handed it to somebody, to hand it to somebody, hand it to somebody, send it across radio, yada, yada, yada. The question is, did the message originally come from Annie long, long ago, handed through many people, or not? This is again like the seal that you put on with the wax. Did it really come from that person or not? Is it really Annie? Just saying, yeah, this is Annie, that's too easy. You could say eat less Ovaltine. Or maybe Annie wanted to say, I hate Ovaltine. Right? That's maybe but we don't know if Annie said eat more Ovaltine or not, right? Because all we saw was eat more Ovaltine, and it seemed to come from Annie. But we got to know. We got to know that it came from Annie or not. Okay. So, simple message signing using shared secret, and we'll move to a better technique later, but we're going to start with a simple technique of shared secret, is that we have a shared secret that we're going to use for message signing. It'll probably be different than the encryption secret, Okay, so now we get together with Annie in a shared room, and she tells us what the shift is going to be, and then she tells us what our shared signature secret is going to be, and then we separate. So the technique that you do is before we send the message, we concatenate the secret to the message, right? So eat more Ovaltine, and then put the secret on the end of the message. And then you compute the digest of the message plus the secret concatenated together. Then you remove the secret from the message, and then you send the message plus the digest across the insecure. And in my wife's example, this was the little signature numbers that came from her doctor, was the digest. But it was the digest not just of the message, but of the message plus the secret. The secret didn't come across. The message plus the digest came across. So let's look at this when we look at when we receive a message. So we receive a message and we see a digest at the end of the message, and it's across an insecure transport. So we take the digest off the message, and we add the secret back on the message. We know the secret, Annie knows the secret, but the people in the middle who transported the message do not know the secret. So it's finally arrived in our location. We see the digest, we pull that off and hold on to it. We add the secret to it. We can take the concatenated message plus secret, we run it through SHA-1, we get a digest locally, and then we compare that digest to the received digest. And the only way to make the digest match is to know the secret. Now, maybe somebody made Annie tell them the secret, which means they could forge the messages. But if the secret is not been compromised somehow, their only way to create the digest is to know the secret, right? And so we can compare the received digest to the known the known digest that we compute on our end in a secure way, because we and Annie are the only ones in possession of the secret. So here we go. So you can play with this on SHA-1.php, Dr. Chuck. And so if the message is that Annie wants us to send, or Annie wants us to get, is eat more Ovaltine, and the secret is Santa. So what you do is you take the message, concatenate the secret, and then run that through SHA-1. This is all happening in Annie's secure room, and she comes up with a digest. Now it's longer than this, but that's just the first 6 characters of it. And then what she does is she removes the secret and then concatenates the digest. Okay? And that's what gets sent across the insecure medium. It could be many steps, it could be many people, it could be on paper, it could be Morse code, it could be phone call, who knows, radio. But this is the danger, right? We do not know if the message is harmed in any way as it moves across this medium. Okay? So then what we do is we receive the message. Right? We don't know if it's a good message or a bad message. So we see that it's a message and it has a digest on the end of the message, and we split that out. We split the digest out and we hold on to the digest separately. Okay? And now we have the message minus the digest. And so then what we do is we add the secret back on, because only Annie and us know the secret. Right? And Annie and us know the secret. We all know how to do SHA-1. And so we take this message and we run it through SHA-1, and we get a digest that we've computed locally. This is the received digest. That's the local digest. And then we compare and we say, this is great. That must have came from Annie. And we know that it came from Annie, even if it came through a dangerous set of steps, and we can't trust any of the people that transported the message. They're all untrustworthy, but we know that no matter what happened, that originally, at that moment, Annie did this. Okay? Annie made this digest, because without knowing the word Santa, there is nothing. And this could be like megabytes of data. And this is a real tiny, 40-character thing here. The digest is small, the message is large. So you can't go backwards to get it. There's no backwards here. Now, if you can steal the secret from Annie, then all bets are off, of course. So we have to assume that Annie's okay. And that, Annie was not compromised like in James Bond movies, for example, where they're always trying to get the secret from the good guy. Okay, so let's go and do this again, right? So here we go. We
want to send the Eat More Ovaltine, and the Secret Santa, and so we do the same thing, and we end up with that, and then she concatenates it, and this is all done, in Annie's bedroom and secret thing, and then she sends it. Okay, she sends it to us, but a diabolical courier says, I have a thing about Ovaltine, and I'm going to change the more to less. So I'm going to change this message to be eat less Ovaltine, right? So eat less Ovaltine. Bad. Evil. I don't know how to draw evil. I'm a terrible artist. Can't draw evil. So some untrusted courier has changed the word more to less. So we receive a thing that says, and we don't know, right? We didn't see the courier. They was carrying it in a box. Who knows what they did, but they changed it. They gave us a new copy. So we received this message from an untrusted medium. There's our untrusted medium. And it is our job to decide if we really think it came from Annie or not. So what we do is just like we did before. We break the message and the digest into pieces, and then we add the known secret to the end of it. Right? So we've added the known secret to the end of it right here. Then we run it through the SHA-1 calculation, and you can take, there we go, and go ahead and try this if you want. Maybe you have this up in a separate window, SHA-1.php. Put Eat Less Ovaltine Santa in, and you will get a different signature. Because you change even a single character, and SHA-1 will give us a different digest. That's cryptographic hashes in action, right? Even the tiniest change in megabytes of data will change the cryptographic hash. That's the beauty of SHA-1 and MD5 and SHA-256 and the others. There is no match. So we know that this message either did not come from Annie or was modified in transit. So we can tell the difference, and we do not have to trust the medium. Right? Okay. So let's see what got coming up next here. Okay. So here is the encryption technique, and let's just stop and let you do one of these on your own. And say that we've got two messages from Annie, and I want you to stop and I want you to calculate. Santa is the secret. Okay? Santa is the secret, and I want you to tell me if free cookies or free candy actually came from Annie or not. One of them is a valid message from Annie, and the other is not a valid message from Annie. Okay? So I want you to take a moment, use the SHA-1 calculator, and I want you to try to figure out which of these is valid and which of these is not valid. Okay? Give you a minute. Okay, one last chance before we do the reveal. Okay, here we go. So, here comes a message from an insecure medium, free cookies. With that as the message digest, we got the other one, free candy, with that as the message digest. So what we do is we take off the digest and add the word Santa to each one. And then we run the SHA-1 on each one. And then we get the two SHA-1s. Here's the one and here's the two. And then what we do, most importantly, is we compare them with the received SHA-1. And when you compare them with the received SHA-1 or the received message digest or the received message signature, you see right away that one is good and one is bad. It's as simple as that, right? One of these is good and one of these is bad. So digital signatures are actually really surprisingly simple and surprisingly easy to do without a lot of complex technology. The only complex technology in here is really the clever mathematics that makes these cryptographic hashes work effectively. The simple concatenation of a secret. Now you want your secrets to be kind of longer than this and more random than that, but ultimately the notion of a digital signature is actually a simple and rather elegant and beautiful notion
that really leverages this notion of cryptographic hashes in a really cool manner. So that kind of sums up our first half lecture, where we really talk more about the techniques of both integrity and confidentiality, but we've done it all with a secret key, right? Where we have the same key, we have a moment where we're together in a secure manner and we exchange the code book, whether it's Annie or the Caesar or whatever, where we know what the shift is, right? So every pair of communicating people or systems needs a key. Now, in the internet, with everybody buying from everybody else and using credit cards, it's just not practical. You just could not have a secret key for Amazon. I guess it kind of works for the password. And that's different. We'll get to that in a second. And the password doesn't solve everything, because then you would have to actually visit Amazon to get your password set up. And so the problem is we have to use an insecure medium to establish the first secret, as it were. And so it just was never going to work. So we need a different approach for the internet, and that's what we're going to talk about in the next lecture. Okay? See you then. So welcome to our lecture on public key encryption, where we're going to go back to confidentiality. And so here we go. If you recall, we've been having these two topics that have been our theme throughout. Just some oh, sorry, I'm starting to talk in rote 13. Let's translate this back to non-rote 13. The terminology, the two kind of themes we've been following over the last couple of lectures and this lecture are confidentiality and integrity. And confidentiality is hiding, right, shielding information, not leaking information to people that you don't want to show it to. And integrity is making sure that you know who you're dealing with. And in the previous lecture, we really talked about kind of real light, approachable ways of ensuring confidentiality with things like Caesar Cipher, and then integrity using a simple message digest that based on a shared secret. So the problem with all of those things that we just saw is that they require a shared secret. And the problem in the world of the internet is it's just really difficult for every one of us before we establish, before we can make any purchases or whatever at Amazon, that we somehow have to drive to Amazon headquarters and get a shared secret from Amazon. They'll open up a book and say, okay, hi Chuck, I see who you are, and here's our shared secret, and you walk away, and as long as you carry that shared secret, away you go. And if the shared secret is lost, it's difficult to revoke. So as the internet, and frankly in general, as security needed to be able to work at arm's length, meaning that you couldn't always bring everybody together and hand out shared secrets and then have them go to the far reaches of the world and communicate, public key encryption was identified as a extremely elegant solution to this problem. And so it was proposed by Diffie and Hellman in 1976. And it relies on two keys. It's asymmetric, meaning we're not using the same key to encrypt as decrypt, the way we were in the previous lectures. These are asymmetric. There is a public key, which is actually does not need any protection whatsoever, and a private key. And the idea is they're generated inside of a computer. You generate the public key and the private key. You send out the public key. The public key is used to do the encryption, and the private key is used to do the decryption. And they're related mathematically in a way that's well understood, but difficult to compute for a key length that's large enough. So there's a public key and a private key. So I'd like you to take a look at this little video up on YouTube of Diffie, Hellman, and Merkle, the inventors of this. And I think it's a great video. I would love it if this were my video, but I didn't produce this video. So take a quick look. So one of the things about this public-private key encryption is now that we know about it, it's like, whoa, it's pretty obvious. And frankly, Caesar and the Germans and everybody could have used this idea. They just hadn't thought of it yet. And the other thing that's kind of interesting, if you look into the story of this, is that the first reaction people got when they start thinking about this is like, it can't be this easy. No, it's sort of both easy and hard, but the concept is real elegant and really beautiful, and that is that we have this public key. So the public key is part of a public-private pair, and it's used to do the encryption. The beauty is it's computationally difficult to recover that private key from the public key and the encrypted text. The key thing is it's not impossible. And that's kind of one of the interesting philosophies of security that we started at the very beginning in talking about security. The perfect security is kind of impossible to achieve unless you simply don't send anything. And so public-private key, asymmetric keys, is well understood as to how you would break it. Everyone knows how to break it. The problem is that computers aren't fast enough to break it. And when computers get faster, we'll just make the keys bigger. So the mathematics of this makes it impractical to break. I mean, literally impractical to break. Now, I think we can safely assume that governments probably have enough computation to crack these once in a great while. I mean, if they're not cracking every transaction between you and Target when you want to buy something, but if they really have to, they can record the encrypted transmissions, and if they really had to and took a long time, I have no idea how long it would be, they can break it. So that's actually kind of a neat way to think about this. By revealing it all, frankly, any computer scientist could make a name for them their whole life if they proved that there was something wrong with this. By revealing the algorithm, revealing the cracking technique, if someone can come up with a better cracking technique, it is like fame and glory forever, which means that we're pretty sure that there's no good way to crack this other than the brute force mechanism that requires a large amount of computation. So if you're going to use public-private key encryption, you have to generate a pair. And it starts by choosing two really large random numbers with hundreds, if not thousands of digits that are prime. So you kind of choose a random number, really big, and then you kind of look around for a nearby prime number, and you choose two of those, and then you multiply them, okay, getting an even larger number. And then through some steps, through some calculations, you compute the public and the private keys from that large number. The essence of this are those two prime numbers. Prime numbers, of course, are numbers that you only divide by themselves in one, which means they have no factors, which means they're kind of like looking for a needle in a haystack. And so the public and private key is really based on these two prime numbers. If you could figure out what the prime numbers were, you'd be okay. But the computational difficulty is finding the prime numbers that are extremely large and finding the right prime numbers that are extremely large. So it's easy to do some calculations in one direction, but not in other. So for example, what are the factors of 55,124,159? Quick. But if I simply ask you, what do you multiply 70,919 to get that 55 million number? That's easy. You do a division. And it turns out that you can find out 6961 really easy, right? So if I just say, what are these two numbers? That's hard. If I say, given this number, what's the other number? That's trivial. So you can think of this as the decryption is where the receiver of the message knows kind of half of the calculation, whereas the world doesn't know either half of doesn't know the calculation, so it has to figure out both halves, whereas the receiver only has to figure out one half. And so that's how asking the question of what are the factors versus given one, what's the other? So it takes a problem that's easy, makes it computationally nearly impossible. But again, not impossible, just nearly impossible. Okay, so here's the notion. So you're about to type your Visa card into a credit card into like Amazon's web page. And so what happens is that Amazon has a public key and a private key that they retain, and they will send you the public key across a medium, the internet. They're going to send this to you somehow, but the bad guys, Eve or Charlie or whoever they are, the bad guys, this is Alice and Bob, right? Eve and Charlie are always looking. So Eve and Charlie can intercept it, and you assume that they can. This is the key. Don't try to pretend they can't, even though it's very difficult for them to do it, but you assume they can. So the public key comes across. It is simply sent to you as part of the beginning of establishing a secure connection. And the bad guys see it too, or gals. They see it too. So the public key comes to you, and then what you do is you encrypt using that public key and create some encrypted text, ciphertext, which you then send back across the danger where Eve and Charlie are watching, and it comes across. They intercept the encrypted text. They've intercepted the public key, and they can try as hard as they like with supercomputers to derive this. And frankly, like I said, if they had months and months and months and really fast computers, they could. Okay? But because Amazon is in sole possession of the private key and it never left Amazon servers, it is a very simple matter for Amazon to decrypt and get your plain text. It happens very quickly. Just like if you kind of know half of the prime number calculation, figuring out the other prime number is really, really easy. Okay? So again, these people see all this information, and yet it is computationally virtually impossible for all practical purposes to do it. And so it's beautiful because there was no need to protect the public key. We never had to get in the same room, and away it goes. So Amazon just blasts out its public key, and we encrypt using Amazon's public key. We can't decrypt it, but we don't need to decrypt it. All we need to do is send it to Amazon, and voila, it works. So the beautiful thing is the public keys can be distributed, they can be intercepted, and it does not matter. So with this notion of public-private key encryption in general, we made a change to HTTP. A layer, a mini layer, is in the data model. If you remember way back, perhaps you've even forgotten about the layered model. Remember that layered model? Application, transport, internet. Remember, this is sort of one computer, and this is the other computer. These are the routers. These are the hops. There's like 15 of these. Remember all this? So it comes back now to haunt us. Okay? So if you recall, just sort of to briefly remember, the transport layer is responsible for the retransmission. It gives us the appearance of a reliable, ordered connection between our application and the FAR application. HTTP is one of the application protocols. And so there is a little mini layer that is layered in sort of seamlessly on top of the transport layer that basically takes plain text and encrypts it and turns it into ciphertext. And then ciphertext on the way out and turns it back into plain text. Okay? And so what happens is these applications just send plain text and out comes plain text. And there's a little bit of extra glue in the middle here that's sort of a secure transport, secure sockets layer. This thing here is often called a socket. S-O-C-K. Yeah, it'd be good if I could spell socket. So this is a socket, and then the red part is a secure socket. So the applications kind of don't encrypt the data at all. There is a library that encrypts it. And the other thing is that all the rest of the internet, the link layer, the routers, nothing, the Ethernet, the fiber, they don't even know the difference between encrypted text and non-encrypted text because the encrypted text wanders around fully encrypted. Addresses are not encrypted. And so it stays encrypted all the way through the entire network. It actually, if you then think about the fact that this is the moment that it leaves your computer, the only thing, so the plain text comes in here, gets encrypted here, encrypted comes down, the only thing that leaves your computer is encrypted text. And it makes it all the way across. The encrypted text goes into Amazon, so this is Amazon. This is you. The encrypted text finds its way through all these things, and it comes in encrypted. And it actually doesn't get encrypted until it's sort of right at the point where Amazon's web server that's going to actually charge a credit card. So this is actually beautifully elegant in that the rest of the network is blissfully unaware that any encryption is happening. It's just moving the data. So this did not require any change. Again, the beauty of a layered architecture did not require any change sort of below the transport layer. And as a matter of fact, all of the sequencing and retransmission that happens in the TCP layer, that happens with the encrypted stuff too, because it's just encrypted. It's just text. It's gibberish text. It's not the original Visa card number that you're sending. You're sending 1, 2, 3, and out comes, WXY. The WXY just goes. It's retransmitted. All this crap just works. It's like beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. It's absolutely a beautiful thing. And it's just like this mini layer kind of between the app. It's like the top slice of the app transport layer. That's how I'm drawing it right here. It's like this little kind of top extra little thing says, you know what, we're going to transport but actually help me out and give me some encryption while we're at it. And there's all kinds of cool stuff that goes back and forth. The public and private keys get exchanged. That's all kind of stuff we don't worry about. We just send data and get data back. Pretty cool, huh? So this really solves the problem of the fact that we basically should assume that everything between our computer and the destination computer, this is you, this is Amazon, right? Everything here, this is all dangerous. There's some like terrifyingly scary individual that's watching everything, doing packet sniffing. This might be Eve, the eavesdropper. This looks like a little he. He looks pretty tough, right? And so that even the wireless, right? This is the Wi-Fi connection. The Wi-Fi is dangerous. Now, the reality is these things aren't all that dangerous. The Wi-Fi is probably the weakest link of this whole thing. But we have to assume that it's dangerous, right? We want to assume that the only thing that's safe, and unfortunately, if you put viruses in your computer, then they can get at the plain text. If Amazon loses its data somehow, then they get the plain text, right? But basically, you know, we want to distrust all of this, okay? So this concept is called Transport Layer Security, also called SSL, also known as HTTPS, HTTPS for secure. And it's kind of like between the TCP layer and the application layer, or the top half of the TCP layer is the way I like to think about it. It's because it's based on public-private key encryption, it's difficult but not impossible. Normal people don't have the kind of equipment to break it, and even governments, if they can break it, I don't even know. I'm not an expert. I don't hang out with the government, so I don't really know. But assume that if they really put their mind to it, in a very narrow situation, if you become really interesting, they will find your credit cards. Probably there's easier ways to get your credit cards than by decrypting your text. So it's hard to decrypt. And as I mentioned, because of the layered architecture, the TCP layer, IP, and link layers are completely unaware. So you see this in the form of URLs that start with HTTPS, right? They start with HTTPS, www.facebook.com versus HTTP. And there was a time a few years back where you know, it used to be a little more expensive inside of the servers to do HTTPS. It still is. And so some sites would try to do some of their activity without using secure protocols, and others would use non-secure and secure and then flip you back and forth, like if you're typing your password. The problem is that there was actually still sensitive data being sent even across the insecure, and there was quite a famous thing where people could install a Firefox plugin and watch Facebook, non-secure Facebook things go back and forth across like a Starbucks, and it would just show you all the people's Facebook accounts, and you could log in as them and post as them. And so you've seen a situation where companies are just starting to use HTTPS for everything. You as a user have to be aware to see if you're typing anything sensitive, never type it into a URL that doesn't say HTTPS. Okay, never do that. If you're typing a password, credit card number, any kind of personal information, make sure you're doing HTTPS and make sure that you know what it is. We'll talk about that in a bit. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. So if we take a look and we think about where the bad guys are at, the bad guys are kind of everything, and the secure TCP is the one part of the layer of our architecture that runs from within your laptop to within the server. And so then if we kind of assume the worst, the backbone is pretty safe. The Wi-Fi is probably the most dangerous, right? But when we do secure system TCP, secure system to system TCP, we are doing the encryption right here inside your computer before it leaves, and we're only doing the decryption right when it comes back in the computer. So the decryption and encryption are happening inside of Amazon's computer and inside of your computer and nothing else. So secure sockets is pretty good. Now the place where you're still danger is there might be a virus that's watching your keystrokes, right? This is why virus checking is so important, because at some point you're typing it into your computer, and the greatest danger you have to losing your data is really two things. One, that you've got a virus, or B, somebody has redirected you not to talk to evil Amazon instead of Amazon. And that's what we'll talk about in the next lecture. How does these browsers really know they're talking to the real Amazon? And that is not confidentiality. Confidentiality is stopping the bad guy from seeing what you're sending as they're eavesdropping. Eve is eavesdropping. Okay? Now, the next thing is the question of, is this the real Amazon or is this a fake Amazon? So we'll talk about that next. So now we have a way to ensure the confidentiality using secure socket layer and public-private key encryption. And the only question now remaining is, who are we talking to? And are we talking to that server that we think we're talking to? Are we really talking to Amazon? Are we really talking to Coursera? How do we know? Now, you'll notice if you take a look at the top of your browser, perhaps right now even, you can take a look at the top of your browser, and usually when it's indicating that you have a secure connection, you can click on this and see some information. It's called the certificate information. Okay? And so HTTPS has the notion of a public key. We retrieve the public key when we make the connection. But there are two kinds of keys. There are public keys that are just made up, that are sent to us, and then there are public keys that are signed and validated by a third-party certification authority. So this is a Coursera, and it is certified by GoDaddy Certification Authority. So it's not just that we're getting the certificate from Coursera, we're actually getting the certificate signed by GoDaddy. That GoDaddy has checked the ID of Coursera, said, okay, you must be the CEO of Coursera, or I'm not going to give you this signed private key. So it's a process to get private keys signed, and it's a way to make sure you are talking to who you think you're talking to. So this is called digital certificates, also known as sort of signed private keys. Now, if we go back and we talk about the integrity, right, we want to know who we're talking about. And so we had this notion of a signature. A signature is a way that you know that you're talking to who you're talking to. So, for example, like if a guy comes to your office and says, hi, I'm Dr. Chuck. You've got like a beard and some white hair. You can say, hey, if you're really Dr. Chuck, show me your tattoo. And now you'll know that very few people will also look like this and have this tattoo, right? So this is my private key, and this is my signature of my private key. This is like my message digest. So people won't have this tattoo if they claim to be Dr. Chuck. So this is Dr. Chuck. This is my message digest. So there's a difference between a private key and a private key that's been certified by one of these designated third parties. These designated third parties are called certificate authorities. Now, you could say, I'm a certificate authority. Well, some certificate authorities are better certificate authorities than others, okay? So they're a trusted third party. And so how did they start? Well, some are more trusted than others, and the more we trust them, they kind of all work out. So it's not everybody. You can't become a trusted authority. So one of the many trusted authorities, and one of the oldest ones, and one of the more popular ones, and one of the more expensive ones, it's pretty expensive to get your certificate signed. It can be as inexpensive as a couple $100. It can be thousands of dollars to get a certificate signed. And VeriSign is one of the oldest and most well-respected of these certificate authorities. So the idea is that I have this website called online.drchuck.com where I teach Python classes and do various other things. And I wanted a secure certificate because I would be handling people's data, and I wanted to be respectable and have a secure certificate. So I had a public and a private key, and then I sent it to a certificate authority. I paid them money, and then they send me back a signed private key. Okay? So this is now you might say, oh, this is kind of evil, or this is really expensive, because all they really are doing is like changing a few bits in my private key, or adding a few bits to my private key. But they have a lot of responsibility, and the good ones have a lot of credibility So they don't want to lose information. They got to spend some time validating identity, saying, okay, are you really the owner of drchuck.com? They're not going to hand a signed certificate for drchuck.com to anybody except the true owner. And so they spend some time checking to make sure that it's the true owner. And they do this by looking at the registration data on drchuck.com, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a cost of verifying all this identity, kind of like the signature track on Coursera. And that's kind of what's going on the signature track of Coursera. There's a difference between a certificate and a certificate that Coursera is going to assert that we have verified the identity. And the cost is in the verification of the identity. So certificate authorities are charging Amazon, but then ensuring that they don't mistakenly give the Amazon.com certificate to a random bad guy. Because if they did, that bad guy could pretend to be Amazon.com. So then you might ask, who decides which of these certificate authorities to trust? We use the certificate authorities to decide whether or not to trust Amazon.com or Coursera.org or drchuck.com or whatever. How do we decide which of the certificate authorities we're going to trust? Well, it turns out that Apple, Microsoft, and Linux and other operating system vendors pre-install at the moment that you're either purchasing your computer or installing your operating system. Part of that operating system is actually a list of the public keys of the chosen certificate authority. So if you look deep enough inside your computer, this is my Mac, you can see the companies that have been included by Apple as the manufacturer of the operating system. And so you see that VeriSign is one of those companies that has been pre-included in Apple Macintosh, which means that a certificate from VeriSign is going to be known, right? So let's look a little bit more. So these your browsers and your operating systems come with pre-built-in public key certificates for certain certificate authorities like VeriSign. Now that's a lot of trust that Apple, Microsoft, and Linux have placed in VeriSign. And that's because over the years VeriSign has earned that trust that says VeriSign doesn't just give out certificates without checking, right? If VeriSign gave out an Amazon.com certificate to somebody without checking, they would lose a lot of credibility, and then Microsoft would take them out, right? Say, well, VeriSign seems to be kind of sleazy. They seem not to be able to handle their security, but they have, and so they remain in there. And so it's kind of an interesting thing where they are motivated to keep their security high. They're motivated to do a good job because the moment that they sort of fail, they lose a lot of credibility and respect, and their value of the VeriSign brand and is all of the respect that we have for VeriSign. So we mentioned public-private key encryption. We have the public key that goes across, and I'm about to type my credit card in, and so the problem now that we're going to solve is this really Amazon's key? Is it really Amazon's public key? I mean, I got a public key from across this connection I made to a server, and it claims that it's Amazon.com, but do I believe that it says it's Amazon.com? And so that's the integrity thing. That's the security. That's the, do I believe it? Is it really got the VeriSign tattoo in addition to the Amazon.com that it represents that it's Amazon.com's public key? So we can also use public keys to do signing, and basically VeriSign has a public and private key for VeriSign. The public key for VeriSign is sitting in your browser right now, and they do an encryption, much like the Message Digest. They do an encryption of Amazon's certificate, and then sort of create a digest, and then add that digest to it. So a certificate says, I'm Amazon.com, and later it says, oh yes, and VeriSign signed this with VeriSign's private key. Okay? So VeriSign's private key is used to sign Amazon. This is probably easiest if I just show you sort of a video. Wait, ooh, I'm going the wrong way. Am I going the wrong way? What's going on here? How come I'm going the wrong way? Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, so here we go. Going backwards. So here's how it works. This is how Amazon gets a public key signed by VeriSign, right? So in the beginning, VeriSign makes a public and a private key somewhere in a bunker, and they store the private key, and you can sometimes read up on how much effort they go to storing the private key. And then they hand the public key to Apple, Microsoft, and Linux, and then they bundle that in with your laptop. So your laptop that you buy, you walk out and you have a laptop and it's got public keys in it from the vendor. Now Amazon says, you know what? I'd like to do some commerce, and I would like to be able to use SSL and have a certified private key. So then what Amazon does is Amazon, inside of its servers, generates a public-private key pair. So this private key is not leaving Amazon servers. It takes a while. It takes minutes sometimes to generate the right sufficiently random public and private key by looking at all the large prime numbers and then picking one and then bang, making a public and private key. Then what Amazon does at that point is it transports its public key to Verizon. Now, during that transport, Eve might have seen it, but it's okay because it's just a public key, right? So it's just the public key, and so it actually can be sent across the internet, and it's most commonly sent across the internet. Like when I got the online.drchuck.com certificates, we just typed it in and sent it, because if you get a hold of the public key, all it means is you can encrypt. It doesn't mean you can decrypt. So then what happens is inside of Verizon's servers, Verizon computes a message digest using its private key, right? And then it adds basically a signature that says, oh, here's Amazon's public key that I received from Amazon, verified the identity of the person, and now I have signed it. Mr. VeriSign, I've signed it. And that, of course, is just like message digest-like information that is appended to the bits of the public key. Then that public key with signature is sent back, bundled together and sent back to Amazon. And now Amazon has not just any old public key. It has a public key that says, I am Amazon.com, and VeriSign is now asserting that I am really who I am. Now, and again, so Eve saw that one. Who cares? It's just a public key. There's nothing about the VeriSign private key. It never left the VeriSign servers. The signature is public information. You can use the VeriSign public key to verify that the signature is right, but you can't forge the signature. So Eve can look at that. Eve could look going this way. Eve can look that way. Eve gets nothing. Eve gets nothing. So Amazon now has a signed and certified private key. Then what happens is, sooner or later, many hours, many days, many months later, you decide on your laptop, remember this is you, oops, this is you want to buy some shoes. So you connect to Amazon.com with your browser with an HTTPS connection. And then what happens is Amazon sends you its public key. And Eve, of course, is eavesdropping all the time. Eve sees it goes by. It's worthless, right? It's worthless because it's just the encryption key. It's not the decryption key. The fact that it's signed, it sees that, but it can't do anything with that information. Now, within your laptop, you have from the vendor the VeriSign public key from Macintosh or Apple or whatever. So you can look with this, you can look with this public key at that signature, and just like we did with the message digest before, you can go, yep, that's good. That really had to have been signed by VeriSign. And if your computer is really conservative, it can actually go check with VeriSign, can send it up and say, hey, did you verify this? And then VeriSign can verify it too. But you actually don't need to connect because you have the public key. The only way that the whatever that message digest could be right would be is if VeriSign's private key was used to generate the message digest. Just like we used to do Santa in the other one. Okay, the Santa is just really simple, but it's the same basic mechanism. This is verifiable that it came from this private key. Now, if somebody broke in and stole the private key, that's a different story. But if the private key is safe and secure, hasn't been compromised, the only way to generate that message digest is to be in possession of the private key. So now you are in a position where you are in a good mood, right? You see an HTTPS, you can pop that little thing and say that was signed by VeriSign. You can be assured that VeriSign is asserting that that public key came from Amazon. And now it is time to encrypt your Visa card and send it over an encrypted connection to Amazon. Okay, because you won't send your encrypted thing, you won't send it unless you believe that the HTTPS is proper, and your browser will pop up a little pop-up and say, wait a sec, this certificate looks a little funky. Claims to be from Amazon.com, but it's not signed by one of the signatures that I believe in. So you send your data, it is encrypted, and Eve is watching, right? Eve is always watching, but because it's encrypted with a public key, unless Eve has supercomputers in a couple of months, there's nothing that Eve can do. And then, of course, Amazon decrypts it using the private key. So the private key comes in, and let me redo that. Right, so in it comes, Eve watches, but is helpless because they don't have enough computers. Eve doesn't have enough computers, and your key is large enough. So Amazon then takes its private key and uses that to decrypt it and ends up with your plain text again. So if you think this whole thing through, Eve was watching the whole time. We sent a public key, we signed and returned a public key, then we sent the public key to your laptop, we verified the public key, and the whole time Eve is sort of watching all this information, and she is powerless to break it. Pretty dang clever, if you ask me. And we can thank Diffie, Hellman, and Merkel for that. Pretty darn clever. Because Eve sees it all. Just think what would have happened if, like, the Germans had this in World War II. Would have been pretty cool. Of course, they didn't have computers, so it would have been difficult. I don't know. Too much to think about right now. Okay, continuing on. So, what we have is we have this thing called the Certificate Authority, which is a trusted third party that signs these certificates, right? And so it's an entity that issues digital signatures on public keys so that we, the public, have a way of validating that an Amazon.com certificate really came from Amazon.com. So if you then add this all together, right? If you add this all together, we have basic public-private key encryption that makes sure that this data can move across the internet, out of your computer, out back into the next one, all encrypted. That's just public-private that does that. And then we have this third-party certificate authority that your application can use to validate the certificate that comes out. And so the combination of SSL, or the Secure Sockets Layer, and the certificate authority gives us high confidence that when we're talking to something, we know we're really talking to it. So it's pretty non-intrusive security. If your browser pops up with a little pop-up message, that means it's got a certificate that it has no certificate of authority to validate. And that's not a good time to be typing in sensitive information unless you know exactly what's going on. So that sort of brings us to the conclusion of this. These last couple of lectures have been about message confidentiality, and that is protecting the contents from being revealed. We use encrypting and decrypting for that. And then we have message digests and to sign things. We've signed messages, we've signed certificates, we've signed many things, and those are important. And we talked about both sort of shared key and secret key, where you have to get together and agree on a key, which is a symmetric key that's used for encrypting and decrypting. And then you have the public-private key, which is the asymmetric, which is one key is used for encrypting and the other key is used for decrypting, and you can freely show the encrypting key because it gives very little information, although it is mathematically possible but difficult to decrypt a public-private key message. So that kind of sums up our lecture on public-private keys, and I hope you found it valuable. See you on the net.